Chapter 370. That's right. I think he does not even have the ability to break through the huge waves. He cannot even reach Chenren Island. What is the point of making a gentleman's agreement? However, perhaps he is self-aware and knows that he is weak. That's why he is embarrassed to speak. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not speak, some of the cultivators who found him an eyesore all mocked him. If not for giving Su Xiao face, they would have said even worse things. This was the reality of the Tianwu continent. Without strong strength, no matter where one went, one would not gain the respect of others. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He did not care about these words. He grasped his lunar shadow saber tightly and stopped Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiao, who wanted to speak up for him. The best way to refute was to use the saber in one's hand to prove it. No matter how loud one's words were, it would not be as direct as using the saber. Jin Wuji was upset that Xiao Chen did not make a gentleman's agreement. So many people already agreed, but you, an expert from the great Qin nation, did not. It was clear that Xiao Chen was not giving Jin Wuji any face. However, the other party was Su Xiaoxiao's friend. It was not good for Jin Wuji to be too obvious. A smile appeared on Jin Wuji's face again. He said in a clear voice, "Since everyone has made a gentleman's agreement, then let's not waste any more time. Let's start the exchange. Everyone should stop when necessary. We will compete one at a time. After that, the others can give their comments. This way, everyone will be able to gain some comprehension." Right after Jin Wuji spoke, two people immediately walked to the empty space on the floor. The empty space where the tables had been moved was very large. If it was just an ordinary exchange, it was more than enough space. "The two of you, remember to stop when necessary. Don't damage the harmony." Jin Wuji was the host and also half a referee. When he saw people exchanging pointers, he reminded them not to damage the harmony. "Haha. Brother Jin, don't worry. I, Lu Meng, know my limits. I will definitely not injure Brother Zhou. Brother Jin, don't worry. I will only use 50% of my strength at most." The two people who came out had gentle smiles on their faces. Their tones were calm, but their words were very hostile. They were competing with each other, not giving way. Jin Wuji frowned slightly and sat down beside Yu Chenxi again. He said, "Let's begin." Boom. Right after they spoke, the two of them each attacked. Their fists and legs collided in the air. The resulting shockwaves dispersed and both of them were forced back by 10 meters. A moment later, they quickly rushed forward and started fighting fiercely. One of them had a fiery red pillar of light flowing around his body, while the other had a formless wind energy flowing around him. Of the two of them, one had comprehended the concept of fire, while the other had comprehended the concept of wind. Moreover, looking at the situation on the stage, both of them had high attainments. After exchanging over 100 punches and kicks, the two of them were equally matched. Both of them retreated, and this time, they finally got serious. Lu Meng took out the big saber on his back. The saber was 3 inches wide and 6 feet long. It was a fierce and thick saber. With a thought, the saber's body was immediately covered in a fiery red flame. The cultivator with the surname Zhou flipped his palms and took out 2 swords from his spatial ring. He held them tightly in his hands. Unexpectedly, he was using the rarely seen dual sword style. The sword was 1.5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. Its blade was completely snow-white and flickered with a cold light. Tiny whirlwinds would flow out from the blade from time to time. Bang! 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 The two of them roared ferociously and charged at each other. The cultivator with the surname Zhou used the special speed advantage of the state of wind to surround Lu Meng. The 2 swords danced around. Sword images flew around, forming a light screen that encased Lu Meng. The cultivator with the surname Zhou was very fast. In addition to the advantage of the dual sword style, Lu Meng was suppressed to the point where he could only occasionally counterattack. Although Lu Meng did not attack much and spent most of his time dodging, every time it looked like he was about to lose, he would make a move and destroy the killing move that his opponent had prepared. Thus, the two of them were unable to do anything to each other. Just from the looks of it, the cultivator with the surname Zhou had a big advantage. This was because Lu Meng could not keep up with his speed. Kim Tae-ho introduced from the side. These two people entered the second round of the previous 5-nation youth competition. The one with the saber is called Lu Meng and the one with the 2 swords is called Zhou Lingheng. In their respective nations, they can be considered top-notch experts. They are now inferior-grade martial kings. In the Great Qin nation, their talent should be about the same as Ji Chongkong and the others. However, the competition in their nation is more intense than in the Great Qin nation. Thus, they are stronger than Ji Chongkong. Xiao Chen nodded, agreeing with Kim Taeho's opinion. These two people had comprehended their states to great perfection. They were still a long way from consummation. However, it was not easy for them to reach this stage with their current cultivation. Who do you think will win? Kim Taeho asked as he watched the two of them fighting. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, Lu Meng. His comprehension of the state of fire is deeper. He already has something of his own in it. Every time he makes a move, he can instantly scatter the advantage that his opponent has accumulated over countless moves. As for Zhou Lingheng, he has only used the speed of the concept of wind. He doesn't have any personal comprehension at all. I guess that his comprehension of the concept is very likely to have been personally guided by a great teacher, and not something he comprehended himself. The state of wind was not only about speed. Back then, when Xiao Chen fought with Murong Chong, he understood this. Nimble, faintly discernible, formless, casual, and ostentatious were the characteristics of the state of wind. When Yu Chenxi, who was beside Jin Wuji, heard this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He looked suspiciously at Xiao Chen. As far as he knew, Zhou Lingheng's state had indeed been personally guided by his master. You are just an insignificant superior-grade martial saint. Since when are you qualified to comment on a battle between martial kings? How do you know that Zhou Lingheng is going to lose? If you do not understand, then don't spout nonsense. Don't cut your own tongue. When a cultivator who was on good terms with Zhou Lingheng heard Xiao Chen say that Zhou Lingheng was going to lose, he immediately retorted loudly. Another person at the side added, That's right. Zhou Lingheng is suppressing Lu Meng. Even his ability to retaliate is limited. How can he be defeated? Young Master Jean did not invite you to this gathering. If you come uninvited, then don't spout nonsense. Just watch carefully. Wait until you are a martial king before you speak. Kim Taeho was flustered. Just as he was about to scold them, Shaoli stopped him and said indifferently, Zhou Lingheng will lose within 3 moves. Don't bother with what they say. They were just a bunch of clowns. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with them. When the truth came out, he would slap them in the face. Ignorant! How can Lu Meng win within 3 moves? Zhou Lingheng is suppressing Lu Meng. It is difficult for him to retaliate. How can he be defeated? Furthermore, he is defeated within 3 moves. Ignorant brat, he only knows how to spout nonsense. This person has probably stayed in the Great Qin nation for too long. He does not know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Does he really think that after leaving the Great Qin nation, he can still be an outstanding talent like before? The Great Qin nation is the weakest of the 5 nations. To think that he is not embarrassed to voice his opinion here. The battle in the arena continued. The discussions outside did not cause any distractions. If an expert of this cultivation realm could be so easily influenced by the environment, then he could not be called a genius. Zhou Lingheng brandished his 2 swords with a hong-hong sound. Sword winds blew and a strong wind blew. He suppressed Lu Meng once again, and his aura rose continuously. When Lu Meng's aura was about to reach its peak, Zhou Lingheng's eyes narrowed. He held his 2 swords together, preparing to execute a killing move to end the battle. Dang! However, just at this moment, Lu Meng suddenly made his move. Once again, when Zhou Lingheng's aura was at its peak, he used a surging saber chi to force Zhou Lingheng's killing move back. This was already the 3rd time. Lu Meng had broken Zhou Lingheng's killing move 3 times in advance. Furthermore, every time Lu Meng's aura reached its peak, it would fall back to the bottom. Jin Wuji and Yu Chenxi, who were in the arena, shook their heads at the same time. As the saying goes, things do not happen more than 3 times. If Zhou Lingheng did not succeed after 3 times, then he would not have any chance of victory. Zhou Lingheng was going to lose. Damn it, he actually broke it again. Zhou Lingheng felt a sense of irritation in his heart. However, he did not care too much. Lu Meng could not catch up to his speed. He could still accumulate his aura again. Boom! Just as Zhou Lingheng was preparing to regroup, Lu Meng suddenly laughed maniacally. Brother Zhou, don't tell me you still have a chance? Rise! The aura that Lu Meng had been suppressing suddenly exploded out. A strand of fire soared up from under his feet. A ferocious beast appeared above his head, brandishing its claws and roaring. When the ferocious beast roared, Lu Meng's state of fire was raised to its peak. It completely suppressed Zhou Lingheng, whose aura had fallen to the bottom. The state of wind was quickly suppressed by the state of fire. Soon, Zhou Lingheng was pressed into a corner, unable to move. Zhou Lingheng's expression changed greatly. It's over, my state is suppressed. My speed is no longer an advantage. Lu Meng drew his saber and hacked down. Zhou Lingheng blocked with his two swords. However, his strength was not comparable to Lu Meng's in the first place. Now that Zhou Lingheng's state was completely suppressed, it was even harder for him to block. Sweat dripped down from his forehead as he bitterly held on. Defeat! Lu Meng shouted and took a step forward. The entire fourth floor shook a few times and a huge force was transmitted. Zhou Lingheng was immediately sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. Zhou Lingheng had been defeated within 3 moves. Furthermore, it was really within 3 moves. It was exactly as Xiao Chen had said. The people who mocked Xiao Chen earlier felt ashamed in their hearts. How did this brat get it right? He is indeed only a superior grade martial saint. He must have guessed blindly. He must have guessed blindly. If we could not tell, how could he? The few of them felt very sullen and depressed. They could only lie to themselves. Right, he must have guessed blindly. However, even so, I do not like him. He is too arrogant. If Miss Xiao Xiao was not here, I would not have been able to endure it. I would have made a move to teach this brat a lesson. It seems like someone can no longer endure it. Bai Shuiheng has already gone up. A man dressed in white with a sword at his waist walked over to Xiao Chen with heavy steps. He said indifferently, Bai Shuiheng, I heard your evaluation earlier. You seem to be quite strong. I would like to seek some advice from you. I wonder if that is possible? Fatso said softly, this fellow is Zhou Lingheng's good friend. He is here to help him take revenge. You better be careful. Jin Wuji, who was in the middle, frowned slightly and said, Bai Shuiheng, you are only a step away from becoming a peak inferior grade martial king. It is not appropriate for you to exchange pointers with a superior grade martial saint. Chapter 371. Earlier, Xiao Chen had embarrassed him. In his heart, he hoped that Bai Shuiheng would teach Xiao Chen a lesson. However, firstly, Bai Shuiheng was Su Xiaoxiao's friend. Secondly, Yu Chenxi happened to be beside him. At this moment, he might as well appear more open and aboveboard. Otherwise, he might attract the other party's attention. However, who knew? Xiao Chen completely ignored his suggestion. When he saw the indistinct purple electricity around the other party, he immediately became interested. The other party was actually a swordsman who comprehended the state of thunder. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at Bai Shuiheng. He said softly, I accept your challenge. Of all the states, the state of thunder was the most difficult to comprehend. It was also the state with the strongest attack power compared to the other states. Compared to the other states, it did not have many tricks to it. It only had a pure berserk offensive power. It was also the purest attack of the natural heavenly Tao. Since Xiao Chen comprehended the state of thunder, he had never fought with another cultivator who comprehended the state of thunder. Hence, the moment this Bai Shuiheng made a move, he became interested. Bai Shuiheng said indifferently, You speak so extravagantly. I want to see how strong you are. Don't worry. Don't say that I am using my cultivation to bully you. I will only use 50% of my strength to fight you. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and slowly walked to the empty space. He said indifferently, There is no need to go through so much trouble. Make your move. Very good. Let's see what qualifications you have to be arrogant. Boom! Electric light flickered as Bai Shuiheng drew his sword at lightning speed. A crack of thunder resounded in the vast floor, numbing everyone's eardrums. The instant Bai Shuiheng drew his sword, it was like a surging bolt of lightning, giving off an incomparably dazzling purple light. With the force of his kick, he covered the distance of more than 100 meters in an instant. The dazzling electric sword flew towards Xiao Chen's face. This sword contained the speed and berserk of lightning. Before the sword arrived, it kicked up a strong wind. The hair of the people behind Xiao Chen fluttered in the wind. They could not help but squint. What a powerful sword strike. After not seeing Bai Shuiheng for a few years, his strength had actually increased again. This person was much stronger than Zhou Lingheng. When everyone saw this sword move that was as fast as a gust of wind and had an earth-shattering momentum, they all exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. When the sword was about 5 meters away from him, he drew the lunar shadow saber in his right hand at lightning speed. Dang! There was a melodious sound of weapons clashing. Most of the people did not even see how Xiao Chen drew his saber. By the time they heard the sound, Bai Shuiheng had already moved back 5 steps. His expression was extremely grave. What's going on? How did this guy attack? I didn't even see it clearly. Strange, I didn't see it either. When I heard the sound, Bai Shuiheng had already taken 5 steps back. Among the 100 people seated on the 4th floor, only less than 10 people saw how the saber was unsheathed. Xiao Chen's attack arrived first despite being launched later. Its speed increased to Mach 2 in an instant. He used the stronger state of thunder to strike the weak point of his opponent's sword technique. He easily repelled Bai Shuiheng's attack in an instant. Jin Wuji had an astonished expression on his face. He muttered, "What a strong state of thunder." He is clearly only at small perfection, but his foundation is several times stronger than Bai Shuiheng's. This person definitely cultivates a high-ranked lightning-attributed cultivation technique. Yu Chenxi asked softly, "Who is this person? Does young Master Jin know?" Jin Wuji was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yu Chenxi to be interested in this person. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said softly, "I don't know him. Miss Xiao Xiao brought him here." Yu Chenxi said, "Oh, then continue watching." Xiao Chen looked at Bai Shuiheng and said indifferently, "Use your full power. Your state is not as good as mine. You can only use your advantage in essence to fight me. Otherwise, you will lose to my saber in 10 moves." When the others heard Xiao Chen say such startling words in such a calm tone, they felt a strange shock in their hearts. When Xiao Chen said these words, it did not seem inappropriate at all. His tone was very natural, as though he was talking about something insignificant. Just based on this calmness, some people were already certain that Xiao Chen was not an ordinary superior-grade martial saint. Arrogant. Don't speak as though I will lose for sure. Thundercloud's sword chop. Bai Shuiheng smiled coldly and charged over again. Thunderclouds formed around Bai Shuiheng. Boundless electricity flickered in the middle of the clouds. There was a series of crackling sounds as electricity circled around Bai Shuiheng's body. As the thunderclouds churned, the aura of Bai Shuiheng's body rose continuously. He was like a treasured sword that was constantly being sharpened, waiting to be unsheathed. When the crowd felt the might of this sword, their confidence in Bai Shuiheng increased. No matter how high a state a superior-grade martial saint state was, he would not be able to dodge this sword. Tap! A sword light flashed, and Bai Shuiheng's body flashed through the thunderclouds. He was like a bolt of lightning leaping through the clouds. Dang! There was another melodious sound of weapons clashing. Most of the people still did not see how Xiao Chen made his move. After they heard the sound, they only saw Bai Shuiheng flying backward. This was a very strange feeling. It was clearly right in front of them, but why do they always hear the sound first before seeing the scene? Jin Wuji muttered, "Most people would be able to reach Mach 2 after slowly increasing their speed. However, to reach Mach 2 in an instant is too difficult. I wonder how he did it." Yu Chenxi looked at Xiao Chen with an increasingly interested gaze. He said softly, "This is just a simple drawing the saber. However, I have not seen many people practice it to such a level." Dang! 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 Bai Shuiheng sent out another 3 moves. However, Xiao Chen broke them with one saber strike each time. Every time Xiao Chen executed drawing the saber at an extremely fast speed, he would be able to find the weak point of the sword technique and break it with one saber strike. A strong state of thunder and an extremely fast saber technique. He is the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. It is definitely him. The white-robed bladesman holds a long saber and a blue strip of cloth tied around his head. Furthermore, there are 2 strips in front of him. There is no mistake. A few people finally guessed Xiao Chen's identity. However, most of them had never heard of the white-robed bladesman before, so they all asked about it. The nations of these people were rather far from the great Qin nation. The news of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had not spread there yet. However, after hearing these people talk about Xiao Chen's deeds, the earlier contempt that many cultivators had for Xiao Chen vanished, replaced by grave expressions. If Xiao Chen had defeated Duan Muking and the others, it would not have been a big deal. After all, these people were not at the peak. However, the news of Xiao Chen easily defeating the Holy Land's outer disciples shocked them. Jin Wuji had a pensive look in his eyes. He thought to himself, so, he is the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. I finally got to see him in person today. I have received 5 strikes from you. It is time for you to receive 1 saber strike from me. Bai Shuiheng took a step back and gathered his aura. He said indifferently, isn't it just 1 saber strike? With my defense, I can receive 10 saber strikes from you. After Bai Shuiheng made his first move, Xiao Chen's interest in this place immediately decreased significantly. He felt somewhat disappointed. Although this person had comprehended the state of thunder, he had taken the wrong path. He only pursued the strength of his state and did not settle down to perfectly merge his state with his sword technique. Bai Shuiheng only focused on merging his saber techniques. When he attacked, his might was vast and mighty. His aura flourished and he could easily suppress a state of the same rank. He could even instantly kill a state of a lower level. However, if he ran into a cultivator with a state stronger than his, and he did not merge his state with his saber technique, his moves would be full of openings. This was also why Xiao Chen could easily break Bai Shuiheng's sword technique by using drawing the saber at Mach 2. If it were another opponent, it would be very difficult to do so. Such an exchange would not be of much help to Xiao Chen. He could only end the fight quickly. ZZ. Using the power of thunder and lightning, Bai Shuiheng set up 3 thick and solid thunder and lightning barriers around him, from the outside to the inside, 1 layer after another. This was especially so for the last layer. It stuck tightly to Bai Shuiheng's skin. The purple electric light was as thick as a battle armor. This Bai Shuiheng says that he is not afraid, but he even used his trump card. He actually laid down 3 layers of defense. The people at the peak of the crowd laughed gently. Xiao Chen tightened his grip on the lunar shadow saber and looked at Bai Shuiheng, who was covered in defenses. After he finished setting up his defenses, the scarlet massacre thrown in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness flowed along his meridians and infused into the saber. The saber flickering with purple electric light immediately turned red and purple. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art, stabbing out with his saber. Bang! 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 The 3 barriers made of electricity only lasted for a moment before being easily broken by Xiao Chen's saber technique infused with the states of massacre and thunder. The surging force of the saber immediately knocked Bai Shuiheng back, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Unexpectedly, he defeated Bai Shuiheng with 1 saber strike. The white-robed bladesman truly lives up to his reputation. Among the 100 of us, he can rank within the top 10. It is hard to imagine that he actually comes from a sect in the great Qin nation. Bai Shuiheng's defenses are useless before him. The sharpness of this saber strike is really shocking. Bai Shuiheng is too arrogant. After defeating Bai Shuiheng with 1 saber strike, the people who mocked Xiao Chen earlier immediately shut up, no longer daring to underestimate him. The crowd all commented on the fight between the two, giving an objective evaluation of Xiao Chen's strength. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. If he wanted to gain the respect of others, he could only use the saber in his hand. That was the most direct way and also the most persuasive. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute to Bai Shuiheng, who stood up. Thank you for letting me win. Xiao Chen had held back with his saber strike. The state had not penetrated Bai Shuiheng's body. Hence, Bai Shuiheng had only suffered some external injuries. Bai Shuiheng felt somewhat ashamed. Originally, he had wanted to stand up for his good friend. He had not expected Xiao Chen to deal with him in 1 move. He did not say anything and returned to his seat. Unexpectedly, he grasped the state of massacre. No wonder he could challenge someone of higher cultivation so easily. Seeing Xiao Chen return to his seat, Yu Chenxi felt enlightened. However, Xiao Chen's cultivation was still too low. His state of massacre was not as complete as his state of thunder. Xiao Chen was weaker than expected. However, his future potential was immeasurable. Chapter 372. As the sparring continued, the atmosphere became livelier and livelier. After every sparring session, someone would comment on it. Among them, there were 5 or 6 people who attracted Xiao Chen's attention. These people had comprehended their states to great perfection. More importantly, they had formed their own unique characteristics. For example, there was a great Xia nation swordsman who comprehended the state of wind. He infused the formless characteristic of the state of wind into his sword technique. When this swordsman attacked, he left no traces behind, perfectly merging with the aura of his martial technique. At the very least, Xiao Chen would not be able to see any flaws in this move. There was also a great Chu nation cultivator, who comprehended the state of wind as well. However, he did not focus on the speed of the state of wind. Instead, he used his own martial technique to forcefully bring out the berserk side of the state of wind to the extreme, merging it with his surging waves and his grand sword technique. When this cultivator attacked, a strong wind howled and formed a horrifying storm. It was like the sword wind had exploded. There was also an expert who comprehended the state of water. He infused the unique characteristics of flowing water into his momentum. When this cultivator attacked, his sword left no trace. The sharp sword light seemed to appear from nowhere, making it hard for others to catch the trajectory of his attack. This greatly broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. He now felt like he had gained some comprehension of the state of thunder. Xiao Chen had already infused the state of thunder into his saber technique long ago, combining the berserk and ferocious attacks of thunder. These were the 2 characteristics. Most of the thunder in nature had these 2 characteristics. Under the collision of the clouds, the thunder would explode. When the clouds collided, it accumulated its aura continuously before striking out, displaying its berserk and ferocious attacks. Compared to the other states, the offensive and destructive power of the state of thunder was greater. However, its weakness was that it was difficult to maintain it continuously. With such a high destructive power, every strike exhausted a large amount of essence. Furthermore, one had to continuously accumulate aura. Hence, compared to the other states, it lacked flexibility and flexibility. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I can only see the simple aspects of the state of thunder. Berserk and speed are also brought out to their limits. However, looking at the martial artists here, every state has its own unique characteristics. Clearly, the state of thunder has its own unique characteristics as well. As far as I am concerned, I only need to merge these 2 characteristics of the state of thunder with my own martial technique to perfection for now. However, in the future, if I want to turn my state into a will, I will definitely need to have a comprehensive understanding of the state of thunder. Thus, from now on, I have to prepare for a rainy day and understand the state of thunder better. The exchange of pointers continued. Jin Wuji also left the stage. He truly lived up to his reputation as one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. He had comprehended the concept of sharpness, the concept of metal. Among all the concepts, the concept of sharpness was undoubtedly one of the strongest. His attacks were swift and fierce, and the sharpness of his sword was unparalleled. Very few people could withstand the might of his sword. Even if one's defenses were firm, he could still easily break a hole in them. His aura was like an extremely sharp blade, and the sword chi that he unleashed had perfectly displayed the sharpness of the blade. That swordsman, who had merged the berserk characteristic of the state of wind with his sword technique, only managed to last 15 moves against Jin Wuji. Of course, this was the result of both sides suppressing their strength. If they had fought at full strength, they would have lasted much longer. Small holes appeared in the berserk sword wind. Then, the sword wind shattered into tiny whirlwinds, losing all its momentum. Of course, this was the result of both sides suppressing their strength. If they had fought at full strength, they would have lasted much longer. Brother Jean, you are indeed strong. I admire you. In the next 5-nation youth competition, you will probably be able to rise by another 10 ranks, the swordsman He Huan, whom Jin Wuji defeated, said in admiration. Jin Wuji felt somewhat pleased in his heart. However, he still smiled modestly and said, Brother, he is too kind. Your state of wind is unique. It is much stronger than it was 3 years ago. If you could infuse a special characteristic of wind into your sword technique, I would not be a match for you. He Huan performed a cupped fist salute and said, Brother, he speaks too highly of me. Your state of wind is very unique. It is much stronger than it was 3 years ago. If you could infuse a special characteristic of wind into your sword technique, I would not be a match for you. He Huan performed a cupped fist salute and said, Infusing a special characteristic is already difficult enough. If I want to infuse another special characteristic, I would have to find another high-rank sword technique. At that time, if Brother Jean has a good sword technique, you can exchange it with me. Definitely. The two of them withdrew. At this point in the gathering, most of the people had already exchanged moves. Some people could not help but look at Yu Chenxi. She was the proud daughter of heaven of the Supreme Sky Sect. At the age of 16, she managed to rank within the top 50 in the 5-nation youth competition. Now that another year had passed, who knew how strong she had become? I am Lu Meng. I would like to seek guidance from Miss Chenxi. Finally, someone could no longer hold it in. He stepped forward and requested to exchange moves with Yu Chenxi. At this moment, Lu Meng was very nervous. The other party was the last disciple of the Supreme Sky Sect Master, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jean Nation. She was famous in the Great Jean Nation and even in the entire continent. She was completely different from the circle that Lu Meng was in. Being able to meet her here was a complete coincidence. Lu Meng was worried that Yu Chenxi would look down on his strength and reject the invitation. Yu Chenxi had an extraordinary aura. She revealed a gentle smile on her fairy-like face. She said softly, "I do not dare to ask for guidance. However, it is possible for us to exchange moves." Unexpectedly, Yu Chenxi agreed so easily. Some of the cultivators present could not help but feel regret. If they had known earlier, they would have invited Yu Chenxi first. Now that Lu Meng had taken the initiative, they could only watch from the side. Lu Meng rejoiced in his heart. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Miss Yu, please." The battle between Jin Wuji and He Huan had already pushed the atmosphere of this gathering to its peak. With Yu Chenxi making a move, the true climax of the gathering was about to arrive. The outstanding talents of the various nations sitting against the wall on the 4th floor all focused their attention on the two people in the middle. They could not take their eyes off them. They even held their breaths. Xiao Chen was no exception. He was very interested in Yu Chenxi, the proud daughter of heaven from the Great Jean Nation. He wanted to see what was so special about this genius of the Great Jean Nation. Everyone had seen Lu Meng's strength with their own eyes. He was one of the few cultivators who could comprehend their own state. Now, he was qualified to exchange moves with Yu Chenxi. The two of them bowed to each other and slowly stood up. Lu Meng did not dare to hold back against Yu Chenxi. He took out the thick saber on his back and activated his state of fire. A ferocious beast formed above Lu Meng's head. The state of fire was raised to its peak. Instantly, the place became hot, and the air became dry. Ha! Lu Meng's saber carried a boundless flame as he charged forward. Before he arrived, the ferocious beast above him had already launched itself at him. This ferocious beast was formed from the pure state of fire. It was extraordinarily mighty. Normally, even a superior grade martial king would have to retreat when it faced its attack. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Chenxi's pretty face. Good timing. Boom. Yu Chenxi clenched her lily-white hands into fists. When she saw the ferocious beast charging at her, she did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward and punched. A spot of morning light exploded on her fist. It was like the light of the rising sun breaking through the darkness before dawn. It was resplendent and dazzling. The surging energy exploded together with the fist. The ferocious flame beast was instantly blasted into countless sparks. Before the huge energy dissipated, it headed for Lu Meng, who was following closely behind. Lu Meng's expression changed slightly. He quickly stopped and planted his feet on the ground. He condensed his aura and circulated all the energy in his body. Then, he used his saber to shatter the fist wind. Rays of light spread out from the fist wind, forming sparkling and translucent particles of light in the vast space of the 4th floor. Yu Chenxi leaped into the air and took the initiative to attack. She sent another punch at Lu Meng. The morning light on the fist wind was dazzling and dazzling. The faint golden light gave Yu Chenxi's exquisite figure a faint glow. She looked dignified, divine, and tyrannical. It was hard to imagine that such a pretty girl with an otherworldly aura could give off such a strong and tyrannical aura. Bang! 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 Lu Meng brought out his state of fire to its limits. His saber light danced as he did his best to block the fist wind descending from the sky. Yu Chenxi did not even use her state. She only used her vast essence and the ferocious and tyrannical fist wind. Yu Chenxi sent out punch after punch in the air. The light of the morning light blossomed continuously, forcing Lu Meng back step by step. There was no way he could put up a fight. Bang! Another fist wind struck Lu Meng's saber, and the light exploded. Lu Meng was knocked back 5 steps, and his complexion paled slightly. The difference in strength was too great. There was no way for Lu Meng to fight. They were not on the same level. Lu Meng scattered the state of fire and sheathed his saber. He smiled bitterly and said, "I lost." The Supreme Sky Sex Morning Sun fist truly lives up to its name. Chapter 373. Yu Chenxi slowly descended from the sky. She immediately withdrew her strong aura. She smiled gently and said, "Thank you for letting me win." The participants in the top 100 are indeed all peak experts. There is a huge gap between the top 100 and the top 50. The gap between Jin Wuji and Yu Chenxi is still very obvious. The top 50 are already so strong. How strong are the top 10? There are too many geniuses in the continent now. Indeed, Lu Meng is more than qualified to rank in the top 10 among us. However, Yu Chenxi did not even use half of his strength, and he still managed to force Lu Meng to the point where he could not retaliate. The short exchange between the two caused a huge commotion among the crowd. They all sighed at how strong Yu Chenxi was. Now, no one envied Lu Meng anymore. He could be the first to fight Yu Chenxi. Being suppressed by a girl was too embarrassing. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Yu Chenxi smiled and invited Xiao Chen. "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, how about we exchange pointers?" The moment Yu Chenxi said this, everyone felt that it was unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Yu Chenxi took the initiative to invite Xiao Chen to exchange pointers. That was overestimating Xiao Chen. Although Xiao Chen was very strong, he was not the strongest among the crowd. At best, he could rank in the top 10. Furthermore, the status of the two was completely different. One was the last disciple of the sect master of the top 10 great sects of the strongest nation in the continent, the Great Jin Nation. The other was a disciple of the Great Qin Nation. No matter what, it should not be Xiao Chen's turn to be invited. Everyone felt it was strange. Their astonishment also contained a trace of jealousy. This was especially so for Jin Wuji. The cocky smile on his face had completely vanished. Damn it! Even if he wants to invite, he should have invited me. What qualifications does this Xiao Chen have for Yu Chenxi to invite him? Jin Wuji thought angrily in his heart. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen was also a little surprised. Based on the strength that Yu Chenxi had displayed, he did not even need to use his intent. He had defeated Lu Meng with just his vigorous and overbearing essence. Xiao Chen knew that he was no match for him, especially in this kind of sparring where his strength was restricted. If it was a battle of life and death, he might have a chance to make both sides suffer. Xiao Chen shook his head gently and said, "It's just an exchange of pointers. I'm not your match. Moreover, it's meaningless." In front of Lu Meng's morning sun fist, if he didn't attack without any scruples, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. His ending wouldn't be any better than Lu Meng's. Such a one-sided spar was meaningless. It did not help one's understanding of martial arts at all, so Xiao Chen could not be bothered to accept it. When Jin Wuji heard this, he quickly said, "Since Brother Xiao admits that he is inferior, then let's forget about it. Miss you." However, Yu Chenxi ignored Jin Wuji. Instead, she looked at Xiao Chen, deep in thought. Xiao Chen only said that he was inferior to her in an exchange of pointers. He did not say that his strength was inferior to hers. In other words, he felt that this place was too small, and he could not fight without any scruples. When Jin Wuji, who was at the side, saw that Yu Chenxi was looking at Xiao Chen and ignoring him, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. The hatred in Jin Wuji's heart for Xiao Chen could not help but deepen. This fellow kept embarrassing him time and time again. In the future, he had to find an opportunity to settle the score with him. Bang! Just as Jin Wuji was thinking, a large hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling. Yu Chenxi had flown up. Before everyone's shocked gazes, Xiao Chen punched a large hole in the ceiling. "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, I understand what you mean. Do you still dare to come up?" Yu Chenxi's melodious voice came from the roof. Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. This girl not only has a high cultivation, but she is also very intelligent and straightforward. If she wanted to fight, she would not hesitate to make a hole in the restaurant, not caring about what others thought. Xiao Chen rather admired such a character. Since she wants to fight, then let's fight. Bang! A beam of purple light soared into the sky from the ground. Instantly, another large hole appeared above everyone's heads. A beam of sunlight shone in, and Xiao Chen followed. I understand now. So, they want to have a big fight. This place is too small, and they are not satisfied. Since Yu Chenxi dares to invite Xiao Chen like this, perhaps Xiao Chen is much stronger than we thought. Haha. There might be a good show to watch. Come, let's go out as well. A group of cultivators flew out of the window excitedly and leaped to the other buildings on the street, hoping to find a good vantage point. Young Master Jean, we are going out as well. Are you coming with us? Su Xiaoxiao asked Jean Wuji softly. Jean Wuji was currently feeling extremely depressed. However, he did not dare to show it in front of Su Xiaoxiao. After all, the other party was someone that even his master did not dare to go overboard with. In that case, Miss Xiaoxiao, you go first. I will catch up soon, Jean Wuji smiled embarrassedly. Soon, only Jean Wuji remained in the huge fourth floor, sitting alone at a table in the middle. Jean Wuji originally wanted to increase his influence in this gathering. This was especially so since he had invited Yu Chenxi. In the future, his reputation would only grow even greater. However, things had developed to this point, completely out of his control as the main character. Instead, he had made a dowry for someone else, making Xiao Chen the center of attention. Jean Wuji ended up being forgotten. Bang! Jean Wuji smashed the chair beside him with his palm. A sinister light flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, I will go out and take a look. I hope that Yu Chenxi will not show any mercy and embarrass Xiao Chen in front of everyone, so that I can vent my anger. The restaurant where this gathering was held was the most bustling restaurant in the entire Green Wind Island. It was also located in the most bustling area of the city. Because of the Savannah King's treasure, the number of cultivators coming to Green Wind Island had increased greatly. When Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi appeared on the roof, they immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators below. As the outstanding talents of the various nations appeared in the restaurant, they attracted even more attention. Before the two of them started fighting, the streets below the restaurant were already filled with people. People continuously flew up from the surrounding buildings of similar heights, wanting to see what was going on. Who are these two people? Why are they attracting so many people? I think I see the great Chu nation's Lu Meng among them. The great Xia nation's sword maniac He Huan is there as well. The shadowless sword Lu Xiaohe is there as well. The heavenly sword gates Jean Wuji is there as well. The people on the ground discussed. Although they felt that the identities of these two people were not simple, they could not attract the attention of the geniuses of the various nations. However, they could not guess who they were. Only when someone saw Yu Chenxi's beautiful face did they exclaim in shock, Yu Chenxi! That is the supreme sky sex Yu Chenxi. She is one of the most famous rising talents of the great Jin nation. She advanced to Martial King at the age of 16. Unexpectedly, she came to Green Wind Island as well. No wonder she attracted the attention of so many outstanding talents. So, that girl is Yu Chenxi. However, who is that man? He should be pretty strong to be able to fight Yu Chenxi. Based on his attire, he looks like the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. For him to attract Yu Chenxi's attention, he should be the real deal. However, even if he is the white-robed bladesman, he is still far from Yu Chenxi's strength and fame. The people on the ground finally figured out the identities of Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi. Their interest in the fight could not help but increase. Almost all the places on the roofs that could stand were filled. Yu Chenxi looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a faint smile on his extraordinary face. He said softly, White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Are you satisfied now? Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said, just call me Xiao Chen. There is no need to add the words white-robed bladesman every time. Yu Chenxi nodded slightly and repeated Xiao Chen's name a few times. After a while he said, all right, I will call you Xiao Chen in the future. However, I still feel that adding the words white-robed bladesman sounds more impressive. Haha, it's time to fight. Don't disappoint me, white-robed bladesman. Yu Chenxi smiled gently and pushed off the ground. His perfect figure appeared in the air as he clenched his delicate fingers into a fist. Boom! A dazzling light exploded in the sky. A ferocious and tyrannical fist light flew towards Xiao Chen from the light. Boundless thunderclouds churned quickly in the sky behind Xiao Chen.
Muffled thunder roared as Xiao Chen unleashed his state of thunder infused with a strand of holy might to its limits.
Break!
As a bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Chen instantly drew his lunar shadow saber and chopped the incoming fist light in half.
2 forked fist winds brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulders. 2 huge holes appeared in the roof, and the sound of tiles shattering rang out continuously. Boom! 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 Yu Chenxi's body glowed with a resplendent light. It was like the morning sun charging out of the darkness. Beams of light exploded out, and the intense fist winds spun intensely. The fist winds were like howling cannonballs flying at Xiao Chen. Each attack was faster than the one before, and the force they carried was stronger than the one before. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He stood firmly on the roof, not moving at all. He could not retreat at this moment. Otherwise, if he did, the flood-like attacks would pour in endlessly. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water as he continuously executed drawing the saber. Every time he swung his saber, it was like a bolt of lightning flashing by, chopping the fist winds in half. The berserk fist winds howled in the air above the roof. Occasionally, light would explode from the fist winds. The huge roof immediately became riddled with holes. Gusts of air were stirred up, causing the fragments of the tiles to fly in all directions. Yu Chenxi in the air gave off a dazzling golden light. He looked like a small sun in the sky. When the crowd looked at him, they felt a slight pain. The Supreme Sky Sex Morning Sun Fist is really powerful. Just by using surging essence, it can display such might. How strong would it be if he infused his state? However, this white-robed bladesman is pretty strong. He clearly only has a small perfection state of thunder, but his might is even more ferocious than a great perfection state. Every saber strike reached Mach 3 in an instant. With the support of his state, he actually managed to block the continuous attacks of the Morning Sun Fist. Chapter 374. Seeing the intense battle, some of the more experienced cultivators commented on it. Break! Xiao Chen swung his saber and chopped another fist wind in half. His feet did not move at all. He was like a towering tree rooted to the roof. Hoo-chi! Just at this moment, the dazzling figure in the sky suddenly flashed and disappeared into nothingness. As the light disappeared, Yu Chenxi's exquisite figure also disappeared. That tyrannical aura also disappeared instantly. It was like Yu Chenxi had vanished into thin air. It was very strange. Xiao Chen's expression could not help but change. He focused his gaze in front of him. Holding the saber hilt with his right hand, he twisted his wrist and thrust it forward. A black light flashed on the tip of the saber. The snow-white saber instantly turned pitch black. The heavenly weapon reappeared. With a thought from Xiao Chen, all the essence in his body flowed into the saber. A 6-meter-long saber light instantly formed. Xiao Chen shouted and thrust the lunar shadow saber forward, as though he wanted to pierce through space. Very good. You guessed my direction correctly. Now, let's see if you can block it or not. A melodious voice came from the space in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, a resplendent light appeared in the space in front of Xiao Chen. A fist wind exploded in the light, carrying a dense essence as it headed for the tip of the lunar shadow saber. Bang! 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 2 extremely powerful forces exploded, causing the entire roof of the restaurant to be blown away. Countless tiles and wood shavings were sent flying into the sky. Xiao Chen felt a huge and pure force coming from the saber. This force did not have any attribute. It only had an extremely tyrannical aura. It rampaged through the meridians in his arm. Even though Xiao Chen cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone, it still pierced his meridians, causing them to feel pain. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and with a thought, the purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. The purple essence liquid in the qi whirlpool turned into streams and flowed from the meridians in his body to his right arm. Puchi! After breaking through to superior grade martial saint, the purity and storage of Xiao Chen's essence had doubled. With a thought, he could instantly gather a large amount of essence. Countless purple streams converged together and devoured the primal qi that Yu Chenxi had sent into his right arm like it was nothing. The surging essence did not slow down as it surged into the heavenly weapon lunar shadow once again. The originally dim saber light on the pitch-black saber lit up once again. After Xiao Chen overtook Yu Chenxi's aura, Xiao Chen took advantage of his victory. The scarlet throne on his forehead instantly merged with the state of massacre. Instantly, the The berserk state of thunder gained an unstoppable killing chi. The state of massacre and state of thunder merged once again. Break! Xiao Chen shouted, and thunder roared in the thunderclouds above. The saber light broke through and knocked Yu Chenxi back. Yu Chenxi revealed a mildly astonished expression on her pretty face. However, there was more surprise than surprise. She revealed a faint smile and said, "Unexpectedly, you hit another state. However, the morning sun fist is not just that. Scatter. Boom, boom, boom." As Yu Chenxi retreated, a hazy morning glow appeared behind him. He punched 3 times in the morning glow. These 3 punches gave off a bright light and were very tyrannical. Under the baptism of the morning glow, their auras surged forward. Xiao Chen's fusion of 2 states and the unparalleled might of the heaven-ranked spirit weapon saber chi crumbled under these 3 punches. Morning sun. This should be the might of the morning sun. What a tyrannical fist technique! Xiao Chen thought to herself. Then, he pushed off a floating tile and kicked out. Xiao Chen chased after Yu Chenxi. Fist winds were ferocious. He could only stand a chance in close combat. In the hazy morning glow, Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi's figures flashed continuously. Loud shouts came from the morning glow. Occasionally, light exploded and lightning flashed. The two moved increasingly faster, exchanging punches and saber strikes. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. Amid the intense fist winds, Xiao Chen maintained his undefeated state. The saber chi infused with the state of massacre could even tear apart the other party's net of punches, posing some threat. The scene that Jin Wuji anticipated, of Xiao Chen being humiliated by Yu Chenxi, did not appear. Instead, the two were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. The white-robed bladesman is indeed strong. To be able to compete with the famous Yu Chenxi to this extent, he is quite incredible. Indeed, the Morning Sun Fist is a rare supreme tyrannical fist among fist techniques. It is already very close to a heaven-ranked fist technique. It is pretty good for Yu Chenxi to use the power of the morning glow. In the next 5-nation youth competition, this white-robed bladesman might make it into the top 100. When Jin Wuji heard the people praising Xiao Chen, he felt even angrier. All this should have happened to him. However now, Xiao Chen snatched it away. Bang! The morning glow in the sky scattered, and Xiao Chen and Yu Chenxi's figures reappeared before the crowd. Both of them had some injuries on them. However, they were all superficial wounds. Clearly, both of them had held back. It was just an exchange of pointers. There was no need to fight to the death. Yu Chenxi stood in the air, revealing a satisfied smile on her pretty face. She said softly, "Let's consider it a draw. White-robed bladesman, if you have time in the future, you can come to the Supreme Sky Sect to exchange pointers with me." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I will make you use your full power next time. I will take my leave first." From the looks of it, the two were indeed at a draw. However, Xiao Chen knew that his opponent had not used his state yet. Even though he had used both states, he still did not have an absolute advantage. Saying it was a draw would be taking advantage of Yu Chenxi. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, so he quickly left. As Yu Chenxi watched Xiao Chen leave, she muttered to herself, "First Martial Uncle told me to pay attention to the geniuses of the various nations when I came out. This Xiao Chen should meet the requirements." "Miss you, are you all right?" "If you are, I will discuss the news of the daybreak flower with you in detail later." Laughter came from Xiao Chen's side. It was Jin Wuji flying over with a smile on his face. Yu Chenxi withdrew her gaze and smiled gently. She replied, "Many thanks for young Master Jin's concern. It is just a small injury. It is not a big deal." Yu Chenxi's tone was very simple, but the smile on her face did not diminish. Her tone was very polite and courteous. However, Jin Wuji felt a distance between the two of them. Jin Wuji wanted to break this distance. However, every time Yu Chenxi spoke politely, the distance slowly returned to square one. Jin Wuji's attempts to get closer were all for naught. The two descended from the sky and returned to the restaurant. Jin Wuji generously paid for all the restaurant's losses. The cultivators who attended this gathering also landed. After saying some polite words, they took their leave. Jin Wuji was upset that he had made a wedding dress for someone else. Fortunately, Yu Chenxi had not left yet. If he could build a relationship with Yu Chenxi, all that had happened would be nothing. Thinking of this, Jin Wuji struck while the iron was hot. He said, "Miss Yu, there is a private room downstairs. Let's go and talk about it now." Yu Chenxi frowned slightly. A look of disgust flashed on her elegant face. She said indifferently, "Let's talk about it at night. I am a little tired now." In another restaurant in the city, Xiao Chen's group of 4 managed to arrange for 3 heaven-class rooms in a situation where it was difficult to find an empty room in the entire city, thanks to Kim Tae-ho's connections. The group sat down at a tea table and Kim Tae-ho took a sip of tea. He smiled and said, "Little brother Xiao Chen, you are in the limelight again. You fought to a draw with Yu Chenxi. That fellow even gave you such a high evaluation. It would be hard for you not to be famous now." Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. He said, "Is this Yu Chenxi really that famous?" Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "More famous than you think. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, she was one of the few female participants who entered the top 50. Furthermore, she was the youngest female participant. She has a peak talent, an extraordinary temperament, and looks. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her name shook the entire continent.
If the news of you fighting to a draw with her spread out, I guarantee that if you go to the Great Jin Nation, the number of people challenging you will be 5 kilometers long."
Unexpectedly, there was such a troublesome matter. Xiao Chen had not expected it. However, it was still not time for him to go to the Great Jin Nation. There was no need to worry about this now.
"That's right. Are you here for the Savannah King's treasure as well?"
Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and asked. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "It is mainly because of the Black Dragon Group. However, the negotiations have reached a stalemate. We can go and try our luck now." Fatso took out a map and handed it to Xiao Chen. He said, "This is the exact location of the Qianren Island. Take a look. If you have time you can go and learn more about it. Haha. If there are any good things, remember to look for me." The group chatted for a while more before Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao took their leave. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and looked carefully at the map that Kim Tae-ho handed him. Then, he compared it to the treasure map. This was a sea map. The somewhat blurry routes on the treasure map were all clearly drawn out, allowing one to understand them with one glance. After a while, Xiao Chen put away the map and said softly, "Let's go and take a look tomorrow. Let's see what that huge wave looks like." Unexpectedly, even a martial monarch expert cannot break it. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen left Bai in Su Xiaoxiao's care. Then, he quickly flew to the east of the Green Wind Island. The Green Wind Island was already very close to the edge of the boundless sea. The surface of the sea was no longer as calm as the coastal waters. Occasionally, strong winds kicked up huge waves. The waves surged violently. Xiao Chen used the gravity spell and flew high in the sky. He quickly flew forward. Occasionally, he would take out the map and compare directions before continuing on his way. Along the way, Xiao Chen met many cultivators. Most of these cultivators were inferior-grade martial kings. Occasionally, he would run into a peak martial king. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen finally arrived at his destination. There were already many cultivators gathered there. They were all here to check on the situation. Xiao Chen looked ahead and could not help but take a deep breath. He saw a huge wave surging up on the surface of the sea in front. The wave was many meters tall as it soared into the sky. The surrounding sweat was all pulled by the huge wave, forming ferocious undercurrents on the surface of the water. From time to time, huge whirlpools would appear. Chapter 375. The surface of the sea was scarlet. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he saw that several strong fish monsters had been turned into pools of blood by the whirlpool, unable to resist at all. No wonder there were no large ships nearby. Even the strongest warships would not dare to stop in such a turbulent undercurrent and whirlpool. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw that the end of the huge waves was hidden in the sea of clouds. There seemed to be waves churning above the sea of clouds. Boom, boom, boom. As the huge waves churned, there was a deafening roar. It was like endless thunder, echoing above the calm sea. Xiao Chen flew around the huge waves and discovered that there were 4 barriers formed by the huge waves around Qianren Island. When combined, they looked like a cage enclosing Qianren Island. There are only 4 walls. Does that mean that as long as I cross the barrier formed by the boundless waves, I can cross over? Xiao Chen thought to himself. Although Xiao Chen knew that it was not that simple, he still wanted to give it a try. He used the gravity spell and flew upwards. A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears. He had expended most of his essence. Unknowingly, he had flown close to 10 kilometers.
However, the towering waves a kilometer in front of him did not show any signs of weakening.
They continued surging and roaring. Xiao Chen flew for another 5 kilometers.
The air had become extremely thin and the strong wind blowing by his ears became even more intense.
Xiao Chen no longer dared to fly any higher. The higher he flew, the stronger the effect of gravity. The amount of essence he expended would also multiply. If he flew any higher, he would probably break through space and arrive in the mysterious world beyond. That was not a place Xiao Chen could set foot in. However, the huge waves did not weaken at all. They continued to soar into the sky. It was like they had broken through space and reached the mysterious world beyond. Haha! Young man, don't fly higher. These huge waves have changed the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how high you fly, you will still be in that small world. While Xiao Chen was puzzled, he heard a hearty laughter.
He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a black robe carrying a large saber on his back.
He had a rough appearance and a vigorous aura. His strength was unfathomable. The waves have weakened quite a bit. Come back in half a month.
With your strength, you should be able to break through the waves by then.
The middle-aged man didn't wait for Xiao Chen's reply. Like a sharp arrow, he shot towards the surface of the sea and quickly disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen smiled self-mockingly and said, "It looks like I really did something stupid. Let's go down and take a look around before returning. I believe this person's words are not false. Come back in half a month." Xiao Chen took out an inferior-grade spirit stone and absorbed the spiritual energy to recover his exhausted essence. At the same time, he quickly flew down.
By the time he reached the surface of the sea, the spirit stones in his hand had already been completely used up, and his origin chi had also mostly recovered.
Bang! Just at this moment, a multicolored light suddenly broke through the huge waves. It flew out from the depths of Qianren Island and into the distance. "It's a secret treasure," the many cultivators below exclaimed. Then they all gave chase like a swarm of bees. Why is there a secret treasure flying out now? Unexpectedly, the huge waves are weakening in advance. The middle-aged bladesman who had left earlier flew over again. He was like an arrow shooting through the air. Everywhere he passed, a long hole seemed to appear in the air. The middle-aged man looked at the secret treasure flying in the sky and muttered to himself for a while. Then, he gave chase at lightning speed. A few peak medial-grade martial kings at the side saw the middle-aged man and quickly stopped. They said in astonishment, "It is actually the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. Unexpectedly, this person is here as well." Someone at the side asked, "Sun Guangquan? Is that Sun Guangquan, one of the 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land?" Aside from him, who else could it be? The dragon tooth saber in his hand is said to be a secret treasure. His strength is unfathomable. Unless a martial monarch appears, no one is a match for him. We can forget about this secret treasure. He is so strong, yet he is here to compete with us for the fortuitous encounters of Qianren Island. It looks like we will not be able to obtain anything this time. Never mind. Since the first secret treasure flew out, the second one will fly out. We will see when the time comes. Speaking of which, it is strange. Based on the situation, there should be another half a month before the huge waves weaken completely. Unexpectedly, they appeared earlier this time. The secret treasure that broke through the huge waves and soared into the sky attracted all the nearby cultivators. Some of the cultivators who were preparing to leave rushed back as well. Xiao Chen stood at the side and listened for a long time. Finally, he understood the whole story. It turned out that every time this huge wave weakened, it would come from the depths of Qianren Island. Some secret treasures flew out, and when no more secret treasures appeared, it was also the time when the huge waves completely weakened. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a loud sound came from a huge wave to the south of Qianren Island. A secret treasure had shot out. The many cultivators who heard the news immediately flew over. A quick count was less than 100 people, all of them martial kings. There were simply too many people fighting over it. Even if they managed to snatch it, it would be difficult to leave. Hence, Xiao Chen lost interest. I should test out how strong this huge wave is. Xiao Chen thought to himself. When its strength weakens, I will be prepared. At that time, I will not be unprepared and miss the opportunity to enter the island. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air a few times. Then, he arrived before the huge wave to the north. The huge wave surged up endlessly, looking like they would not stop at all. Furthermore, the wave seemed to have an endless supply of energy. The sound of the surging waves was like a huge army, rumbling endlessly in Xiao Chen's ears. There was also an extremely strong will contained in the huge waves. The closer Xiao Chen got, the clearer he could feel this strong will.
This is the endless will of water,
Xiao Chen said softly as he looked at the huge waves and felt this will. As Xiao Chen looked at the surging endless waves, the extraordinary will of water, Xiao Chen thought to himself, the martial sage that once ruled the entire Devil Savannah might not be an ordinary martial sage. After changing the natural laws for such a long time and existing for 1,000 years without weakening, he might be just a step away from reaching Emperor Wu's level. When Xiao Chen was 100 meters away from the huge waves, he stopped. He clenched his fist and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Instantly, a huge force poured into his fist. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian spun rapidly as well. Purple liquid flowed out along his meridians. His essence and strength merged at this moment. Ha! Xiao Chen shouted and pushed off the air. He moved in a purple arc and crossed the 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The image of a tiger and a dragon appeared in the fist wind. The dragon roared and the tiger roared, raising Xiao Chen's aura to its peak. This was the final move of the great dragon tiger fist. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. Xiao Chen's vital qi and essence merged. Together with the great dragon tiger fist, this punch had a force of 100,000 kilograms of force. It could even destroy a mountain. Bang! The fist wind was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Space was like layers of white paper blocking Xiao Chen's path, breaking apart layer by layer. The punch, which contained 100,000 kilograms of force, struck the huge waves violently. The huge waves were like solid steel walls. There was a crunching sound as a bowl-sized hole appeared. However, before Xiao Chen could rejoice, the hole mended and became firm again. A huge force was reflected from the hole, causing his internal organs to churn. Xiao Chen's body flew back like a cannonball. Xiao Chen was prepared long ago. His body spun continuously in the air. After a long time, he slowly dissipated all the force. However, Xiao Chen's complexion was incredibly pale. He stopped spinning and looked at the huge waves. He muttered, I am not fast enough, and I do not have enough explosive power. The endless will of water will only give me 1 second to react at most. After its strength weakens, there will still be 2 seconds. However, it should not exceed 3 seconds. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen muttered to himself, a hole suddenly appeared in the huge waves in front of him. A secret treasure flickering with multicolored light shot out from it. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he quickly gave chase. At this moment, he was the only one in front of the huge waves. Furthermore, it was so close to him. Since there was an opportunity, he might as well snatch it first. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Executing a heaven-ranked movement technique, Xiao Chen became like an azure flood dragon. He swung his tail in the air and grabbed the secret treasure flickering with multicolored light. So, it is an inner vest. Based on the aura of this inner vest, it should be an inferior grade superior grade secret treasure, Xiao Chen thought to himself. According to the introduction in the book that he obtained from the Fire Li sect remnants, secret treasures were categorized. From the lowest to the highest, they were inferior grade, medial grade, superior grade, and immortal grade. For example, the clear wind robes, windwalk shoes, and the jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest were all inferior grade secret treasures. Furthermore, among inferior grade secret treasures, they were not very valuable. The truly precious secret treasures would be hard to find in regular auctions. Brat, leave the secret treasure behind. This is not something a superior grade martial saint like you can possess. Xiao. Xiao. A few figures noticed the appearance of this secret treasure. They flew towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Based on their auras, they were medial grade martial kings and above. When the cultivators who were fighting for the first 2 secret treasures saw that Xiao Chen was only a superior grade martial saint, they felt that he would be easier to deal with. So they followed him. Since he had obtained it naturally,
There was no reason for him to return it.
Xiao Chen ignored the shouts of that group of people. He turned into a purple shadow and flew forward. A superior grade martial saint wants to run after obtaining a secret treasure? After him. The group of people did not believe that a mere superior grade martial saint could be faster than them. They all laughed coldly.
However, not long after, half of the group of more than 100 people fell behind.
The figure in front bobbed up and down on the surface of the sea like a blue dragon. His speed was shockingly fast. Furthermore, he did not stop at all. It was hard to imagine that a superior grade martial saint could be so fast. Lightning evasion. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of electric light flashed above the calm sea. Xiao Chen's figure moved with the electric light. In an instant, half of the group of 50 people fell behind. He used his spiritual sense to sense that there were still 20-odd people behind him. Then, he activated the windwalk shoes and increased his speed by another 20%. Now he had reached Mach 2, nearly Mach 3. Chapter 376. Damn it! How is this brat so fast? He is actually moving at Mach 3. I can't catch up. I can't catch up as well. Those who are not wind-attributed cultivators will find it hard to travel at such a speed for a long time. Never mind, there are still other secret treasures that will appear. I'll stop chasing. As Xiao Chen's speed increased explosively, the number of cultivators who could barely keep up decreased by more than half. Only 4 or 5 people remained behind. 2 superior grade martial kings and 3 peak medial grade martial kings. I still cannot deal with them. I have to keep running. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Above the sea, Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He ignored the intense drain on his essence as he sped away. After 6 hours, of the 5 people behind him, only 2 wind-attributed cultivators remained. The other 3 had lost their patience as well. That brat seems to have stopped. He really stopped. He must have exhausted his essence. No matter how powerful his movement technique is, his essence will be exhausted eventually. How can he compete with us martial kings? Let's go. The 2 people who had been chasing for a long time and exhausted most of their essence finally sensed that Xiao Chen had stopped. They could not help but rejoice when they sensed that Xiao Chen had slowed down and completely stopped. Amidst the dense fog in front, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea. His clothes were completely dry. The smiles on the 2's faces became wider. They laughed loudly and said, "Brat, you are rather tactful. You know you can't run anymore, so you stopped. Hand over the secret treasure. You are just a superior grade martial saint, and you want to join in the fun? Hand over the secret treasure and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the weak." On the calm sea, Xiao Chen stood up and slowly turned around. He casually tossed aside an exhausted medial grade spirit stone. He looked at the 2 and smiled faintly. When did I say I can't run anymore? The 2 of you can forget about leaving now. Arrogant. The middle-aged medial grade martial king on the left snorted coldly and stomped heavily on the sea. Bang! On the calm surface of the sea, there was a loud explosion. An extremely dense water column that was spinning continuously tore through the air and shot at Xiao Chen. Break! Xiao Chen shouted and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber with his right hand. A purple saber light flickered and the spinning pillar of water that was rising to the sky was instantly sliced in half. In a breath's time, it was effortlessly defeated. Drawing the sword? Seeing the water pillar split in half, the 2 middle-aged cultivators thought suspiciously. However, drawing the saber was just an ordinary martial technique. How could it be so powerful? Furthermore, it was so casual and relaxed. The 2 of them became cautious. This person might not be an ordinary superior grade martial saint. He might be one of those demonic geniuses who could fight above their cultivation realm. However, it was impossible for the 2 of them to leave. They were bona fide martial kings. If they were scared off by a superior grade martial saint, it would be too much. Furthermore, the 2 of them believed that victory was still in their grasp. They just needed to be careful. The temptation of that secret treasure was still there. The person on the left was good with swords. He was a medial grade martial king and had not comprehended the state of wind. The person on the right was good with his fists and legs. He was a superior grade martial king and also had not comprehended the state of wind. When the 2 of them chased after him, Xiao Chen had already used his spiritual sense to check their cultivations. Now that he saw them personally, he confirmed it once again. To me, without comprehending a state, there is no need to fear a high cultivation. I have already recovered my essence. I will start with the person on the left. Wu Kuei transforms to Qi. As Xiao Chen brandished his saber, the ancient divine Wu Kuei tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into strands of purple saber Qi and flew at the swordsman on the left. Qi, Qi, Qi. Saber lights danced around on the surface of the water, creating a screen of water that rose and fell on the surface of the sea. Can the saber Qi of a martial saint be denser than the sword Qi of a martial king? Break for me. The swordsman in the middle smiled coldly. His sword trembled as he sent out several extremely dense sword Qi. Dang, dang, dang. The saber Qi and the sword Qi clashed. However, what surprised the middle-aged swordsman was that his sword Qi was not as dense as the saber Qi. The saber Qi chopped several sword Qi in half amidst the ding-ding-dang sounds. Qi breaks Wu Kuei. Xiao Chen shouted. He did not give the swordsman a chance to react. All the saber Qi gathered together and formed a resplendent and dazzling saber Qi more than 15 meters long. The saber light was dazzling, carrying the might of thunder. A boundless electric pressure surged at the swordsman. Thunder roared in the sky and boundless clouds churned. The resplendent saber Qi swept by, kicking up 2 huge waves on the calm sea. By Muron, are you still not going to make a move? The middle-aged swordsman shouted at the superior-grade martial king beside him in horror. By Muron smiled gently and said, I'm coming. Don't rush. Boom. Just as Xiao Chen controlled the boundless saber Qi and charged forward, an intense fist wind came from the left. On the tip of the fist, a whirlwind formed in the air before exploding wildly. This punch had even destroyed the wind. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look. He continued to control the saber Qi, not slowing down at all. Just as the fist wind was about to strike him, he clenched his left fist and punched. 2 images of a tiger and a dragon circled around Xiao Chen's arm, giving off the aura of a tiger and a dragon roaring. When he punched, the air seemed like it was made of white paper. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, a huge force spread out. Bai Muron felt his arm tremble before his body bounced back. The pure force caused the bones in his arm to feel like they were falling apart. If not for Bai Muron's exquisite martial arts, this punch would have crippled his entire arm. Damn it! That is at least 50,000 kilograms of force. I underestimated him too much, Bai Muron thought in horror. Bai Muron thought in horror in his heart. His feet stepped on the surface of the water, and he quickly retreated. The huge impact caused a huge wave that was 10 meters high behind him. After Bai Muron retreated for close to 1,000 meters, he slowly came to a stop and dissipated all the force. When the swordsman in the middle saw Bai Muron knocked back by 1 punch, he was astonished. That startling saber Qi was already before him. It looked like he could not count on anyone else. A resolute look flashed in the swordsman's eyes as he roared. All the essence in his body surged. A 10-meter-tall screen of water rose from the surface of the sea under his feet. I don't believe that even if you, a martial saint, have a state, your essence will surpass mine. Break, break, break. A resplendent pillar of light lit up on the sword. He pushed the wind-attributed essence to its limits. An intense storm of sword Qi immediately appeared around the sword. Pu-ci. The swordsman hacked down ferociously, giving off a resplendent light. He wanted to block Xiao Chen's Qi breaks Wu Kuei. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the purple saber Qi. It was the state of massacre from the Scarlet Throne infused into it. Scatter! The saber Qi roared like thunder, filling the air with killing Qi. It easily shattered the storm of sword Qi the middle-aged swordsman sent out. Xiao Chen's aura was like a raging river. The might of his saber completely shattered the middle-aged swordsman's saber technique. The swordsman's momentum was exhausted. There was no hope of a comeback. Waves shot out in all directions from the surface of the sea. Xiao Chen passed through the screen of water and arrived before the middle-aged swordsman in a flash. He brandished his saber and sent out a screen of saber Qi. Dang! 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 The middle-aged swordsman brandished his sword to block. At this moment, he had already given up on snatching the secret treasure. He only wanted to find an opportunity to leave quickly. One had a flourishing aura, becoming more ferocious as the battle progressed. The other had no aura at all, only thinking of fleeing. The result was easy to imagine. Soon, countless wounds of various sizes appeared on the swordsman's body. Blood flowed from the wounds and dripped into the seawater, turning the blue seawater scarlet. Boom! As the two sides fought, another startling aura appeared on Xiao Chen's left. The sound of explosions rang out endlessly in his ears. As the storm exploded, pillars of water shot up into the sky from the surface of the sea. This move of mine is at full power. It has a total of 75,000 kilograms of force. Let's see how you block it, Bai Muron thought to himself, his eyes bloodshot. Xiao Chen's saber technique paused, and his attack slowed. The middle-aged swordsman rejoiced. He had managed to wait until Bai Muron made his move. He could take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Seeing the middle-aged swordsman flee, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and revealed a mocking smile. Xiao Chen loosened his grip on the saber hilt with his right hand. He turned around and sent out a punch to meet Bai Muron's full-powered attack. The strength of his physical body and essence fused together. This punch contained 100,000 kilograms of force. Bang! Bai Muron vomited a mouthful of blood. His body flew back like a cannonball. His pale face was filled with horror. 100,000 kilograms of force. How is that possible? Xiao Chen turned around and stretched out his hand. Before the lunar shadow saber fell to the ground, he grabbed it again. With a thought, the snow-white lunar shadow saber turned pitch black, turning back into a transcendent heavenly weapon. Compared to an earth-ranked spirit weapon, a heaven-ranked spirit weapon's attack would be 20% stronger. Of course, the exhaustion would be several times greater. Rushing thunder roars, breaking 1,000 army. The boundless thunderclouds churned in the sky above. Before the electric whirlpool formed, Xiao Chen made his move. There was no need to use the full power of the rushing thunder roars to deal with this stray dog. Suddenly, the middle-aged swordsman who was fleeing heard a clap of thunder behind him. He could not help but look back out of curiosity. However, what he saw was an unforgettable scene. Thunderclouds churned in the sky above the boundless sea. It was like a void had been torn apart. A knight flashing with electric light descended from the void. Pussy-eye! Before the swordsman could turn his head, the electric knight was like a bolt of lightning. The tip of the spear pierced a bowl-sized hole in his back and the electric knight instantly exploded. An intense shockwave blasted out a huge pillar of water on the surface of the water. The middle-aged swordsman's body was carried into the sky. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. The instant the huge wave crashed down, he grabbed the middle-aged swordsman and landed on the water. The middle-aged swordsman coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He smiled weakly and said, "This old man has wandered the continent for so many years. I did not expect to be defeated by a martial saint in the end." Xiao Chen said softly, "If the two of you were a little more united, you would not have to be so afraid of death. You might still have a chance to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, you are unable to do so. Even if you die, you can't blame others." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he gave the swordsman a quick death with a palm strike. Then, he removed the spatial ring on his hand. Chapter 377. Chi. The instant the middle-aged swordsman died, a large strand of scarlet light headed for Xiao Chen's forehead. The scarlet throne in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness trembled continuously, appearing very excited. What a strong killing intent. Killing one person is much stronger than killing 10 demonic beasts of the same cultivation realm in the past. I wonder how many people have died on this person's hands? The trembling of the throne caused all the cells in Xiao Chen's body to rejoice. He actually felt like he was sinking into oblivion. No, I have to restrain this feeling. Otherwise, I might become a slave to this throne in the future. A determined look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He ruthlessly cut off this feeling of pleasure that he should not have. Then, he quickly walked over to Bai Muron. Bai Muron's right hand had endured close to 125 kilograms of force. Now, it was completely crippled. The bones at the joints had already shattered into powder. Even with miraculous medicinal pills, this arm would be completely useless in half a year. In reality, even with Xiao Chen's current physical body, he would not be able to withstand more than 150 kilograms of force twice in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would not have swapped hands to receive the other party's attack. Bai Muron ran for his life on the undulating sea. Occasionally, he would turn his head to look at Xiao Chen, who was hot on his heels. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He summoned out the scarlet throne and sat on it leisurely. The throne moved at Mach 2, unhurriedly following behind Bai Muron. After a full 6 hours, Bai Muron's essence chi was gradually exhausted, and his speed started to slow down.
As Xiao Chen sat on the throne, he only exhausted a little of the essence in the pool of blood in the throne.
The purple chi whirlpool slowly filled to the brim. It is time to end this. As the sun set in the west and dusk approached, Xiao Chen lost all patience to continue fooling around. He got up and stomped heavily on the scarlet clouds. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Clear wind chop. Suddenly, 9 cool breezes blew on the calm sea. When the cool breezes brushed the water, they did not cause any ripples, appearing very gentle. Xiao Chen hid his figure in the 9 gusts of wind, splitting himself into 9. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. In front of him Bai Mu Ran, who was originally exhausted of his vitality and ammunition, suddenly felt the killing intent behind him disappear. He was overjoyed. Could it be that that person was already 1 step ahead of him and couldn't hold on anymore? When the old man looked back, he saw Xiao Chen's 9 figures charging at him from all directions at lightning speed. There was no killing chi at all. He could not even feel any killing intent. Bai Mu's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "Clear wind chop. This is the secret technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Clear wind chop." However, so what if he knew? Now that his essence chi was exhausted, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Boom! 9 figures passed by him and suddenly merged together. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stood quietly in front of Bai Muron. Bang bang bang. 9 finger-sized bloody holes appeared on the 9 acupoints on Bai Muron's chest. Blood spurted out. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the strength to. Soon, Bai Muron stopped breathing and fell into the vast sea. Immediately, another strand of invisible red light headed for the throne on the sea. The killing intent was actually more than double that of the swordsman's. Dida! 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 The pool of blood inside the throne immediately recovered a large portion of the blood that had just been drained. The size of the pool of blood had also expanded. Xiao Chen got rid of the pleasure of sinking into oblivion. Then, he took Bai Muron's spatial ring. The 2 martial kings were finally dealt with. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he opened the spatial ring of the swordsman. There were 500 medial-grade spirit stones and several tens of thousands of inferior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen did not say anything and immediately took them out. As for the medicinal pills for treating injuries, food, and other miscellaneous items, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to take them out. He tossed them into the corner of the universe ring along with the spatial ring. 500 medial-grade spirit stones should be enough for me to cultivate for a while. Let's see what is in Bai Muron's spatial ring. He is a superior-grade martial king. He should not disappoint me. Xiao Chen sent in his spiritual sense and a pile of medial-grade spirit stones appeared in his mind. When he counted them, there were at least 2,000 of them. Xiao Chen could not help but smile gently. No wonder there are so many cultivators in the world who like to kill others to snatch their treasures. Such a harvest is too tempting. I wonder how many people died at the hands of this person to accumulate such wealth. Aside from the medial-grade spirit stones, there were more than 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen took them out as well as some secret manuals and miscellaneous items. Xiao Chen was not interested in them. He tossed them into the corner of the universe ring along with the spatial ring. Unfortunately, the 2 martial kings had not comprehended a state. If one of them had comprehended a state, Xiao Chen would not be as relaxed as he was now. Withdraw! Xiao Chen shouted and the scarlet throne immediately turned into a beam of light and shot towards Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, it entered his sea of consciousness. There were also 4 strands of white flames lingering in the middle of his sea of consciousness. These were the lunar true flames that did not have an origin energy. There were too few of them. It would be a pity to abandon them. However, keeping them would not be of much use. He could only wait for them to accumulate to a certain amount before they could be of use. Xiao Chen took out the peak inferior grade secret treasure from the universe ring and looked at it carefully. Only now did he have the time to look at it. The inner vest was made of soft leather. When Xiao Chen touched it, it felt very soft. It should be the leather of some spirit beast. There were countless talisman scripts carved on the inner vest. When Xiao Chen touched it, he could clearly feel a strong energy fluctuating at his fingertips. It was like the rhythmic strings of a zither. Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into it and cleared away the imprints left by the predecessors. Then, he placed his own imprint on it. Then, Xiao Chen removed the clear wind robes and prepared to try on this secret treasure. Although the clear wind robes was only an ordinary inferior-grade secret treasure, its effects were always present. As Xiao Chen grew stronger, his speed would increase by 1 level. His movement technique, movement, and attacks would all increase by 1 level. It would never be outdated. The gaps left behind in the past would all be filled up automatically. Xiao Chen liked it very much. When Xiao Chen put on the inner vest, he immediately felt a mysterious energy beam shoot out from the soft vest. It penetrated his chest and into his internal organs. The energy beam quickly formed a membrane, wrapping all his internal organs together. It naturally added a layer of defense. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. He smiled gently and said, "Not only does this inner vest provide external defense, it can also protect my internal organs. My defense has increased by 20%, both inside and out." Given this, Xiao Chen's physical body had already reached the dragon tendon tiger bone physique. His defense was no weaker than a peak martial king's. At first, Xiao Chen's internal organs felt a little uncomfortable when the energy wrapped around them. However, after he wore the clear wind robes and moved around for a while, he slowly got used to it. After a while, Xiao Chen looked in the direction of Chenren Island. He could no longer see the multicolored lights soaring into the sky. Clearly, the secret treasures had stopped appearing. I have been gone for about half a day. The huge waves around Chenren Island should have weakened by now. I have to hurry over. A silver warship shot out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Then, Xiao Chen jumped onto the bow of the warship and soared into the sky like a bolt of silver lightning. After flying at full speed for more than 2 hours, Xiao Chen finally saw the silhouette of the huge waves. They surged endlessly, towering into the clouds and rushing into the sky. It was as shocking as before. Xiao Chen put away the silver warship and slowly descended, slowing down. When the secret treasures flew out, the many cultivators on Green Wind Island received the news. A large number of cultivators gathered around the huge waves. Occasionally, people would break through the huge waves and enter Chenren Island. It looked like the huge waves had indeed weakened. We are still not strong enough. We have to wait until the huge waves weaken completely tomorrow before we can enter. Indeed, the people entering are all superior grade martial kings and peak superior grade martial kings. It will be too difficult for us to break through the huge waves. When the cultivators around Xiao Chen saw the huge waves, they shook their heads and sighed. They felt very anxious, but they could not do anything. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to sense the energy of the huge waves. Then, he made his way through the crowd and quickly flew towards the huge waves. He is only a superior grade martial saint, yet he wants to break through the huge waves. This fellow is too naive. Be careful not to get injured when the waves rebound. Youngsters these days do not know the gravity of the situation. As a superior grade martial saint, even with a state, he will not be able to break through this huge wave. Indeed, we martial kings cannot break through it. We have to wait until tomorrow. This fellow will definitely not be able to do it. When the group of people saw Xiao Chen walking towards the huge waves with only the strength of a superior grade martial saint, they all laughed. Xiao Chen's mental state had reached a certain level long ago. He could not be bothered with all this gossip. Cassier. When Xiao Chen arrived before the huge waves, he did not stop. He drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed, like a bolt of lightning leaping out. A dense saber light flashed on the huge waves, instantly opening a hole. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and entered the huge waves before they closed up. The entire process was completed in one breath. It was very natural. It took no more than 3 seconds. Hey, he really went in. I am a peak medial grade martial king, but after trying 3 times, I still could not get in. Instead, I ended up suffering from significant internal injuries. Seeing Xiao Chen's figure disappear behind the huge waves, the cultivators who mocked him earlier were all astonished. They all felt that this was inconceivable. Shill! Shill! Not long after, 2 beams of light flew over from the horizon. They were two young cultivators, one male and one female. They did not slow down at all as they rushed towards the huge waves. They did not stop at all, directly charging into the huge waves. It's Jin Wuji and Yu Chenxi. These two are here as well, someone said softly when he recognized the two. Soon after, countless young warriors flew over. These people paused in front of the huge waves for a while, and then broke through the huge waves one by one, flashing into them. These were the outstanding talents of the various nations that Jin Wuji had invited. When these people heard the news, they all rushed over. The group of middle-aged martial kings below all remained silent. After a long time, someone sighed and said, "The times have changed. Now it is the world of the young. How old are these geniuses? Their cultivations are profound. Their strength is no weaker than ours." Chapter 378. Indeed, during our time, such people would have been dragons and phoenixes among men, absolute geniuses. However, there are so many of them now. Originally, these people were mocking Xiao Chen for overestimating himself. However, when they saw so many young cultivators breaking through the huge waves, they all sighed. The instant Xiao Chen entered the huge waves, he immediately felt the space around him turn chaotic. His vision turned blurry and he only recovered his wits after a long time. The sky was blue. He could clearly see the white clouds. However, the huge waves behind him were separated by several dozen kilometers. It is indeed as that bloody bladesman said. The natural laws here have changed. It is a completely different world outside and inside. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and focused his gaze on the island in front. Then, he quickly flew over. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen landed firmly on the edge of the island. A huge palace stood at the highest point of the island. The cultivators breaking through the waves all rushed towards the palace. The treasures should be inside the palace. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before he followed. I, Wu Shangxuan, have finally returned to Qianren Island. This time, I must obtain a natural treasure that can allow me to break through to half-step martial monarch. Above the seaside of Qianren Island, Wu Shangxuan smiled sinisterly. I hope that Brad has reached this island as well. He has 3 secret treasures at the same time. He must be very valuable. After Wu Shangxuan spoke, he quickly flew towards the palace at the highest point of Qianren Island. The huge and majestic palace looked very close. However, it took some time to get there. The doors of the palace were already open, and there were a few collapsed stone pillars outside. When Xiao Chen arrived, he discovered that the palace was already mostly destroyed. Many of the buildings had already collapsed. However, the main palace was still intact. Since Xiao Chen was already here, he could not hesitate any longer. He followed the crowd and entered the palace. He kept his spiritual sense within 100 meters of him, maintaining his vigilance. The passageways in the main hall were extremely complicated. Xiao Chen felt like he was in a spiderweb, all tangled up and tangled together. There were night pearls embedded in the ceiling. When the light shone down, it did not make one's vision dim. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense. In this place, his spiritual sense could spread out without any hindrance. Soon, the rough outline of the main palace appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The buildings in the main palace were arranged in circles. There were 15 of them, which was equivalent to 15 floors. It really looked like a spiderweb. There was a spacious main hall in the core. That should be the heart of the palace. Just as Xiao Chen was about to check the situation on each floor, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. The map of the main hall flickered continuously in his mind. His mind felt like it was about to explode. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. The layout of this main hall actually followed some strange formation. He could only investigate it by himself. There were many open rooms on both sides of the road, and the things inside had been emptied. It seemed that the people who came here first had already taken away the treasures here. There must have been many good things in the past. We came too late. Now, everything has been moved away. It's fine. The real secret treasures, spirit stones, medicinal pills, and the like are in the innermost floors. The outer floors are filled with gold, agate, jadeite, and other worldly items. A team of 5 people next to Xiao Chen came out of a room and discussed softly. How do you know so much? You have never been here before. The person who spoke earlier clearly did not believe it. I have not been here before, but there were many people in the past. News would have spread. The rooms in the inner floors are guarded by demonic beasts, puppet beasts, and combat puppets. It is very dangerous. We have to defeat them before we can take away the things safely. There are many rooms. In the past, only a few people came. Time was limited. It was impossible to take them all. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the inner floors and take a look. This place has been emptied. The 5 of them stopped talking and rushed forward at full speed. It was like the secret treasures were waving at them, waiting for them to take them. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He was not in a rush to follow them. He said indifferently, "How can the secret treasures be so easy to take? Otherwise, the people who came every time would not have died. Not even 10% of them returned." Xiao Chen casually walked into a room at the side. The room was no more than 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 4 meters tall. It was a rather spacious room. There was an empty box under the southern wall. Xiao Chen went over and took a look. He discovered a piece of gold that had not been cleaned in time. It looks like this place is indeed the periphery of the palace. There are no special treasures inside, Xiao Chen muttered as he held the piece of gold in his hand. There was a large pile of metal shards on the ground. Xiao Chen used his scabbard to pry them apart. After a while, he saw a few exhausted medial-grade spirit stones. This is only the first floor, and there are already combat puppets or puppet beasts using medial-grade spirit stones. It is easy to imagine how dangerous the later floors will be, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Xiao Chen remained in the building on the first floor for a long time. He went in and out of the empty rooms and observed them carefully. Fortuitous encounters were often accompanied by unimaginable danger. He was no longer the hot-headed youth who had just stepped out into the world. He no longer harbored unrealistic illusions that he had fallen into a cave and picked up a secret manual. After that, he became a powerful expert. Xiao Chen had experienced too many life-and-death situations since he left Mo City. In this cruel world, many lives could vanish in the blink of an eye, dying an unnatural death. Xiao Chen searched the floors carefully. Every time he passed a floor, he would enter a few rooms and search them carefully. He wanted to see if he could find any information that would be useful to him. Soon, he passed the 3rd floor and arrived at the building on the 4th floor. There were already some rooms on the 4th floor that no one visited. Xiao Chen heard the sound of fighting. Someone was fighting with the combat puppets or puppet beasts in the rooms. However, the treasures on the 4th floor were all mundane items. There was nothing that cultivators needed, such as spirit stones or medicinal pills. Xiao Chen continued forward and arrived at an entrance to the 5th floor. Because the main palace was built in circles, there were many entrances to each floor. The door in front of Xiao Chen was only one of them. The door was already open, and there were a few corpses lying below it. When Xiao Chen walked over and took a look, his expression changed slightly. The group of cultivators that he had met in a hurry earlier were among the corpses. There were 3 men and 2 women, all superior-grade martial kings. Their corpses were in perfect condition. Of the 5 corpses, there was only a wound on their necks. Clearly, they had been caught off guard and were killed with a sword. All the valuables on their bodies had been plundered. Only the humans could kill and steal their treasures. In the end, these people probably didn't expect such an ending. Xiao! A strand of sword qi tore through the air and headed for Xiao Chen from behind the door. The sword qi was very dense and gave off a piercing sonic boom. Xiao Chen had been vigilant long ago. He swung his saber and destroyed this strand of sword qi. 2 superior-grade martial kings walked out from behind the door. The scar on their faces was very eye-catching. When they saw Xiao Chen, they laughed hoarsely. Since when can a superior-grade martial saint join in the fun on Qianren Island? However, you are pretty strong to be able to block my sword. This person should have comprehended a state. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill 5 martial kings of the same cultivation realm in an instant. He was a troublesome person. Furthermore, he had been waiting here for a long time, killing all the cultivators that passed by mercilessly. Clearly, he was a vicious and merciless person. Dong! 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 Soft footsteps came from behind Xiao Chen. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He glared at Xiao Chen and said, "Consider yourself lucky that my sword scar saw you. Who is so powerful?" Before the person arrived, he managed to scare this person away. Xiao Chen could not help but look back suspiciously. The footsteps drew closer. Xiao Chen soon saw the appearance of this person. He was stunned. It turned out to be the Bloody Bladesman, Sun Guangquan, one of the 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land, ranked 10th. When Sun Guangquan saw Xiao Chen, he was stunned as well.
Then he smiled and said, "Little brother, I did not expect to meet you again."
Let me give you a suggestion. With your strength, you can try your luck on the 5th floor. If you go any further, it will be dangerous. This person is interesting. Xiao Chen watched as Sun Guangquan left. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's go to the 5th floor and take a look first. Hopefully I can find something good." The moment Xiao Chen stepped through the door, he immediately heard the sound of fighting. Occasionally, there would be an intense explosion, echoing throughout the 5th floor. When Xiao Chen looked around, he realized that these sounds came from the rooms of the 5th floor. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He knew that there were many treasure rooms on the 5th floor that no one had visited before. He quickly found a room with a tightly shut door. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and regained his calm. Then, he ferociously kicked the door to smithereens. Xiao Chen's body flashed, and he stuck himself to the wall beside the door. When the combat puppet inside heard the commotion, it rushed out with heavy steps. Boom, boom, boom. When the combat puppet stepped out of the door, Xiao Chen suddenly exploded out. The lunar shadow saber in his hand moved like a storm as he hacked at the combat puppet 3 times. Xiao Chen used his full power in every attack, not holding back at all. He merged his essence with his strength. He had more than 100,000 kilograms of force. The first attack chopped off the combat puppet's right hand, which was holding the weapon. The second attack chopped off its left hand. The third attack chopped off the combat puppet's right leg. The crippled combat puppet immediately fell to the ground. It had completely lost its combat prowess. Xiao Chen had his reasons for doing this. Through his observations in the first few floors, after observing the first few floors, he discovered that all the combat puppets and puppet beasts would shatter very cleanly in the end, all in small pieces. At that time, Xiao Chen had guessed that these combat puppets would self-destruct before they died. When he walked in and heard the explosions, he was even more certain of his guess. Xiao Chen only needed to cripple the combat puppet by breaking its limbs. The might of 20-odd medial-grade spirit stones self-destructing was horrifying just thinking about it. Xiao Chen was not willing to take the risk. He ignored the struggling combat puppet on the ground and headed straight for the treasure room. Chapter 379. The room was very big. Xiao Chen looked around and found 3 wooden chests. The wooden chests were covered in dust. Xiao Chen moved back 10 meters and casually sent out a palm wind, shattering the lid of the box in the middle into dust. A gentle light came from the box. There were more than 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones lying quietly in the wooden box. Xiao Chen used the same method to open the other 2 boxes. However, the result disappointed Xiao Chen. It was still a pile of inferior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen swept all the inferior-grade spirit stones into his universe ring. Then, he continued to wander around the 5th floor. Along the way, he ran into several martial kings who were blind. When these martial kings saw that Xiao Chen was alone and was only a superior-grade martial saint, they wanted to kill him and snatch his treasures. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen decisively made a counterattack. Cultivators who wandered around the 5th floor would naturally not be very strong. They would only be able to increase Xiao Chen's blood pool in the Scarlet Throne and lose their own treasures. Bang! Xiao Chen dealt with another combat puppet and opened the wooden box. However, he only obtained 3 more boxes of inferior-grade spirit stones, much to his disappointment. Along the way, Xiao Chen had already broken into at least 10 rooms. In the end, he only obtained inferior-grade spirit stones and some trashy martial techniques. To him, they were not of much use. No, I can't continue to be so cautious. The rewards are usually proportional to the danger. I have to go a few more floors in. Xiao Chen put away the spirit stones and thought to himself. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He prepared to head for the 6th floor. The deeper he went, the fewer rooms there would be. The danger would also be higher, but naturally, the rewards would be higher as well. After taking a quick glance at the crowd on the 6th floor, Xiao Chen did not stop. He discovered that there were no experts. Xiao Chen continued forward without stopping. If experts were not worth staying in, it meant that they were not worth much. In that case, there was no need for Xiao Chen to stay for long. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not stop moving. If there were any martial kings blocking his way, he would quickly deal with them. Only when he reached the 10th floor did Xiao Chen stop. There were less than 100 rooms left on both sides of the circular passageway on the 10th floor, but none of the sealed rooms were left. The ground was strewn with the corpses of cultivators. The blood had yet to coagulate. Some of the cultivators who were not completely dead were still groaning in pain. Xiao Chen looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned slightly. Many of these people were almost as strong as him. In other words, if he continued forward, he might encounter someone who could threaten his life. Perhaps he would be like the person lying on the ground, completely unable to stand up. Keep going. Xiao Chen made up his mind. His right hand remained on the saber hilt as he walked forward quickly. On the 11th floor, there were still no sealed treasure rooms. There were even more corpses on the ground. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at them as he continued forward. The 12th, 13th, 14th. The treasure rooms in the core regions had all been opened. The treasures inside had all been taken away. There was nothing left. I can only go to the 15th floor, Xiao Chen thought to himself. I have already reached this point. There is no turning back. Xiao Chen focused his mind and headed for the passage to the 15th floor. There were many corpses lying at the entrance. The corpses had all been killed in one strike. Their spatial rings had also been taken away. Clearly, someone was waiting here. Xiao Chen scanned with his spiritual sense and immediately saw a mysterious old man hidden in the shadows behind the door. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. He sent out a strand of purple saber qi. With a so sound, it pierced through the door and headed for the mysterious old man. A dagger appeared in the mysterious old man's hand. With a gentle slash, the purple saber qi was easily sliced in half like a piece of cloth. Bang! The mysterious old man's figure flashed, and the wooden door immediately shattered. His appearance appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Wu Shangshuan. Wu Shangshuan looked at Xiao Chen and smiled sinisterly. Little brother, I did not expect to meet you again. How about it? Can you reconsider my request from back then? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and smiled faintly. So old Wu is here. I have offended you earlier. When Wu Shangshuan saw Xiao Chen sheath his saber, he lowered his guard. He thought to himself, in the end, this is just a newbie. I can make use of him. Thinking of this, Wu Shangshuan laughed loudly. It is just a small matter. This treasure hunt far surpassed this old man's expectations. Young hero should have seen the miserable situation in the first few floors. It looks like there is a chance to open the doors of the main palace and enter the main hall. How about it? Can you reconsider my previous request? Xiao Chen slowly approached Wu Shangshuan. He discovered that when Wu Shangshuan spoke, he was still in a state of alert. Furthermore, there were no openings in his stance. No matter where Xiao Chen attacked, Wu Shangshuan was able to dodge immediately. He was very cautious. Xiao Chen maintained a distance of 5 meters from Wu Shangshuan. He said indifferently, since we met, let's go and take a look together. Senior, please tell me about the situation ahead. Wu Shangshuan nodded and smiled. There are a total of 70 treasure rooms on the 15th floor. Because there were not many people in the past, no one managed to break through the mechanical beasts guarding the 15th floor. Xiao Chen looked at the entrance to the 15th floor. Indeed, he could see the remains of the mechanical beasts among the corpses. He thought about the remains of the mechanical beasts that he had seen at the entrances to the previous floors. The entrances to every floor should have guardian beasts of varying strength. However, Xiao Chen had arrived rather late, and the gates had already been opened. That was why he was able to enter unobstructed. Let's go. Right now, there are at least 4 or 5 people in every treasure room. With you working with this old man, there is no need to pick up scraps, Wu Shangshuan said casually. There were at least 15 corpses on the ground. Based on Wu Shangshuan's words, they should have been killed by him. This person was extraordinarily vicious. Wu Shangshuan led Xiao Chen through the passageway. When they arrived before the treasure room, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. The sound of fighting came from inside. Clearly, a group of cultivators had already entered. Bang! Wu Shangshuan kicked the door open and entered first. 4 superior-grade martial kings were fighting a ferocious rank 7 demonic beast in the spacious room. 3 golden wooden boxes lay quietly in the corner. They looked incredibly heavy. When they saw Wu Shangxuan suddenly appear, they were startled. The leader of the group knocked back the demonic beast with a palm strike. The leader leaped out of the battle and arrived before Wu Shangxuan. He looked at Xiao Chen behind him and said, "Wu Shangxuan, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to scram?" Wu Shangxuan smiled faintly and said, "Yang Wen, this old man was the first to arrive at this treasure room. What am I doing here? Naturally, it is to chase you all away." Yang Wen glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled with some disdain. He said, "With just him? You are too naive. Make a move first and help me delay this person. I will deal with the other 3. When we return, we will split the treasures in this room. Otherwise, with your strength, you will not be able to gain any advantage in the 15th floor." As Wu Shangxuan spoke, he projected his voice into Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen thought very quickly. After a while, as the two spoke, he made a decision. He drew his saber. Xiao Chen drew his saber and sent out a purple saber light at Yang Wen. The saber light was incredibly dense. Yang Wen smiled faintly and sent out a few palm winds. As the palm winds howled, cyclones appeared in the air. Unexpectedly, the might of these casual palm winds was extraordinary. Chi, chi, chi. However, Xiao Chen's saber light was even denser. The intense state of thunder easily broke the palm winds. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to get close to Yang Wen. Wu Shangxuan chuckled and quickly headed for the other 3. "Yang Wen, take your time playing. I'll go and deal with your brother." Damn it! Unexpectedly, he comprehended the state of thunder. Clearly, I will not be able to take him down in 2 or 3 moves. Yang Wen's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop Wu Shangxuan. However, a saber light blocked him. After dodging a few times, the saber light followed him like a shadow. Yang Wen could not get away. He could only focus all his attention on Xiao Chen. "You spoiled my plans. I will kill you today." Yang Wen roared ferociously and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. A few strands of cold qi spread out from the palm wind. They moved around like needles and thread. Unexpectedly, this Yang Wen comprehended the state of ice. Xiao Chen was a superior-grade martial king with the state of ice. This person would not be easy to deal with. There is still Wu Shangxuan here. Neither of them are easy to deal with. I'll deal with him first. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He did not clash head-on with Yang Wen's strong attacks. Instead, he moved around like a slippery eel. Whenever Yang Wen tried to pull away, the saber light would strike like a venomous snake. Even with Yang Wen's abilities, he could only struggle to deal with it. There were several times when Yang Wen tried to pull away and catch Xiao Chen to fight him head-on. However, his tricks were too weak. Xiao Chen saw through them with one glance, so they were useless. There were even a few times when Xiao Chen beat him at his own game, catching him off guard. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. On the other side, Wu Shangxuan finally succeeded. He managed to sneak attack and kill one of the 3 martial kings fighting the demonic beast. Yang Wen felt very anxious. However, Xiao Chen continued to stick to him without changing his expression, preventing Yang Wen from helping him. The 4 martial kings had surrounded the rank 7 demonic beast for a long time. Originally, victory was in their grasp. They would be able to kill the demonic beast soon. However, now that they were down one person, they could not kill the demonic beast. They could only barely block it. Wu Shangxuan's sneak attack was within their expectations. With one less person, the remaining 2 were no match for the demonic beast. The demonic beast chased them too closely. They did not even have the chance to pull away. Hu Qi! Another scarlet light flew out. The dagger in Wu Shangxuan's hand took another life. Then he disappeared, hiding in the shadows of the room. Wu Shangxuan's aura was completely gone. He did not attract the attention of the demonic beast at all, catching them off guard. We are still missing one more person. After we deal with Yang Wen, that brat will no longer have any value. At that time, the entrance to the main hall should be open. We can go there to try our luck. Profound pills, miraculous medicines, and natural treasures can only be found there. Wu Shangxuan, who was hidden in the shadows, smiled faintly. Everything was within his control. Chapter 380. Pu Ci. The remaining cultivator had just narrowly dodged the demonic beast's attack. Before he could catch his breath, a black dagger pierced through his heart from behind. His life force drained quickly. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had been very careful. How could his sneak attack succeed? Kasie. Wu Shangxuan casually broke this person's neck and slowly pulled out his dagger. He said indifferently, "In your next life, don't meet this old man again." When the demonic beast saw that it had lost its target, it immediately fixed its scarlet eyes on Wu Shangxuan. Wu Shangxuan smiled and waved his left hand. His shadow on the ground immediately turned into countless black lines and flew up. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The black lines were like tough, sharp arrows. They carried a strong force as they pinned the demonic beast to the wall, preventing it from moving. Yang Wen knew that the situation was hopeless. He shouted and knocked back Xiao Chen with a palm strike. Then he rushed out of the door. Xiao Chen deflected his opponent's palm wind. Originally, he wanted to stick to his opponent again. However, he suddenly thought of something and paused for a while. Xiao Chen slowed down and chased after Yang Wen, maintaining a distance of 2 meters. Trying to leave? It's too late. Wu Shangxuan's body suddenly turned into a black beam of light. The beam of light elongated and instantly blocked the door. Then, it turned back into Wu Shangxuan's body. Bang! Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen each exchanged a palm strike. Shockwaves surged out, causing the hidden treasure room to tremble continuously. Wu Shangxuan only took a small step back. However, Yang Wen took 5 or 6 steps back before he could stand stably. Clearly, Wu Shangxuan was stronger than Yang Wen. Didn't you have a good time chasing me away earlier because you had more people? Come again, you bastard. There had to be some grudge between the two of them. Furthermore, Wu Shangxuan had suffered a small loss and been humiliated by the other party. At this moment, Wu Shangxuan no longer had anything to worry about. He used his full power and forced Yang Wen to retreat. Then, he laughed maniacally. Hu Qi! A saber light flashed by Wu Shangxuan's side. It was Xiao Chen coming over to help. Wu Shangxuan smiled coldly to himself. What a fool. You are about to die. Yet you are still helping me. However, the smile on Xiao Chen's face did not change. He chuckled and said, "Little brother, aside from the treasures in the boxes, we will also split the treasures on the 3 equally. Later, when we go to the main hall, there will be plenty of opportunities. Just put in more effort and kill this person quickly." Xiao Chen sent out a strand of dense saber qi. At the same time, he inadvertently distanced himself from Wu Shangxuan, breaking Yang Wen's palm wind. With his right foot slightly off the ground, Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "In that case, I will thank you first, Venerable Wu." "Hee hee, you're welcome. This is what you deserve. Boo-hoo you." Bang! Before Wu Shangxuan could finish speaking, Xiao Chen suddenly kicked Wu Shangxuan's chin, nearly causing it to fall off. Wu Shangxuan tumbled violently in the air. Not only was this kick very powerful, but the angle and timing were also extremely precise. Xiao Chen had made his move just when Wu Shangxuan had completely let down his guard. This completely exceeded Wu Shangxuan's expectations. He had not expected the silly Xiao Chen to suddenly attack him. The sudden turn of events stunned Yang Wen at first. Then, he reacted. There was no time to lose. He attacked at the same time as Xiao Chen. Each of them punched the tumbling Wu Shangxuan's chest. Boom, boom. 2 muffled sounds came from Wu Shangxuan's body. Half of his internal organs had shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and crashed heavily into the wall. Good, good, good. White-robed bladesman. I, Wu Shangxuan, will remember you. Just you wait, Wu Shangxuan said ruthlessly as he struggled on the ground. Wu Shangxuan's body elongated again, turning into a clump of black light. He continued to elongate as he fled. He executed that strange movement technique once again. Bang! Another violent explosion came from the treasure room. The surging airflow rampaged in the spacious room for a long time, forming a violent whirlwind. Xiao Chen and Yang Wen did not chase after the injured Wu Shangxuan. Instead, they immediately attacked him with their full power. The two of them each took a few steps back. Yang Wen shook his slightly numb arm. He thought to himself,
This punch actually contained 100,000 kilograms of force. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Aside from your essence being denser than mine, your physical strength, state, and cultivation technique are all inferior to mine. The martial techniques you learn are the same as mine. Peak Earth-ranked martial techniques. Take a box and you can leave. Don't think too much." Yang Wen was stunned for a long time. He did not expect this person to be so calm and collected at such a young age. Xiao Chen's analysis was logical and accurate. The truth was as he said. No wonder he could toy with Wu Shangxuan. Indeed, heroes come from youth. Yang Wen, admit defeat. Yang Wen did not waste any more time. He casually picked up a golden box and prepared to take his companion's spatial ring before leaving. Xiao Chen suddenly released his killing qi. The Scarlet Throne trembled continuously as the pure state of massacre pressed down on Yang Wen. "Did I say you could take the spatial ring?" Xiao Chen's cold voice rang out along with his killing intent. Yang Wen's heart trembled. That pure slaughter intent was like a mountain pressing down on his head. The terrifying killing intent actually made it hard for him to breathe. This youth actually has another state. Furthermore, it is the hard-to-comprehend state of massacre. When Yang Wen thought of this, he quickly gave up on his plan. He picked up the golden box and quickly left. He was afraid that if he stayed here for another moment, he would lose his life. Xiao Chen scattered the state of massacre. When he saw Yang Wen leave, he heaved a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, "The state of massacre is really extraordinary." Unexpectedly, it managed to scare away a superior-grade martial king. Xiao Chen had only been with Wu Shangxuan for an hour. However, Xiao Chen felt like he had been with him for half a month. It was extremely tough. This was a battle of wits and courage, a test of one's heart. Xiao Chen was not used to it. However, he had to learn it in this world. Otherwise, it would be hard to survive. Fortunately, the outcome was not bad. The matter was resolved perfectly. Everything was within his control. After dealing with the dying demonic beast, Xiao Chen took out the demonic core. Then, he looked at the two golden wooden boxes. He wondered if the items on the 15th floor would give him a pleasant surprise. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen walked over and carefully opened the box on the left. It was the same as the previous boxes. There were no traps. Rows of medial-grade spirit stones were neatly arranged in the large box. There were so many of them that when Xiao Chen opened the box, a vast spiritual energy surged out. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He smiled gently and said, "There are probably at least 2,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The harvest is really significant. No wonder the killing outside is so intense." After carefully counting, Xiao Chen found that there were a total of 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The number was startling. Xiao Chen took out the spirit stones and placed them in his universe ring. Then, he focused on the other box. He did not know what other pleasant surprises this box would give him. Creak! The box opened gently, giving off a heavy sound. The huge box was empty except for a pair of black gloves in the corner. The gloves were covered in dust. They looked very old. Xiao Chen took them out suspiciously and gently patted the dust off. After all the dust had settled, Xiao Chen carefully examined the gloves. The black gloves had a very pure color. They were just black. Furthermore, there were no other decorations on them. The gloves were rather thin. They were as thick as a piece of cloth. When Xiao Chen touched them, he felt a metallic coolness. However, they were not as hard as metal. There was a toughness to it. It felt very comfortable to the touch. This should be a secret treasure. Based on its aura, it should be a peak inferior grade secret treasure. It should be of the same grade as the inner vest. Xiao Chen removed the marks left behind by the people who came before him. Then he slowly put them on. The gloves were not very sturdy. There were holes for the fingers. Half of his fingers were exposed. Xiao Chen felt a slight itch on the back of his hand. However, it disappeared after a while. Then, he clenched his fist and waved it around in the air. Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his attack speed had increased by 20%. With the help of the clear wind robes, his attack speed had increased by 30%. Xiao Chen looked at the black gloves and smiled gently. So they are gloves that increase one's attack speed. The windwalk shoes increase one's movement speed, and the clear wind robes increase one's evasion speed. Given this, I have gathered all the secret treasures that increase my speed. The reason why Xiao Chen said he had temporarily gathered all the secret treasures was because inferior-grade secret treasures would increase the cultivator's cultivation realm. Once a cultivator surpassed medial-grade Martial King, they would no longer have any effect. Right now, Xiao Chen only had 20% of an effect. By the time he became a medial-grade Martial King, it would only be 10%. At that time, he would have to use a medial-grade secret treasure for it to be effective. However, medial-grade secret treasures were already very rare. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to obtain them. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and placed his right hand on the saber hilt. He focused his mind, qi, and spirit and focused his gaze on the spot in front of him. He intended to test out the might of this secret treasure. Kasie. Xiao Chen quickly drew the lunar shadow saber and casually executed drawing the saber. His speed reached Mach 3 at the speed of lightning. The air was gently sliced apart like a curtain of water. When Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, the air that was sliced apart slowly mended itself like a curtain of water. Previously, Xiao Chen could only reach Mach 3 at the speed of Mach 3 by exhausting a large amount of essence. Now that he had these black gloves, he only needed to exhaust a small amount of essence and casually execute drawing the saber. Secret treasures. Secret treasures. No wonder so many people went crazy for them, putting in so much effort to obtain them. A good secret treasure was very useful to a cultivator. After Xiao Chen calmed himself, he collected the spatial rings of the two Martial Kings on the ground. However, he only obtained about 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The rest were just some miscellaneous items and inferior-grade spirit stones. However, Xiao Chen would never complain about having too little unexpected wealth. He was already very satisfied. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and started to walk forward. The sounds of fighting on the 15th floor had already slowly stopped. Clearly, everyone had already searched through all the rooms that hid the treasures. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, there was a loud sound in front of him. Following that, there was a miserable scream. The scream was very sharp and piercing. It was very miserable. Chapter 381. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and followed quietly, wanting to see what was going on. Xiao Chen hid himself in a corner where the sound came from. Then, he poked his head out and looked. He saw two young cultivators standing at the doorstep. One of them had been struck by a saber. His entire shoulder was chopped off. There was still a flame burning on the wound. His expression was one of extreme pain. Lu Meng, didn't you make a gentleman's agreement back then? Didn't you say that you would not sneak attack your companions? The injured person asked in dissatisfaction as he endured the pain. It turned out that Xiao Chen had seen these two people before. They were the outstanding talents of the various nations that Jin Wuji had gathered at the restaurant. However, only one of them left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. That was Lu Meng, who had fought with Yu Chenxi. As for the other person, he could not remember his name. Lu Meng laughed loudly. Are you stupid? You really believe that? There are 3 boxes of medial-grade spirit stones. That is a total of 6,000 spirit stones. There is no point in splitting them with you. Furthermore, who would know if I killed you? You can just be an ordinary person in your next life. Pussy. Lu Meng casually dealt with this person with a saber strike. Then, he revealed a greedy smile and took out the other party's spatial ring. After checking for a while, he sighed. This brat did not find any secret treasures. It looks like luck is more important to find secret treasures. However, there are some rank 7 medicinal pills. I'll go to the main hall and try my luck. After Lu Meng spoke, he ignored the corpse on the ground, his former companion, and strode towards the main hall. Xiao Chen walked out of the shadows and looked at the corpse on the ground. A bitter smile flashed in his eyes. The strong preyed on the weak. The human heart was unfathomable. Unfortunately, this bloody lesson was paid for with one's life. Xiao Chen still remembered that Lu Meng was the first to make a gentleman's agreement. When Xiao Chen refused to make a gentleman's agreement, the person on the ground seemed to be the first to mock him. This scene made Xiao Chen raise his guard again. He walked towards the main hall of the main hall. His right hand never stopped on his saber hilt. According to what he had sensed with his spiritual sense when he had first arrived, the buildings in the main hall were distributed in circles, and the area of each circle was gradually shrinking. On the 15th floor, there were only 70 or so treasure rooms left. It was obvious that there were hundreds of rooms on the outermost floor. At the very center of the main hall was a relatively large main hall. It was the core of the entire main hall and also the single largest building in the main hall. The arrangement of the buildings in the main hall was arranged according to some unknown and mysterious formation. To a certain extent, the main hall was the eye of this huge formation. That place should be a little more special than the other places. Presumably, the best things should be stored there. Xiao Chen's speed was extremely fast. A moment later, he arrived at one of the 9 entrances leading to the main hall on the 15th floor. When he heard sounds coming from inside, he prepared to enter. Pushing open the door, Xiao Chen lifted his foot and stepped inside. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he felt dazzled, and only regained his senses after a few breaths. It turned out that this main hall had already formed a world of its own. It was completely separated from the original buildings, forming its own unique terrain. It could even see the sky and clouds flying around, and the air was very fresh. It was much larger than Xiao Chen had imagined. It was simply unbelievable. The ground was made up of sturdy soil. Even further away was a huge garden. To be more precise, it was a herb garden with many varieties. Even from a distance, Xiao Chen could smell the fragrance of herbs. It was even richer than the herb garden he had seen in the underground world. From where Xiao Chen stood, he could only see the tip of the iceberg. However, every spirit herb was at least 100 years old. From this angle, Xiao Chen could see many rare spirit herbs. They could be considered natural treasures. They were all peak quality spirit herbs. If the lowest-ranked spirit herbs could live for more than 100 years, their value would soar. That was to say, the entire herb garden was filled with priceless treasures. However, at the entrance of the herb garden, the hundreds of cultivators who had rushed over were all gathered there. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the natural treasures in the herb garden. However, no one was willing to move or take a step forward. A 500-year-old golden-silver flame flower. It can raise fire-attributed cultivation by 10 years. This is really good stuff. There is also a 300-year-old ice crystal grass, the main ingredient for refining the ice-congealing pill. Unexpectedly, there are so many of them here. Furthermore, they are so old. I think I even saw a 1,000-year-old ginseng. This is a great tonic for nourishing qi and blood. It can live for at most 1,000 years. If it is not picked now, it will be a waste. What a pity! Exclamations came from the crowd. However, no one took the first step forward. They all stopped outside the herb garden. They had clearly arrived before a mountain of treasures, yet they stopped here. There was definitely something strange going on. Even if there were any demonic beasts guarding the garden, the weakest of the 300-odd people here was a superior-grade martial king. There were even many peak superior-grade martial kings. There were also several young cultivators. Although they were only inferior-grade martial kings, they had all comprehended states. Their strength was no weaker than a superior-grade martial king's. With such a strong force gathered, they could easily kill a peak rank 7 demonic beast. Unless there was an existence equivalent to a rank 8 demonic beast, it would not be a problem that could be solved with numbers. That was not something that could be solved with numbers. Similarly, when small streams converged into a large river, it could destroy a dam, but it could not destroy a towering mountain. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to find out the reason. Instead, he swept his gaze across the 300-odd people in the herb garden. For a group of 300-odd people to be able to make it this far, their strength could not be underestimated. Aside from a few extremely strong cultivators, most of them formed their own small circles in groups of 4 or 5. As Xiao Chen sized up the crowd, he discovered the Bloody Bladesman. There were about 5 or 6 people who were as strong as him. These 5 or 6 people relied on their strength to stand at the very front of the crowd. No one dared to stand in front of them. These were all experts who had been famous for a long time. Xiao Chen paid close attention to them. If he entered the herb garden, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not get into a fight with them. There was one more person that Xiao Chen paid special attention to. It was the scarred man that he had seen earlier. This person wore black robes and stood silently in the crowd. The surrounding people unconsciously distanced themselves from this person. They all seemed to be afraid of him. If the Bloody Bladesman had not arrived earlier, Xiao Chen might have made a move against this person. In a corner of the crowd, Xiao Chen also discovered Yu Chenxi. She was with Jin Wuji. There were also some young cultivators gathered around the two of them. Most of them were the outstanding talents of the various nations that had attended the gathering at the restaurant. Xiao Chen discovered Lu Meng among them. A quick count gave a total of 20 or 30 people. In terms of group strength, this group should be the strongest. Xiao Chen observed carefully. He made a mental note of the people that were worth paying attention to. Then, he came up with countermeasures to deal with them. A group of people is chattering here. Why are they not going up? Move aside. This old man will go and take a look. Suddenly, a stout man walked out from the other entrance to the 15th floor. He had a stocky build and was more than 2 meters tall. When he stood there, he looked like a small hill. This person carried a huge axe on his back. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. His chin was untrimmed and had a beard. He looked very boorish. It's Bai Lishi, a famous expert from the ancient desolate land. He cultivates the physical body and has boundless strength. He is no weaker than the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. Unexpectedly, he is here as well, someone in the crowd said softly when he recognized the stout man. Boom, boom, boom. With every step Bai Lishi took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. He was very tall, making others feel like they were dwarfed by him. The crowd automatically opened up a path for him. Bai Lishi laughed loudly when he saw the bloody bladesman. Then he smiled and said, "Old son, you are here to join in the excitement as well. Hey, there are quite a few old friends here. I'll go and see what it is that even you do not dare to touch." When Bai Lishi arrived at the front of the crowd and saw the scene at the herb garden's gates, his earlier loud and carefree voice fell silent. After a while, Bai Lishi shook his head and smiled bitterly. "To think that it is this thing guarding here. No wonder you are all unwilling to go forward." Xiao Chen felt curious. When the crowd closed in, he quietly followed them. He slowly moved forward. After a while, he finally saw the situation at the herb garden's gates. Xiao Chen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He understood why these people did not move forward when they saw the large number of spirit herbs and natural treasures. 10-odd mangled corpses lay in front of the distant gates. When Xiao Chen looked around, he looked very miserable and bloody. Behind these corpses was a demonic snake the size of a small mountain. It blocked the entire herb garden's gates. That demonic snake had a total of 7 heads and 4 legs. Its entire body was covered in black scales that looked like chainmail. There was a black crown on each of the snake's heads. When the snake opened its mouth, it occasionally flicked out its tongue. Unexpectedly, this was a 7-headed snake that could rival a rank 8 demonic beast. This kind of demonic snake could grow and evolve. Every head represented an attribute. It could grow a maximum of 9 heads. At that time, it would become a rank 9 demonic beast. Furthermore, it would be a king among rank 9 demonic beasts. It would not be an ordinary rank 9 demonic beast. It would be unrivaled within the same rank. Although it only had 7 heads, it was a king among rank 7 demonic beasts. Its strength was no weaker than a rank 8 demonic beast. However, logically speaking, the crowd should be able to deal with such a demonic beast. However, whoever made the first move would be at a disadvantage. When they entered the herb garden, they would lose any chance of victory if they tried to snatch spirit herbs from others. No one was stupid. No one would be so kind-hearted. Hence, they ended up in such a stalemate. Xiao Chen looked in the other directions of the herb garden. He discovered a faint barrier around them. That was a barrier laid by a martial sage. It seemed that there was only one way to enter the herb garden. Dragging this out is not a solution. How about we all attack together? This 7-headed snake has not matured yet. We can deal with it, a superior grade martial king in the crowd suggested. Someone immediately smiled coldly and said, "That's good. You go and give it a try first." The person who spoke was immediately speechless. Although he said that there was no problem, he did not have the guts to fight. The corpses on the ground were a good example. Chapter 382. Such a stalemate is not a solution, Xiao Chen thought to himself. These people are all very smart. No one will make a move first. I have to think of a way. Bai Lishi, weren't you yelling very loudly earlier? Why are you mute now? A peak superior grade martial king mocked indifferently. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "Do you think I am stupid just because I am tall and strong? Slaughterer of 1,000 Wang He, if you have the guts, go first. I guarantee that I will support you."
The peak experts present were even more cautious than everyone expected. They did not move at all. They were clearly very anxious, but they did not move. Xiao! Just at this moment, an arrow suddenly flew over from the distant horizon. The arrow tore through the air and gave off a piercing sonic boom as it headed for the seven-headed snake. The arrow carried a lot of force.
With a bang, it opened a bloody hole in the seven-headed snake's neck.
Black blood spurted out. The might of this arrow actually broke through the seven-headed snake's defense. Xiao! 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 Before everyone's astonished gazes, another 3 arrows flew over from the sky. They struck the seven-headed snake's body and left 3 more wounds. Rumble! The seven-headed snake was thoroughly enraged. It quickly headed for the person who shot the arrow. The person who shot the arrow hid behind the crowd. The seven-headed snake could not avoid passing through the crowd. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the group of peak experts standing in front. Before they could react, the seven-headed snake's huge body pressed down, forcing them to make a move. Bang! 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 Loud shouts came from the crowd. The seven-headed snake's mountain-like body pressed down. It simply attacked indiscriminately. In an instant, the peak experts brought out their strongest strength. Shock waves flew everywhere, dust flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. The scene instantly turned chaotic. After receiving such a heavy blow, the seven-headed snake forgot its original target. It opened its mouth and roared ferociously. The seven-headed snake spat out many attacks, be it icicles, flames, or poison mist. All sorts of attacks filled the crowd. With every step the seven-headed snake took, the ground trembled. Some of the unlucky cultivators were crushed to death. The demonic snakes kept the 7 peak martial kings pinned down. They could not free themselves. They were the closest to the seven-headed snake, and their attacks were the fiercest and most powerful. Naturally, the demon snake would focus on them. Behind a distant rock, Xiao Chen slowly put away the Soul Slayer bow. He smiled faintly and said, "That's good. Let's deal with the demon snake first before we enter." With the support of the 7 apex experts, the others slowly left the terrifying battlefield. That place was filled with poisonous smoke, ice and fire were everywhere, and the storm was howling. It was not a place they could stay. Bang! A quick-witted cultivator wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the herb garden and seize the initiative. However, he was chopped in half by a flying axe. Blood splattered everywhere, and he did not have the slightest chance to resist. So. The 2 halves of the corpse were chopped into pieces by a few waves of saber chi and sword chi. The 7 peak experts had attacked simultaneously while blocking the seven-headed serpent's attack. If anyone dares to enter before this old man will be the first to kill him. Bai Lishi shouted as he recalled his axe. The other cultivators immediately became serious. They no longer dared to have any other thoughts. How could they block 7 experts attacking at the same time? Originally, a few of the 7 wanted to leave the battlefield early. However, every time they thought of retreating, someone else would block them. The bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, said indifferently, "Don't have any other thoughts. If everyone retreats, the seven-headed snake will kill the last person left. Let's just focus on killing this demonic snake first." Pu Ci. Bai Lishi swung his axe ferociously. The pure force tore the air in half, shattering the surging black flames that the seven-headed snake spat out. "If I find out who shot the arrow from behind, if this old man does not tear him apart, he is not Bai Lishi. Unexpectedly, he dares to scheme against me." Although the seven-headed snake was strong, with the combined efforts of 7 peak martial kings, its undefeatable and destructive aura was slowly beaten down. All sorts of strong martial techniques were executed. The crowd now had a clearer understanding of the strength of a peak martial king. After 2 hours, the scales of victory tilted in the favor of the 7 peak cultivators. When several cultivators saw the opportunity, they joined the battlefield as well. The king of peak rank 7 demonic beasts was a treasure from top to bottom. These people chose to make a move now because they wanted a share of the spoils. Jin Wuji looked at the gates of the herb garden and his eyes flickered. He hesitated for a while before saying, "Miss Yu, how about we go in now?" Given Jin Wuji's strength and status, he naturally did not dare to enter under the noses of the 7 peak experts. However, it was different for Yu Chenxi. Not to mention her strength, just based on her status, the 7 peak experts would not dare to do anything to her. Knowing what Jin Wuji was thinking, Yu Chenxi smiled faintly and said, "There is no rush. Since I promised to help you obtain the flowing golden light fruit, I will definitely do it." Boom!
There was a loud sound as the huge axe in Bai Lishi's hand chopped off one of the heads of the seven-headed snake.
With one less head, the seven-headed snake's strength immediately plummeted. It was continuously pushed back by the crowd as its heads fell off one by one. Finally, the seven-headed snake fell to the ground unwillingly. Its huge body collapsed, and the ground shook violently again. The originally flat ground was now riddled with thousands of holes. Cracks appeared everywhere. There were also many bottomless pits. It was hard to imagine that this place had been flat not long ago. Several cultivators had been struck by the seven-headed snake's initial large-scale attack. At this moment, they were doing their best to recover. There were also some cultivators struck by the poison gas and were in an even more miserable state. Their complexions were black and their lips were pale. They probably would not be able to enter the herb garden to obtain more treasures. The culprit of all this, Xiao Chen, had already blended into the crowd with a calm expression. He watched calmly as the cultivators split up the materials of the seven-headed snake. Naturally, the seven-headed snake's 7 demonic cores of different attributes were obtained by Bai Lishi, the Bloody Bladesman, and the other 6. The remaining people could only split up the snake's skin, crown, and hard scales. However, they were still very valuable. Bai Lishi obtained an earth-attributed demonic core and casually placed it in his universe ring. Then, he swept his ferocious gaze across the crowd. Bai Lishi was more than 2 meters tall and had a stocky build. Coupled with his ferocious expression, he looked down from above and his gaze was terrifying. Bai Lishi scanned the crowd a few times before fixing his gaze on Xiao Chen. He glared at Xiao Chen before slowly walking over. "Move aside for this old man," Bai Lishi shouted ferociously. The cultivators in front of Xiao Chen all moved aside, not wanting to offend this god of plague. Bai Lishi arrived 5 meters in front of Xiao Chen. He was now a head taller than Xiao Chen.
He looked down at Xiao Chen and shouted, "Brat, were you the one who shot those arrows earlier?"
Bai Lishi's voice was deep and powerful. It sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. It was very imposing. When a regular cultivator heard this, they would immediately be frightened into not daring to resist. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm. His heart was calm. He was neither servile nor overbearing.
He gently shook his head and said, "No."
Bai Lishi said coldly, "You still deny it? When I saw you earlier, there was a clear fluctuation in your emotions. After that you quickly hid it. If you are not guilty, you would not do that." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He raised his head and looked at Bai Lishi without fear. He said, "What a joke. What does my thoughts have to do with you? If you do not have proof, then stop spouting nonsense in front of me." Bai Lishi's face sank. He said, "Earlier, I was only 50% confident. Now, I am 70% confident that you were the one who shot those arrows. If you want to prove it to me, take out your spatial ring."
"As long as there are no arrows, I will not seek trouble with you."
The other 6 peak martial kings looked over as well. When they heard Bai Lishi's words, they started to feel suspicious. Clearly, they wanted Xiao Chen to open his spatial ring to prove his innocence. When Xiao Chen saw this, his heart sank slightly. If the 7 peak martial kings forced him, he would not know what to do. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a countermeasure.
He pointed at Bai Lishi and shouted, "You said that I was the one who shot those arrows.
I also said that you were the one who shot those arrows." Bai Lishi said, "Nonsense. I was clearly standing in front. How could I be the one who shot those arrows?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly to himself. Bai Lishi finally fell for it. He said softly, "It is not like there are no cloning techniques in this world. Unless you open your spatial ring as well and prove your innocence. Since you have the right to suspect me, I have the right to suspect you as well. As long as you open your spatial ring and there are no arrows, I will not seek trouble with you." Xiao Chen returned Bai Lishi's words to Bai Lishi, word for word. Every cultivator would inevitably have some secret or valuable items hidden in their spatial ring. How could they show it to others so easily? As long as Bai Lishi did not dare to show it, there was no need for Xiao Chen to do so. Bai Lishi's expression did not change.
After a moment of silence he shouted, "Little brat, so what if this old man does not have proof?"
"Since when do I, Bai Lishi, need proof to kill?"
Bai Lixi's right hand turned into a saber and chopped down at Xiao Chen's head with a tremendous force. Bai Lixi cultivated the physical body and was a peak martial king. This palm saber strike was sufficient to chop apart a city wall.
I was just waiting for you to make a move. Xiao Chen's face sank. He was not surprised at all. He did not take a step back.
He bent his left arm 90 degrees and quickly held it above his head. Dang! Bai Lixi's palm saber struck Xiao Chen's forearm. It was like two pieces of metal colliding, giving off a loud bang. A visible shockwave spread out in the surroundings. Boom! A strong force traveled from Xiao Chen's arm to his feet. The ground around Xiao Chen could not bear the force. Shattered rocks soared into the air and surrounded the two of them. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. He relied on the strength of his physical body to block Bai Lixi's attack. How can the physical body of the white-robed bladesman be so strong? He can actually block Bai Lixi's saber strike head-on. Bai Lixi did not have a martial spirit and focused on cultivating the physical body. A casual strike of his already has 50,000 kilograms of force. Unexpectedly, he, a bladesman, dares to clash head-on. This is too incredible.
Chapter 383.
This Xiao Chen is really horrifying. At such a young age, he actually has the confidence to fight against the experts of the older generation. When the surrounding people saw Xiao Chen using his physical body to block Bai Lixi's attack, they were all astonished. This was especially so for the outstanding talents of the various nations gathered in the restaurant. They were all astonished. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Back then, although Xiao Chen had fought to a draw with Yu Chenxi, most people thought that Yu Chenxi had held back on purpose. In their opinion, Xiao Chen's strength was no different from theirs. In fact, due to his cultivation, he was even weaker than them. However, the scene before them now overturned their views. Jin Wuji's expression turned grave. He labeled Xiao Chen as someone he had to eliminate. Otherwise, he might be surpassed by him in the future. Without giving Bai Lixi any time to be astonished, Xiao Chen clenched his right hand into a fist. Crackling sounds came from his fingers as he quickly gathered all the vital qi in his body. The image of a tiger and dragon circled around Xiao Chen's arm as he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Then, he punched at Bai Lixi. This punch contained his full power. He unleashed all the strength of his physical body without holding anything back. Since he made his move, Xiao Chen had no intention of holding back. The instant Bai Lixi was stunned, Xiao Chen's fist wind had already arrived. Bai Lixi hastily retreated and countered with a punch of his own. Bang! There was a loud sound. Bai Lixi's hurried punch was completely suppressed by Xiao Chen's fist wind. Bai Lixi's huge body flew back. Bai Lixi flew back 100 meters before he landed heavily on the ground. He supported himself with one hand and looked up at Xiao Chen. There was some shock on his coarse face. The force that Xiao Chen's small body burst out with was a total of 150 tons of force. This was more than double the force that Bai Lixi had hurriedly sent out. No one has ever forced me into such a sorry state in terms of strength.
You are the first and the last, Bai Lixi said indifferently. Bai Lixi said indifferently.
Then, all the bones in his body started to wriggle. His entire body actually grew larger in a short period of time.
Ha ha!
Bai Lixi's aura became extremely berserk. A strong aura spread around him, forming an intense tornado that blew the sand and dust on the ground. Just as Bai Lixi was about to make a move, the bloody bladesman Sun Guangquan arrived before him. He said indifferently, Bai Lixi, don't forget your purpose here. If you continue like this, others might take advantage of you. If you lose the 1,000-year-old spirit herb you intend to use to strengthen your physical body and qi, you will have to wait for another few decades. If you lose the 1,000-year-old spirit qi and blood of your body, you will. Bai Lixi withdrew his aura and said indifferently, Brat, I will remember you.
No matter where you go, I, Bai Lixi, will return this punch. This was for the best. Xiao Chen did not want to fight with Bai Lixi here. In the end, both sides would end up injured. Bai Lixi's true strength was higher than Xiao Chen's. If they really fought, Xiao Chen only had a 40% chance of winning. Furthermore, there was a group of people in the surroundings, eyeing him covetously. If both sides ended up injured, it would only benefit the others. Furthermore, there was a group of people in the surroundings, eyeing him covetously. If both sides ended up injured,
It would only benefit the others. As long as they did not pursue the matter of who the archer was, it did not matter. Otherwise, with the 7 peak martial kings pressuring him, he could only withdraw from this fortuitous encounter. The 7 peak martial kings ignored Xiao Chen and headed for the entrance of the herb garden with large strides. The black-robed man with the ugly scar on his face immediately followed them like a shadow. The others immediately followed excitedly. It was like the ground was filled with natural treasures, waiting for them to pick them up. However, was it really so easy to get heaven and earth treasures? As the crowd rushed in impatiently, Xiao Chen slowly followed. He was about to forcefully open his minor meridians. This was the perfect time to search for spirit herbs to nourish his meridians. There were also spirit herbs for increasing cultivation, replenishing qi and blood, tempering the physical body, and so on. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, and his spiritual sense instantly spread throughout the herb garden, searching for the spirit core hidden in his spiritual sense. In that instant, all the spirit herbs in Xiao Chen's herb garden appeared in his mind. There were too many spirit herbs. The information was as dense as the sea. Xiao Chen had to spend a lot of effort before he managed to find the spirit herbs he needed. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Xiao Chen quickly dashed around the herb garden. While the others were still searching for spirit herbs, Xiao Chen did not even need to look to know where the spirit herbs he needed were. I found it. A 200-year-old flowing gold wind leaf fruit. It can nourish the meridians by ingesting it. It is even more beneficial for new meridians. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile and stopped in front of a golden fruit. There were a total of 9 ripe fruits on a small branch. Taking out a jade box, Xiao Chen carefully picked it and put it away. He looked into the distance and saw an extremely rare tendon refining flower. Xiao Chen did not intend to give up. He passed through the excited crowd in front of him and picked the tendon refining flower. Then, he immediately flew away. Haha! I actually found 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. It is enough to increase my cultivation by 20 years. I have struck gold this time. A middle-aged cultivator held a snow-white ginseng that looked like it was covered in a layer of frost. He shouted excitedly. This person is really seeking death. If you find something good, you can just keep it for yourself. Is there a need to be so excited? Xiao Chen revealed a faint expression of pity. Then, he ignored the middle-aged cultivator and started his own search for spirit herbs. After the middle-aged cultivator spoke, he saw the surrounding cultivators looking at him. He knew he had said something wrong. He placed the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng into his spatial ring and ran. However, it was too late. When several cultivators heard him, they blocked him ferociously. Even the team that he had formed at the last minute abandoned him and turned to pressure him instead. Bang! 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 The sound of fighting entered Xiao Chen's ears. It was the middle-aged cultivator fighting with the crowd, unwilling to give up. After a few moves, he was beaten up until he could not retaliate. This person steeled his heart and casually tossed the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng away. Hoo-chi! When Xiao Chen heard a sound coming from behind him, he sent out his spiritual sense and immediately sensed something flying over. He could not help but reveal a helpless smile. Xiao Chen turned around and gently waved his hand. He caught the item behind him. It was the 1,000-year-old peak-grade snow ginseng. It was very rare for a spirit herb to live for 1,000 years. The conditions of light, temperature, location of luck, and many other factors were very harsh. 1,000 years was also a huge hurdle. This hurdle was similar to the cultivation realms of human cultivators. After crossing it, it would become an immortal-grade spirit herb. If it could not, it would rot in the field and become fertilizer for the other spirit herbs, vanishing like smoke. In the entire 3-kilometer-long herb garden, Xiao Chen checked with his spiritual sense only 10 stalks of spirit herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. However, there were many spirit herbs that were 800 or 900 years old. With all these factors, it was easy to imagine how precious this 1,000-year-old snow ginseng was. However, this was not the time to take it. When that fool shouted, half the people in the herb garden were attracted. At this moment, even a peak martial king would not be able to resist this force. Actually, at this moment, if someone was an eyesore, Xiao Chen could just hand the snow ginseng over. There were not many people like Xiao Chen who were self-aware. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at Bai Lishi, who was searching for spirit herbs to temper his physical body. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and shouted, "Bai Lishi! Look over here."
Bai Lishi looked up and was slightly stunned. When he saw Xiao Chen smiling at him, he felt it was strange. Just as he was about to shout angrily, a white item flew over to him. Bai Lishi stretched out his hand and grabbed it. When he saw the item in his hand, he could not help but rejoice. It is 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Although it is useless to me, I can exchange it for a treasure of equal value. Before Bai Lishi could withdraw his smile, he saw more than 200 people rushing at him. His expression changed greatly as he cursed. Damn it! Bai Lishi took out the huge axe on his back and sent a person flying with it. However, the crowd continued to surge forward. They were all attracted by the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Their eyes were all bloodshot. That was 20 years of cultivation. If they could obtain it, they would be able to save 20 years of cultivation. It was too tempting to cultivators. Even the ferocious Bai Lishi could not suppress this group of people. He had no choice but to put away his huge axe and rush out of the herb garden. White-robed bladesman. I, Bai Lishi, will remember you. After I leave this Chenren Island, I will tear you in half. Bai Lishi cursed loudly as he dodged the other attacks. He wanted to give up on the snow ginseng in his hand, but he could not bear to. If he lost it, who knew if he could find another one? An immortal-grade natural treasure that was more than 1,000 years old was something that people both loved and hated. Fortunately, I managed to get rid of a problem. Let's go look for other spirit herbs that can increase cultivation. 1,000-year-old spirit herb is rather rare. However, there are many 800- or 900-year-old spirit herbs. If I can obtain all of them, they would be as valuable as the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he spoke. Furthermore, this was not eye-catching and would not attract any attention. 800-year-old deer antler, 900-year-old lingji, 700-year-old fragrant fruit, 500-year-old seven-colored fallen leaf grass. These spirit herbs that could increase cultivation were all picked by Xiao Chen, making a fortune on his own. Occasionally, battles for spirit herbs would occur in the distance. However, Xiao Chen could not even be bothered to look at them. He simply ignored them. The herb garden was very vast. With a glance, most of them were ordinary spirit herbs that were 100 or 200 years old. Herbs that were several hundred years old would take a long time to find. However, Xiao Chen had the aid of his spiritual sense. He did not need to search for them. After he picked a spirit herb, he would immediately move on to the next one. No one else had a greater harvest than him. After a while, Xiao Chen stopped picking medicinal pills that could replenish cultivation. He muttered, I already have 10. These should be sufficient for me to advance to peak superior grade martial saint in a short period of time. Then, I should go look for some spirit herbs for tempering the physical body to prevent others from getting ahead of me. After that, Xiao Chen methodically moved around the herb garden, searching for spirit herbs for tempering the physical body. Chapter 384. This kind of spirit herb was extremely rare. It was even rarer than spirit herbs that could increase cultivation and replenish qi and blood. Otherwise, Bai Lishi would not have had to go through so much trouble to find them. When Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he found only 6 stalks of this kind of spirit herb older than 500 years. Furthermore, they were rather far from each other. Xiao Chen spent an hour before he managed to collect all of them. This was especially so for the last stalk. Someone nearly got to it first. Xiao Chen fought with that person and chased him away before he managed to obtain it after much difficulty. Xiao Chen placed the scarlet blood flower in his universe ring and revealed a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, success. He had obtained all the spirit herbs that he needed the most. Furthermore, he had picked some peak-grade spirit herbs along the way. His harvest was unparalleled. In the remaining time, Xiao Chen would casually look for a few valuable spirit herbs to exchange for some spirit stones. He would no longer be in such a rush. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, it looks like your harvest is not small. A familiar melodious voice came from behind. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw Yu Chenxi with an extraordinary aura. In this herb garden filled with a medicinal fragrance and flowers, Yu Chenxi's aura that could topple cities appeared even more spirited. One could not help but take a few more glances. Jin Wuji, who was beside Xiao Chen, had a wide smile on his face. Clearly, he had obtained what he wanted as well. However, when he saw Xiao Chen, a barely detectable killing chi flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "It's all right. How was your harvest? Yu Chenxi stretched out his hand to stroke the black hair on his forehead.
He shook his head and smiled gently. I was not as lucky as you.
The thing I wanted was not here.
However, I did find some spirit herbs that could increase cultivation.
At this moment, a series of exclamations suddenly rang out from the end of the herb garden. Everyone quickly gathered there. Xiao Chen turned his head back out of curiosity. He discovered that the place where the crowd gathered had already surpassed the size of the herb garden. Xiao Chen had not used his spiritual sense to scan that place, so he did not know what it was. Jin Wuji's expression changed, and he said, "Let's go and take a look." The two of them quickly followed behind him.
When they arrived, they discovered that there was actually another small herb garden at the end of the several thousand zhang-long herb garden. However, there weren't any precious spirit herbs in that small herb garden.
All of them had a kind of bitter tea-colored flowers. In the middle of the flowers, a sacred coffin made of white jade lay quietly. It looked incomparably solemn. Sage coffin. It really is a sage coffin. It is completely made of platinum-glazed jade. Only a martial sage can rest in this coffin. I've struck it rich this time. I just need to find one of the funerary objects of a sage and I won't have to worry about it.
If it's the body of a blue-robed emperor, after 1,000 years, there might even be a holy treasure left behind, which could directly double his power. Legend has it that if a martial artist reached the level of the blue-robed emperor, his corpse would not decompose even after thousands of years. If there was a good method to nourish it, the cultivation, and experience of a sage's life would condense into a supreme holy treasure in the body. As for a super expert of the level of Emperor Wu, there was no need to go through so much trouble. As long as they died, they would definitely leave behind a holy treasure. Furthermore, it would be an even higher emperor-grade secret treasure. The 200-odd cultivators all revealed excited gazes as they cried out in astonishment. In the crowd, the knife-scarred man in a black robe also had an extremely excited look in his eyes. Using a voice that everyone could hear, he said, "The information is correct. There really is the remains of a saint. This time, the sect leader will definitely be satisfied." Xiao Chen's gaze was calm as he revealed a pondering expression. He carefully observed the structure and terrain of the small herb garden. Slowly, he discovered something interesting. The boundary of the large herb garden was an inconspicuous concave shape. Furthermore, this small herb garden happened to be embedded within this concave shape. The place with the densest earth-ranked spiritual energy actually flowed towards that small herb garden. There was only one purpose for doing this: to nourish a holy treasure. The sage's body in this sage coffin would definitely have a holy treasure. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, this senior really put in a lot of effort, leaving behind supreme treasures for his descendants. After his descendants obtained the treasure map, they could enter the treasure island to cultivate and obtain treasures every once in a while. This ensured that the strength of the clan's descendants could be passed down continuously. The demonic beasts and combat puppets left behind to guard the treasures were a test for the clan's descendants. If they wanted to obtain the treasures, they had to be strong enough. If they did not have enough strength, they would have to wait for the next generation of talented clan disciples to obtain the treasures. Like this, it was a survival of the fittest. This ensured that the clan would prosper and would never decline. After 1,000 years, the holy treasure in his body would be obtained by the clan's descendants. Then the clan would rise up. However, this senior, who had reached the level of a half-step Emperor Wu, did not expect that the strength of his descendants would be too weak. Not long after he died, his descendants were all killed. Then, the treasure map was circulated in the Devil Savannah. As Xiao Chen pondered all this, the 200-odd cultivators present all ran into the small herb garden impatiently. Jin Wuji also followed. Yu Chenxi glanced at Xiao Chen, who did not move. He said with some surprise, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, are you not interested in the holy treasure? Even if you cannot obtain the holy treasure, it should not be a problem for you to snatch a few burial items." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He glanced at the black-robed bladesman 100 meters away. That person did not move, either. Then, Xiao Chen used his finger to point at the few peak martial kings at the front of the crowd. His meaning was clear without saying. It was not that they did not want to, it was that there was no opportunity. Even if they went, it would be a waste. The remaining 6 peak martial kings in the herb garden exchanged glances and smiled tacitly. Bang! 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 A few strands of extremely strong saber chi and sword chi suddenly shot out from the weapons in the hands of the 6 people. The cultivators beside each of them were all stunned.
Before these peak martial kings could react, the strong sword chi struck them. Those with strong defenses were severely injured and lost their combat prowess. As for those with weak defenses, they were chopped in half, dying without a complete corpse. The moment these peak martial kings made their move, they used their full power. Surging essence combined with strong states, they were practically unrivaled in the crowd.
With the 6 peak martial kings working together, they killed 70 to 80 people in a few breaths of time.
Dozens of people were severely injured and lost their combat prowess. If they did not die, they would be severely injured. Since they did not hold back at all, there were no cultivators who were lightly injured. After a while, the bloody bladesman's son Guangquan was the first to stop.
He said sullenly, "You are not qualified to obtain the supreme treasure left behind by a half-step Emperor Wu.
Just obediently go to the herb garden and pick some spirit herbs." The 1,000 slaughterer Wang he also stopped what he was doing.
He slowly wiped the blood off his hands and said sinisterly, "If you are dissatisfied, you can try my 1,000 slaughterer hand."
The other 4 peak martial kings all stopped as well. Their killing chi soared into the sky. When they linked together, they formed a vast sea pressing down on the crowd. The remaining cultivators were horrified. Along with fear, there was an indescribable rage.
Originally, with a strength of more than 200 people, they would have been able to fight against the 6 peak martial kings.
However, no one expected these peak martial kings to have such a tacit understanding.
They immediately came to an agreement to chase away the others.
Caught off guard, they killed more than 100 people. Even if the remaining cultivators wanted to fight, they did not have the strength to do so. The sudden turn of events shocked Yu Chenxi. He looked at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen's calm expression was like he had expected this. This made Yu Chenxi feel like he could not see through him.
"You knew this would happen long ago?"
Yu Chenxi could not help but ask. Xiao Chen nodded and said softly, "It is common sense. When they worked together to stop the other cultivators outside the herb garden, I could guess it. The reason they did not start a massacre in the herb garden was because there were no treasures worth making a move on them. Furthermore, the herb garden was very vast. The things they obtained were more than enough for them to share."
Now that the sage treasure had appeared, it was clear that there were not enough for the 6 of them.
How could they allow the others to join in?
Yu Chenxi continued to ask, "Then why are you not leaving?
Could there still be a chance?" Xiao Chen did not say anything.
He only casually glanced at the black-robed man 100 meters away.
"I will count to 10. I hope there will not be a 7th person in the small herb garden. Otherwise we will all die," a peak martial king in the small herb garden said expressionlessly.
A martial king could not help but curse. "This is too much.
How can he be so tyrannical?" Jin Wuji, who was in the crowd, was filled with rage as well.
However, at the same time, he looked at the few strands of black hair in his hand with lingering fear.
Earlier, he had gotten too close and caught the attention of the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. After Sun Guangquan saw Jin Wuji's appearance, Sun Guangquan only chopped off a few strands of black hair. Jin Wuji knew that Sun Guangquan was giving face to his sect. If Jin Wuji did not leave, Sun Guangquan would not give him face. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. As that peak martial king started counting, the other cultivators felt uneasy. However, when they saw the many bloody corpses on the ground, they could only helplessly leave the herb garden. They could only leave the herb garden helplessly. By the time they counted to 8, not a single one was left. This peak martial king immediately stopped counting and revealed a satisfied smile. He said indifferently, "That's more like it. No matter how good a treasure is, if one does not have the life to enjoy it, what is the point?" Boom!
Just as the peak martial king spoke, the scarred black-robed man appeared beside the sage coffin at some point in time.
He used his palm to lift the lid off the coffin. Hoochie! Hoochie! The coffin lid made of platinum-glazed jade spun intensely in the air. It spun faster and faster until it turned into an earth-shattering whirlwind. The strong wind howled. Unexpectedly, there was the roar of tigers and wolves in the wind. Dust flew everywhere and petals filled the air. In an instant, the entire small herb garden changed color. The coffin lid carried a boundless strong wind and dust. It carried an overwhelming aura as it surged towards the 6 peak martial kings. Chapter 385.
The opportunity that Xiao Chen had been waiting for finally appeared. An electric light flashed, and his body instantly disappeared from Yu Chenxi's side. The scarred man in black robes did not hesitate to take out the corpse of the half-step Emperor Wu. Just as he was about to take away the funerary objects inside, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared beside him, followed by an extremely sharp blood-red saber light. An extremely sharp scarlet saber light formed a boundless saber technique. Occasionally, it flickered with electricity as it attacked the scarred man. The scarred man ignored this attack and decisively withdrew his hand. Then, he carried the half-step Emperor Wu's corpse and soared into the sky.
Xiao Chen smiled faintly.
The incomparably sharp saber technique from earlier vanished without a trace. He had bet correctly that this fellow would not dare to clash head-on with him.
He was afraid of being delayed and unable to leave.
Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen made his move at lightning speed. He swept all the burial items in the platinum-glazed coffin into his universe ring. Without even looking at the items in the universe ring, Xiao Chen flew close to the ground and silently left the small herb garden amid a cloud of dust.
Bang!
The 6 peak martial kings attacked with all their might, shattering the coffin lid that was approaching ferociously. However, the force of the coffin lid was simply too strong. When it shattered, it created an intense shock wave. The shock wave surged, and the 6 all took a step back. When the shock wave dissipated, they quickly rushed towards the coffin.
Damn! There is nothing left.
Not to mention the sage treasure, there is not even a single burial item left. The 6 peak martial kings looked at the empty coffin. Their hearts trembled, and their expressions changed wildly.
He has not gone far. He is still in the sky.
The bloody bladesman looked at the sky and tossed the dragon-tooth saber in the direction that the scarred man had gone. The black dragon-tooth saber turned into a beam of light and instantly disappeared. In the next instant, a tyrannical black dragon appeared behind the scarred man and smashed him down. The scarred man landed on the ground, and the 6 instantly surrounded him without saying anything. Sharp attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they unfolded, not giving him a chance to speak at all. By then, Xiao Chen had already appeared beside Yu Chenxi. He had a calm expression on his face and a faint smile on his face as he watched the 7 of them fight furiously. Yu Chenxi, who had witnessed everything, had a look of disbelief in his eyes.
How did this guy do it? He effortlessly collected all of the funerary items.
The martial technique of the scarred man in black robes was very strange. When he made his move, there was a black gas drifting around his palm, accompanied by an extremely strong corrosive gas. Xiao Chen felt that this person's aura seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. In terms of individual strength, aside from the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, the other peak martial kings would not be a match for him. However, the scarred man could not handle so many people.
Furthermore, his opponents were not weak.
Furthermore, the black-robed man was carrying the corpse of the half-step Emperor Wu. Slowly, the scarred man started to show signs of weakness. When a cultivator reached martial sage, they could steal a trace of the heavenly Tao. The Savannah King was only a step away from Emperor Wu. He would definitely be able to steal more of the heavenly Tao. The energy of the heavenly Tao had not dissipated even after 1,000 years. Such a corpse could not be placed in a spatial ring. If it was forcefully placed, the heavenly Tao's energy would instantly destroy the weak spatial energy. Hence, the black-robed cultivator could only endure it, becoming even more passive. Given his strength, Xiao Chen estimated that if he put down the Savannah King's corpse, he would have no problems escaping. The sudden change in the small herb garden stunned the cultivators who left for a long time before they recovered their wits. Their eyes began to flicker, and they all stopped outside the small herb garden, unwilling to leave. They all hoped to see both sides suffer. That way, they would be able to take advantage of the situation.
Xiao Chen smiled faintly.
He could not be bothered to continue watching. However, no matter what the result was, it had nothing to do with him. There was no need for him to linger here. Who knew? He might end up attracting trouble. Xiao Chen turned around and returned to the large herb garden. Then, he started picking some high-ranked spirit herbs again. When Yu Chenxi saw the situation, he quickly followed. This is the dog-ant grass that can cure hundreds of poisons. It is especially useful for snake venom.
Pick it.
White wisdom grass. This is the main ingredient for refining the clear wind jade dew pill for treating injuries. It is also 200 years old.
Pick it. A 500-year-old snow ginseng. Although it is only 500 years old, it is not bad. I missed it earlier. It can increase my cultivation by 7 or 8 years. Pick it. Xiao Chen could already conclude this trip perfectly. Now, he could not even be bothered to release his spiritual sense. He strolled around the large herb garden and picked the good herbs he saw. In just a moment, there were several dozen more herbs in his universe ring. Another large harvest. As for the cultivators who were waiting outside the small herb garden, hoping that both sides would be injured, they could not obtain anything. They could only wait helplessly. They were still waiting for the big fish. After both sides were injured, they would be able to get a share of the burial items in the sage coffin. However, they did not know that Xiao Chen had already obtained the burial items. Yu Chenxi, who knew everything, looked at the cultivators waiting anxiously outside the small herb garden with anticipation in their eyes. He felt that these people were too foolish. Yu Chenxi, who had been following behind Xiao Chen, looked at the incredibly calm Xiao Chen. Finally, he could not help but ask, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, I really do not understand. Even at this moment, how can you still be so calm? If the 6 peak martial kings knew that you were the one who took the burial items, you would not even have time to run. Yet, you are still in the mood to continue picking spirit herbs." Xiao Chen stood up and carefully placed the spirit herbs he just picked into his universe ring. He smiled gently and said, "I am not like you with the support of the Supreme Sky Sect. You probably have a lot of natural treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. This is a rare opportunity. Naturally, I have to pick more. Who knows, this vast herb garden might be gone in a while. I have to make good use of my time." When Yu Chenxi heard this, he was slightly stunned. The Supreme Sky Sect had its own herb garden. It was even larger than the herb garden here. Furthermore, it had professionals looking after it for close to 10,000 years. There was also a complete alchemy hall and the peak alchemists of the continent. Hence, Xiao Chen did not lack spirit pills. This was also why she was not interested in this herb garden. However, when she heard Xiao Chen say that this herb garden would disappear, she found it funny. She said softly, "Ha ha, you are too good at joking. How could this herb garden suddenly disappear? That is impossible." Chi, chi. Just as she finished speaking, all the herbs in the large herb garden began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before Xiao Chen could pull out a 300-year-old green light grass, it withered in Xiao Chen's hand. It lost all its medicinal energy and no longer had any life force. The huge herb garden, which was filled with medicinal herbs, withered rapidly in front of the two of them. It was like time flowed quickly, from spring to autumn, from autumn to winter. Everything in the world withered in an instant. Yu Chenxi's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with disbelief. He said somewhat nervously, You knew this would happen?" Xiao Chen's face was filled with shock as well. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I really did not know. I was just casually saying it earlier. Let's go to the small herb garden and take a look. All the medicinal energy is flowing there." The two circulated their movement techniques and arrived at the periphery of the small herb garden after a while. They saw that the cultivators who were waiting at the side had all joined the battle. Strange, these people are all very crafty. Why would they take the risk of joining the battle before the outcome of the battle was determined? Xiao Chen looked at the herb garden and his expression suddenly changed. The camellias that were originally blooming in the small herb garden had all withered, their life force drained away. Previously, the black-robed scarred man would only release a black chi when he attacked. Now, his entire body was covered in a black chi. The black chi sizzled in the air. It seemed like the air was corroded. It was very strange, deterring people from getting too close. Everyone's attacks seemed to be somewhat fearful. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why he found this black-robed man familiar. This fellow had a demonic beast martial spirit in his body. That black chi was the demonic chi from the demonic world. It was exactly the same as the one he saw Ingyu chasing after in the demonic beast forest. In the small herb garden, 6 black coffins had appeared behind the scarred man at some point in time. The coffins were already lying on the ground. 6 corpses with their eyes closed stood quietly in the coffins. There were 3 red marks on their foreheads. The 6 corpses wore heavy armor made of profound iron. Their exposed skin glowed black like steel.
As the life force of countless spirit herbs poured into the coffins, the 6 corpses suddenly opened their eyes. They slowly walked out with heavy steps. Boom, boom, boom. Unexpectedly, the 6 corpses came to life just like that. The profound iron armor on their bodies weighed an unknown amount of kilograms. With every step they took, the ground trembled. Yu Chenxi had a grave expression as he said, "These are rank 3 black-blooded demonic corpses. It is a method unique to the Dark Church to refine corpses. This person is actually a remnant of the Dark Church. No wonder he wants the sage body of the Savannah King. He actually wants to refine the sage body into a demonic corpse. This is too horrifying. We cannot let him leave." Xiao Chen had heard of the Dark Church before. It was the mortal enemy of humanity. It was created by evil cultivators who willingly prostrated themselves at the feet of the demonic god. From the very beginning, it existed to help the demonic world unify the entire continent. However, many years ago, the 3 holy masters worked together with all the sects in the world and chased them out of the continent. Most of the core members of the Dark Church were killed as well. Even their church master was killed by the 3 holy lords working together. The Dark Church could be said to have completely collapsed. Only some weak remnant forces remained. When the cultivators of the continent saw the remnants of the Dark Church, they had to work together to kill them, no matter who they were. This was an ancient rule passed down from generation to generation. Basically, no one disobeyed it. The moment the 6 black-blooded demonic corpses appeared, they immediately charged into the crowd. Their huge bodies carried a huge force. They were like tanks driving into the crowd. Dang! 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 When the attacks of the crowd struck the black-blooded demonic corpses, they gave off dull metallic clangs. These black-blooded demonic corpses did not have any weaknesses. Be it their heads or eyes, they were not weak. They did not have emotions or feel pain. The black-blooded demonic corpses did not care about the attacks coming at them. With a backhand strike, they pierced through their opponents' bodies. Chapter 386. When the black-blooded demonic corpses stopped the crowd, the scarred man smiled coldly. He carried the Savannah King's corpse and quickly left this place. A few peak martial kings wanted to give chase. However, the black-blooded demonic corpses held them back. They had no chance to leave. Boom! Suddenly, a multicolored light appeared in the sky above. Yu Chenxi leaped into the air and continuously executed the morning sun fist. A dazzling light exploded on her delicate fist. It was like the sun was breaking as she charged at the scarred man. Bang! The scarred man did not dodge. He took this punch head-on. His body flew forward and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Another few powerful fist winds descended from the sky. They broke through the void and struck the scarred man's body with lightning speed. All of them landed on the scarred man's body. The scarred man vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. However, he used the force of the blows to move a large distance forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Yu Chenxi's sight. For the sake of the Savannah King's holy body, this person was willing to risk everything. Unexpectedly, he used such a decisive method to escape. Xiao Chen was very clear on the might of the morning sun fist. This person would not be able to recover without at least half a year of recuperation. How hateful! I actually let him escape. Yu Chenxi landed firmly beside Xiao Chen. Her beautiful face revealed an expression of extreme pity. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The 6 black-blooded demonic corpses found an opportunity to return to the black coffins. Bang! The 6 coffin lids bounced up and the entire coffin merged back together. Then, it quickly sank into the ground and disappeared from everyone's sight. After a long time, the small herb garden was still silent. Everyone's mood was extremely gloomy. When everyone looked at the withered herb garden, they all had extremely dispirited expressions. Earlier, there were treasures everywhere. Now, everything was empty. Not only did they not obtain the sage treasures and the Savannah King's burial items, but even the natural treasures of the herb garden, which they thought they did not have to worry about, were gone. In the end, he didn't get any benefits from either side. It was all for naught. After a long time, the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan, sighed somewhat gloomily. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, there is no need to be too depressed. There is still a long way to go. After you leave, I hope that you will spread the news of the Dark Church's remnants so that the various sects will be on guard. I will take my leave first." After Bloody Bladesman spoke, he turned into a red beam of light and quickly left the herb garden. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. The other peak experts looked at the withered herb garden with extremely ugly expressions. Not long after, they also dispersed. Luckily, my luck is pretty good. I didn't go around looking for those spiritual herbs that are over 500 years old. I managed to pick a few stalks of spiritual herbs that are over 100 years old. I'm depressed. I've been looking for herbs that are more than 500 years old. I didn't pay attention to herbs that are more than 100 years old. I haven't found anything yet. That's normal. Century-old spirit herbs are everywhere here, so they aren't that valuable. Naturally, they would want to find spirit herbs that are older than 500 years. Who would have thought that the Dark Church's people would suddenly appear? I can only learn from my mistakes. Unexpectedly, the Dark Church still has such strong people. This time, they managed to snatch the sage treasure and the Savannah King's corpse. I believe that their faction has already risen from the ashes. This is not something for us to worry about. It is the worry of a large sect. Since there are still a few days left, let's go to the other side palaces and try our luck. Let's go. The many cultivators in the herb garden did not find anything. They all shook their heads and sighed. Then they walked out dispiritedly. A public land of fortuitous encounters like the Savannah Kings was not that easy to find. If they wanted to run into more fortuitous encounters in the future, it would not be that easy. The crowd could not help but sigh. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He had gained a lot on this trip, but he did not show it. He did not show any joy or sorrow. Others would not be able to see anything wrong with him. It is time to leave, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He said goodbye to Yu Chenxi and headed out of the herb garden. After leaving the herb garden, Xiao Chen returned to the 15th floor of the main palace. He did not linger as he quickly headed out of the main palace. As the huge waves weakened, the number of cultivators that arrived gradually increased. He could still see many cultivators in the treasure rooms on the 13th floor. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen walked out of the main palace. When he looked back, the entire palace was still in ruins. Beside the main palace, there were some extremely dilapidated side palaces. There should be some good things in there. However, Xiao Chen was not interested. He had obtained a large number of spirit herbs that could increase his cultivation in the herb garden. They could save him 4 or 5 months. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to break through to peak superior grade martial saint. Then, he would forcefully open the few minor meridians required for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. Finally, he would break through to Martial King. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. The spirit blood jade flashed twice. It should be Bai and the others. Xiao Chen looked around and immediately executed the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Soon, he saw Kim Tae-ho, Su Xiaoxiao, and Bai. Elder brother Xiao Chen, why didn't you come back after you left? Bai thought you didn't want me anymore. When Bai saw Xiao Chen's familiar figure, he immediately rushed over and hugged Xiao Chen. His eyes were filled with tears. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He smiled faintly and released Bai. Then he rubbed his head and said, "Something happened, so I came early." "Don't worry." When Kim Tae-ho saw the group of people coming out of the main hall, his expression seemed off. His sharp senses sensed that something was wrong. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "What happened in the main hall?" "Something feels off." Xiao Chen replied, "The Dark Church's people appeared. A large herb garden filled with natural treasures was destroyed. The burial goods and corpses of the sage were all snatched away." When Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Tae-ho heard this, their expressions changed. Clearly, they had not expected the Dark Church's people to appear. After a while, Kim Tae-ho recovered his calm. He laughed and said, "Looking at Brother Zhao's expression, it does not look like you did not gain anything. You must have gained a lot, right?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's all right. I will talk to you in detail after we go out. The good things in the main hall are basically gone. Do you want to go?" Kim Tae-ho smiled gently and said, "Naturally, we have to go. Even though the main hall is gone, there should still be some things in the side halls. We can't return empty-handed." "In that case, I will wait for you at the Green Wind Island," Xiao Chen said softly. "See you at the Green Wind Island. I will take my leave first." After the group left,
Xiao Chen led Bai to the shore. In a few days, the huge waves would return to their previous intensity. If they did not leave at that time, they would be trapped in there until they died.
White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, wait up.
The two arrived at the shore. Just as they were about to depart, a melodious voice came from behind them. When Xiao Chen heard this form of address, he did not need to turn his head to know who it was. Indeed, it was the fairy-like Yu Chenxi. Seeing Yu Chenxi fly over quickly, Xiao Chen carefully sized her up. He smiled gently and said, "I say, Miss Yu Chenxi, you don't have to address me like that every time. You can just call me Xiao Chen." Yu Chenxi smiled faintly. Her smile was like a blooming epiphyllum, beautiful and alluring. Xiao Chen had seen too many smiles that could mesmerize most men. He had completely lost his immunity to it. "I feel that addressing you this way can close the distance between us. I feel that you are purposely avoiding me. Am I that scary?" Yu Chenxi explained with a smile. How could someone who could injure the scarred man and make him vomit blood with just a few punches not be scary? Xiao Chen felt speechless in his heart. Furthermore, the other party had a sensitive identity. Xiao Chen really did not want to have too much to do with this woman. He did not want the situation that Kim Tae-ho mentioned to happen. Once he entered the Great Jin Nation, countless cats and dogs would come to challenge him. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Long story short, why are you looking for me? You want me to give you a few funerary items. Anyone who sees it will get a share. Your request is not too much." Yu Chenxi pouted and said, "Who cares about the things of the dead? I want you to help me get the daybreak flower." Xiao Chen asked, "Is there anything in it for me?" Yu Chenxi replied, "No." "Bye, let's go." Xiao Chen led Bai forward without looking back. Yu Chenxi was speechless and a little dazed. Bai asked doubtfully, "Big brother Xiao Chen, why don't you help that sister? She is so pretty, she shouldn't be a bad person." Xiao Chen lectured seriously, "You can't judge a person by their appearance. She looks pretty, but she doesn't have a brain. Helping her won't end well for you. In the future, when you see a handsome guy, don't be muddle-headed. Otherwise, you will be taken advantage of." Bai nodded, not really understanding. Yes, Bai understands. That sister wants to take advantage of big brother Xiao Chen. Bai will not let anyone else take advantage of her. Only big brother Xiao Chen will take advantage of her. Xiao Chen almost laughed when he heard that. He wanted to explain, but he decided against it. The more he explained, the more confused he would be. Behind him, Yu Chenxi watched as Xiao Chen left nonchalantly when he heard that there were no benefits. His fairy-like face was stunned for a long time. Now that he heard the conversation between Xiao Chen and Bai, he went berserk. This fellow is too shameless. How did I become taking advantage of him? Morning sun fist. In his rage he punched. His delicate fist released a dazzling light. An extremely tyrannical fist wind flew at Xiao Chen. Break! Xiao Chen turned around and drew his saber at lightning speed. He executed drawing the saber and his speed instantly reached Mach 3. He chopped the fist wind in half. After the tyrannical fist wind was chopped in half, it did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulders and flew far away before stopping. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked at the raging Yu Chenxi. His expression was extremely calm. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Chenxi, why are you so angry?" Yu Chenxi frowned tightly. She quickly walked over to Xiao Chen and said angrily, "Speak clearly. How did this miss take advantage of you?" Xiao Chen said calmly, "You did not give me any benefits, so you helped me. If this is not taking advantage of me, what is?" "That is true, but... Chapter 387. Yu Chenxi's face froze. He was stumped by Xiao Chen's words. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. However, he still felt that something was wrong. This person was too despicable. In the past, when he needed help, there would be countless people rushing to help him without him even asking. He even looked down on them. However, this Xiao Chen took the initiative to ask for help. He owed him a favor. How could he say that he was taking advantage of me? Thinking of this word, Yu Chenxi finally understood what was wrong. He quickly said, "You can say that I owe you a favor. How can you say that I am taking advantage of you?"
Looking at Yu Chenxi's angry expression, Bai said timidly, "Sister Yu, that was what Bai said, not Brother Xiao Chen. Don't blame Brother Xiao Chen." When Yu Chenxi heard this, she was stumped again. It seemed like Xiao Bai was the one who said it, but she got angry at Xiao Chen. How depressing. When I meet with this fellow, why does it seem like I am being unreasonable? Yu Chenxi thought angrily in her heart. Xiao Chen smiled gently and pulled Bai behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't blame yourself. Actually, that is what I meant. You just said it for me first." Then, when Yu Chenxi was about to lose his temper, Xiao Chen continued, "Don't be angry. Just as you said, take it as a favor. Tell me the details. I want to see if your favor is worth the risk." Yu Chenxi said angrily, Why do I feel like I am talking business with you? You are so unscrupulous." When Xiao Chen heard the word business, something stirred in his heart, stirring him up. If all the things in the world could be like business, fair trading and good parting, Xiao Chen also felt that it was not bad. Unfortunately, he had seen too much. The nature of the world was the survival of the fittest. Without strength, there would be no fairness. "Forget it. You can say whatever you want. Just tell me what you want me to help you with," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Yu Chenxi thought for a while and organized his words in his mind. Then, he told Xiao Chen the whole story. It turned out that after she finished her training in the Boundless Sea, she had planned to return to the Jin Nation. However, she had unexpectedly met Jin Wuji on Green Wind Island. Jin Wuji had met Jin Wuji once in the previous 5-nation youth competition and exchanged a few words with him. Now that they met again, it was hard not to greet him. Jin Wuji first invited Yu Chenxi to a gathering at the restaurant, but Yu Chenxi was in a hurry to return. Furthermore, in her eyes, the quality of this gathering was not very high. The people who came were not the top geniuses of the various nations. Furthermore, she did not have much of a relationship with Jin Wuji, so there was no need for her to agree to their request. Furthermore, she could guess that Jin Wuji wanted to use her identity to expand his influence. All the more she would not agree. However, Jin Wuji told her that there was news of the daybreak grass on Qianren Island. As long as she was willing to attend the gathering, he would tell her the exact location of the daybreak grass. The martial technique that Yu Chenxi practiced, the Morning Sun Fist, had to be supplemented with the corresponding cultivation technique, the Morning Sun Incantation. However, it was extremely difficult to improve the Morning Sun Incantation. If one had the support of the daybreak flower, they could greatly increase the speed of their cultivation. Furthermore, the effects of the daybreak flower were not temporary. They were permanent. Xiao Chen looked around and asked suspiciously, "The daybreak flower should have a demonic beast or spirit beast guarding it. You are here to ask for my help. However, Jin Wuji should be very willing to help you. Why do I not see him?" Yu Chenxi said, "He was injured by the black-blooded demonic corpses and left in a hurry. He could not even take care of himself." Xiao Chen thought about it carefully and discovered that it was not a particularly difficult problem. He raised his head and said, "It is not a big problem, I will help you. However, I will forget about the favor. Just treat it as me returning the favor of keeping the secret for me in the herb garden." Yu Chenxi smiled gently. He finally heard this fellow say something decent. He was no longer so infuriating. "In that case, let's go. Follow me." Under Yu Chenxi's lead, the three of them quickly headed to the north of Qianren Island. Qianren Island was very large. It was not much smaller than Green Wind Island. However, it was much more desolate. Aside from the majestic, dilapidated palace, there were no other buildings on the island. There were rocks everywhere, and no grass grew. Yu Chenxi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. He gestured for the two to hide behind a huge rock. He poked his head out and pointed to an empty space 1,000 meters ahead. There was nothing there except for a 10-meter-tall black wolf crouching there. "The daybreak flower is beside that wolf. Be careful. That wolf's senses are very strong," Yu Chenxi said softly. Xiao Chen took a closer look. There was nothing there. There was nothing there at all. He thought that Yu Chenxi had said the wrong place. He used his spiritual sense to scan the wolf's surroundings. However, he still did not discover anything. Xiao Chen could not help but look suspiciously at Yu Chenxi. "The daybreak flower? Why don't I see it?" Yu Chenxi suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you. The daybreak flower can only be seen when the sun rises.
Furthermore, it only lasts for a short period of time. No more than 5 minutes. When Xiao Chen heard this, he looked at the sky above him. It was only noon. There was still more than 20 hours until the next day's dawn. Where did that wolf come from? It seems to only have the strength of a rank 7 demonic beast. With your strength, you should not need any help, Xiao Chen said in a deep voice. The wolf crouched on the ground. It was more than 10 meters tall and extremely burly. Its eyes were pitch black, and it did not seem to have anything special about it. However, Xiao Chen keenly felt that something was wrong. This wolf might not be as ordinary as it looked. Otherwise, Yu Chenxi would not have called him for help for no reason. Yu Chenxi explained, that is a greedy dream wolf. It is not a demonic beast. It is a rank 7 spirit beast. Its strength is average, but it is good at creating illusions. It is extremely rare. The daybreak flower's fragrance can help it speed up its cultivation. Wherever it is, there will definitely be a daybreak flower. Later, I will make a move first to attract its attention. You go and pick the flower. As long as the two of us do not fall into the illusion at the same time, it will be easy to deal with. Xiao Chen nodded and did not say anything else. He took out a medial-grade spirit stone from a universe ring and sat cross-legged on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Yu Chenxi looked at Xiao Chen, who was preparing to cultivate. He said in astonishment, at this time when the huge waves are weaker, it is the time when there are the most people on the island. If we startle the greedy dream wolf, it might eat the daybreak flower. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, there is no need to go through so much trouble with the two of us. You alone should be enough. If there are any unexpected situations, just wake me up. There was still more than 20 hours to wait. This was a long time. Xiao Chen did not want to waste this time. Furthermore, staring in one direction for a long time made him tired. Xiao Chen slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. An endless stream of spiritual energy came from the medial-grade spirit stone and headed for the qi whirlpool in his dantian. Xiao Chen had just broken through to superior-grade martial saint not long ago. He still needed some time to stabilize his cultivation before he could use the spirit herb to break through to peak superior-grade martial saint. After all, spirit herbs were external items. Without a good foundation, they would be like a loose dam. The vast medicinal energy was like a gushing flood. Without a good dam, it would immediately collapse. Not only would it not raise his cultivation, but it would also cause great harm to his cultivation. Xiao Chen had to be careful. Xiao Chen did not have the ability to fail. Thus, he could not waste too much of the 20-odd hours he had left. The pure essence in the spirit stone was quickly drained. As the purple thunder divine incantation circulated in a great cycle, it slowly flowed into his dantian. The purple cyclone expanded bit by bit, becoming more solid and tenacious bit by bit. Time slowly went by. By the time Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the sky was already dark. It was already evening. When Bai saw that Xiao Chen had woken up, she said pitifully, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, Bai is hungry." Xiao Chen smiled gently and put away the medial-grade spirit stone that still had half of its energy left. He said, "Let's eat, I am a little hungry as well." When Bai heard this, she immediately smiled happily. She received the food that Xiao Chen handed over and started eating happily. Aside from preserving the quality of the food, the universe ring could also preserve freshness. Thus, Xiao Chen's food was very tasty. It almost retained its original taste. The aroma assailed their noses. The two of them ate to their satisfaction. Xiao Chen took out a wine cup and filled it with wine, preparing to take another sip. Bai quickly removed the bottle gourd at her waist. Her intelligent eyes squinted into a pair of crescent moons. She looked very cute. "Elder brother Xiao Chen, come, cheers." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and clinked his bottle gourd with Bai's. Then, he drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. Yu Chenxi turned his head and looked at the two eating happily. His intelligent eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He said somewhat speechlessly, "White-robed hero, what are you doing now?" Xiao Chen gently put down the wine cup and muttered, "Eating." Yu Chenxi said somewhat angrily, "This daybreak flower is very important to me. If I miss this opportunity, who knows how long I will have to wait to find it again. If we startle the greedy dream wolf, all our efforts will be for naught. I beg you, white-robed hero, can you be more serious? As a cultivator, It is no big deal to skip a meal. Just bear with it and it will be over. Goggle. Goggle. Just as Yu Chenxi finished speaking, a strange sound came from her stomach. It was drawn out. Suddenly, Yu Chenxi blushed. Only now did she remember that she had rushed back from the boundless sea and then rushed to Chenren Island. It had been a long time since she had eaten. Bai quickly took out some food and handed it to Yu Chenxi. She said, "Elder sister Yu, your stomach is growling from hunger. Eat something. If you do not eat, you will feel uncomfortable." In the past, Bai often forgot to eat as well. Yu Chenxi blushed. She could only blame her stomach for not doing her best. Of all times, it had to growl at this moment. Earlier, she had said that as a cultivator, skipping a meal was nothing. She had used this reason to teach Xiao Chen a lesson. In the end, retribution came. He is going to make me laugh to death, Yu Chenxi thought awkwardly. Eat something. For a peak medial grade Martial King's stomach to growl, you must have not eaten for at least half a month. Since the daybreak flower is so important to you, all the more you need to eat. I will help you take a look. Chapter 388. Xiao Chen walked over and patted Yu Chenxi's shoulder calmly. Then, he took over her position and stared at the black greedy dream wolf in front. Yu Chenxi felt warmth in her heart. She was very touched. She had not expected the cold and somewhat emotionless Xiao Chen to be so considerate. Just as she was about to thank him, she discovered that Xiao Chen's lips twitched a few times. It was clear that he wanted to laugh but was trying to hold it in. Yu Chenxi clenched her fist and smacked Xiao Chen hard. She said angrily, "You! If you want to laugh, just laugh. Why do you have to hold it in and pretend to be a good person?" Bang! Bang! Fists rained down. However, Xiao Chen could no longer hold it in. He laughed and allowed Yu Chenxi's fists to land on him. Although they were competing in strength, the other party did not use any essence. Xiao Chen could throw the dragon tendon tiger bone at her. Xiao Chen also did not circulate the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Otherwise, Yu Chenxi would beat herself up. Xiao Chen stretched out his hands and grabbed Yu Chenxi's disorderly fists. He smiled gently and said, "Heroine, eat something. As a cultivator, their stomachs will growl too." Yu Chenxi rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen. She was no longer in the mood to continue pestering him. She obediently received the food that Bai handed over and started eating. At first, she was enjoying the food elegantly. However, in the end, it seemed like she was really starving. Furthermore, she was feeling depressed, so she did not care about anything else and started eating in big mouthfuls. In the end, she accidentally choked and started coughing. When Bai saw the situation, she quickly handed over her wine gourd. Yu Chenxi received it and started drinking. She only stopped after taking a big gulp. Xiao Chen happened to turn around and saw this scene. His expression could not help but change. "It's over." Bai mistook the white wine for water and handed it to this girl. Putting down the wine gourd, Yu Chenxi's pretty face flushed red. She could not help but exhale. "Bai, what did you hand me?" "A good white wine." In the past, when Bai choked on it, she would be fine after drinking a few mouthfuls, Bai said seriously with a smile. "Wine." Yu Chenxi was startled. She said dizzily, "I can't drink." Right after she spoke, she collapsed. Xiao Bai quickly pulled her into her embrace and asked anxiously, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, what happened to elder sister Yu?" Xiao Chen stretched out his index finger and placed it under Yu Chenxi's nose for a while. He smiled gently and said, "She is fine, she is just drunk." "How did she get drunk?" Bai asked suspiciously. "That's strange. Elder sister Yu did not drink much. How did she get drunk?" There was nothing strange about that. Some people could hold their liquor well and would not get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Some people could not hold their liquor well and would get drunk after just one sip. It was clear that Yu Chenxi belonged to the latter group. It was good for her to sleep for a while. This girl was too tense because of the daybreak flower. Xiao Chen said, "Take care of her. I will continue to keep an eye on the greedy dream wolf." The night slowly darkened. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. Xiao Chen had been keeping an eye on the greedy dream wolf for some time. Aside from the fact that the greedy dream wolf would occasionally close its eyes and sniff the air, there were no other surprises. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at Yu Chenxi in Bai's arms. She was already in a deep sleep. Her eyes were closed and she was breathing rhythmically. She looked calm and serene.
At this moment, it was hard to imagine that this beautiful girl in her sleep was the proud daughter of heaven that was pursued by tens of thousands of people in the great Gene nation.
She was no different from an ordinary girl. This girl's martial prowess was 100 points, and her charm was also 100 points. However, her intelligence seemed to be slightly lacking. Her experience was also ridiculously lacking. It would be difficult for her to inherit the supreme sky sect like this, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he shook his head. After another 4 hours, Xiao Chen looked at the brightening sky and stretched out his hand to push Yu Chenxi, who was in Bai's arms. The moment Xiao Chen's finger touched the other party, Yu Chenxi immediately startled awake. A bright light flashed in her deep eyes.
She revealed a murderous intent and was very alert.
When Yu Chenxi saw that it was Xiao Chen, she relaxed her guard.
She rubbed her temples and asked somewhat anxiously, "Did I oversleep?"
Xiao Chen said indifferently, "No. Hurry up and get ready. The sun will rise in 10 minutes. Yu Chenxi was mildly startled. He quickly got up and circulated his energy to force out the alcohol in his body. After that, he went behind the huge rock and waited patiently. Time ticked by. The eastern horizon slowly started to brighten. Yu Chenxi slowly became anxious. He clenched his right hand tightly.
Xiao Chen did not feel anything.
He remained very calm. In terms of mental state, Yu Chenxi was still slightly inferior to Xiao Chen. Hu Qi! Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the eastern sky. The golden light was very eye-catching, breaking through the last trace of darkness before dawn. When it landed beside the greedy dream wolf, it suddenly reflected a resplendent flower.
That flower seemed to have appeared out of nowhere.
If it did not appear, no one would be able to find it. However, when it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. It was extremely beautiful, making people unable to look away. The daybreak flower. It really is the daybreak flower. Yu Chenxi's fairy-like face smiled happily. It seemed even more beautiful than the dazzling and beautiful daybreak flower. Yu Chenxi said softly, "The daybreak flower only appears for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it will be impossible to find, no matter what we do. I will attract the greedy dream wolf's attention. You go pick the flower. After you pick the flower, attack the greedy dream wolf and save me from the illusion of the greedy dream wolf. Otherwise, if I stay in it for too long, I might not be able to get out." When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled gently and said, "You really trust me. If I take the daybreak flower and leave, you will not get anything and even lose your life." Yu Chenxi looked at the resplendent daybreak flower and said indifferently, "The daybreak flower is useless to you. You are a smart person. You will not offend the strong supreme sky sect for something useless." That was indeed the case. It seemed that Yu Chenxi was not stupid. After looking at the greedy dream wolf, Xiao Chen said, "One last question. How many people can the greedy dream wolf pull into the illusion?" "1," Yu Chenxi said with absolute certainty. Bai, who had already woken up, said softly, "Elder sister Yu Bai wants to help too." Xiao Chen quickly rejected, telling them to just stay where they were. However, Yu Chenxi thought for a while and said, "It seems like we do need one more person. If there is any sudden situation, Xiao Chen, you will deal with it. Then, let Bai pick the flower." Bai said happily, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, let Bai participate. Bai can run very fast. There will not be any danger." The arrangement was very simple. There should not be any danger. Furthermore, it was just picking the flower. In the end, Xiao Chen agreed to let Bai participate. "All right, let's go." Right after Yu Chenxi spoke, she immediately leaped into the air. When the morning sun shone on her exquisite figure, she looked even more beautiful. Morning sun fist. A light exploded on the tip of his fist. The extremely dense fist wind broke through the obstruction of space. It was like an intense cannonball, instantly striking the huge body of the greedy dream wolf. Bang! A bloody hole immediately appeared on the greedy dream wolf's body. Blood poured out like a fountain. Boom! 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 Yu Chenxi's movements did not stop. The tyrannical morning sun fist was like a machine gun, bombarding the greedy dream wolf relentlessly. Deep pits appeared on the ground. The greedy dream wolf had already reacted. It quickly ran on the ground, dodging the fist wind. Yu Chenxi chased closely.
The greedy dream wolf turned around and spat out black energy balls to counterattack. One man and one wolf fought intensely on the ground. A peak rank 7 spirit beast's combat prowess was equal to a superior grade martial king. Yu Chenxi did not dare to be careless with its counterattack.
Let's go.
Seeing that the greedy dream wolf was lured away, Xiao Chen immediately led Bai towards the blooming daybreak flower. Just as the two of them were about to reach breaking dawn, the explosions that rang in their ears from time to time suddenly stopped. It was like time had stopped flowing. The intense battle had ended just like that. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw Yu Chenxi standing on the ground in a daze. A strange black light flickered in the pitch-black eyes of the greedy dream wolf opposite him.
Yu Chenxi should be trapped in an illusion. He would not be in any danger for now.
However, it would be hard to say for sure as time passed. Xiao Chen quickly turned his head and rushed towards the daybreak flower. He wanted to pick the daybreak flower and save Yu Chenxi from the illusion.
Wang! Wang!
Just at this moment, just as Xiao Chen's hand was about to touch the daybreak flower, the surrounding world suddenly started spinning, giving off a hazy feeling. Xiao Chen felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. It was strangely enticing, forcing him to turn his head and look. Just as Xiao Chen was fighting against this force, Bai turned around in a daze.
Xiao Chen was startled.
He quickly said, "Bai, close your eyes." As he spoke, a ripple appeared in his mind. He could not help but turn around to look as well.
Xiao!
Xiao Chen saw that the greedy dream wolf's pitch-black eyes had turned silver. It was extremely attractive, making one unable to bear to close their eyes when they looked at it.
Oh no, this is the king of the greedy dream wolves.
Yu Chenxi's information must have been wrong. He can definitely drag many people into an illusion at the same time. The situation in front of Xiao Chen suddenly changed.
Everything around him was pitch black.
The clown felt an evil force trying to peer into the depths of his soul. He quickly used his spiritual sense and turned it into sharp blades, cutting off this evil force.
Roar! Roar!
A miserable shriek resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. The surrounding pitch-black scene suddenly changed. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing in the middle of a vast prairie. Countless scarlet eyes stared at him from all directions. Packs of demonic wolves paced the edges of the savannah like they were food on a plate, occasionally howling.
Hoo-chee! Hoo-chee!
In the next instant, the demonic wolves from all directions charged at Xiao Chen like a flood. Their howls rang out in the desolate savannah, shocking everyone.
Cassie!
Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and chopped. He chopped all the surrounding demonic wolves in half. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the sky.
Chapter 389. Scarlet clouds filled the sky.
Xiao Chen brought out the state of massacre to its limits, killing all the demonic wolves that pounced at him like a flood. His white robes were soon dyed red with blood. However, there were simply too many demonic wolves. It seemed like there was no end to them. No matter what he did, he could not kill them all.
Time slowly went by.
Xiao Chen slowly became bloodthirsty from all the killing. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. Xiao Chen fought desperately in the pack of demonic wolves, moving in and out. Every time he swung his saber, it would leave a large pool of blood. He killed countless demonic wolves. As Xiao Chen slaughtered the demonic wolves, the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled in excitement. This made Xiao Chen feel carefree. Xiao Chen's entire body was filled with energy. He felt an inexplicable excitement from killing. The stimulated saber light became even more ferocious, and Xiao Chen killed with even more vigor.
Wang!
Just as Xiao Chen was about to sink into the state of massacre, the lunar shadow saber suddenly lit up with a beam of light and shot at Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chen's agitated heart immediately calmed down. It was like he had jumped into an icy river on a hot summer's day. His mind was now completely awake. Xiao Chen's eyes regained their clarity. He leaped up and dodged the attacks of the many demonic wolves. Fear appeared on his face as he said, "How dangerous! This illusion nearly made me sink into the state of massacre." Looking at the smooth mirror-like lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It looks like Ao Jiao pulled me back at the crucial moment." Although this greedy dream wolf did not invade Xiao Chen's heart, it sensed the state of massacre that Xiao Chen cultivated. So, it set up an illusion that targeted the state of massacre to lure Xiao Chen into it. It looked like the greedy dream wolf's illusion was not as simple as creating an illusion that made it hard to distinguish between real and fake. Instead, it penetrated deep into the human heart, trying to make one sink into it. However, since Xiao Chen knew the principle behind it, it was easier to deal with. This is an illusion created based on the state of massacre. In that case, I will use the state of thunder to break it. Boom! The scarlet clouds in the sky scattered, and boundless thunderclouds rolled over. Occasionally, there would be the sound of thunder. Xiao Chen descended from the sky and started his massacre once again. However, this time, Xiao Chen did not use the state of massacre at all. He only used the purest state of thunder. Xiao Chen executed the Wukuei saber to its peak in the desolate plain. The demonic wolves on the ground disappeared at a visible rate. After a while, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. There were no longer any demonic wolves in the entire savannah. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Cracks started to appear in space. After a while, the entire space shattered. At this moment, with just a thought, Xiao Chen could leave this place. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, it is as I expected. As long as I find the corresponding method, I will be able to break this illusion. However, there is no rush to leave. I still have to save Xiao Bai and Yu Chenxi. Of Xiao Chen, spiritual energy. He. Chen spirit. Xiao spirits. Xiao. Xiao Chen did spirit. Xiao. A golden light flashed in the red on Xiao Chen's forehead. A golden deity appeared. It was about 1 meter tall and held a sharp saber in its hand. This was the strongest form that Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could take. It could only appear in this illusion. If it were in reality, it would be difficult to bring out its full power. Break! Xiao Chen shouted and controlled the golden deity. It held the sharp saber in its hand and sliced through the air. Instantly, a long spatial crack appeared. Xiao Chen leaped up and brought his spiritual sense through the crack, entering another space. The scene in this space was very simple. It was just a wine cellar. There were piles of good wine on the ground and around it. Bai ran around excitedly. Occasionally, he would go to this bottle and take a sip. When he was tired of it, he would go to another bottle and drink. Xiao Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. How much did Bai love to drink? Perhaps the greedy dream wolf could not think of any other way to make Bai sink into intoxication. Xiao Chen stood in front of Bai. However, Bai did not notice him at all. With a slight movement, it pierced through Xiao Chen's body. It looks like I am just an outsider in this world, Xiao Chen thought to himself. If I use wine to make Bai sink into intoxication, then I can break this illusion without any wine to drink. Break! The deity swung out a sharp saber and shattered all the wine bottles in the wine cellar. This included the bottle in Bai's hand. Chi! Under Bai's suspicious gaze, the entire space started to shatter quickly. Bai and Xiao Chen arrived in an empty space. When Xiao Bai opened her eyes and saw Xiao Chen, the confused Xiao Bai immediately said joyfully, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, I had a dream earlier. I dreamed that there was a lot of good wine. I don't know who broke all the wine bottles, but I woke up." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Dreams will eventually wake up. Just stay here and don't move." Controlling the deity, Xiao Chen tore open the void again and flew towards Yu Chenxi's dream. Boom! The moment Xiao Chen landed, he saw a dazzling light. Countless fist images flashed in the light. The fist winds blew, causing countless people to vomit blood and retreat. When all the light scattered, Yu Chenxi stood proudly in a vast arena. The people lying below the arena were all disciples wearing the uniform of the Supreme Sky Sect. It looked like Yu Chenxi had already made it through. He no longer needed Xiao Chen's help. However, Yu Chenxi's complexion was extremely pale. Clearly, he had had a very unpleasant experience before this. It looked like this greedy dream wolf had penetrated deep into Yu Chenxi's heart. Seeing Xiao Chen land beside him, Yu Chenxi said apologetically, "I'm sorry. This greedy dream wolf is a king-grade spirit beast. I underestimated its strength." Xiao Chen said softly, "It's fine. Let's go out quickly. If we miss the time, we will have to wait another day for the daybreak flower." The two of them worked together to shatter this space. Then, they carried by and completely destroyed the greedy dream wolf's illusion. Xiao! The scene before them changed. The morning sun shone, and Qianren Island reappeared before the three. Before Xiao Chen could heave a sigh of relief,
a huge shadow pounced at him. It was the greedy dream wolf that was pouncing over quickly. Cassie! A saber light flashed. Xiao Chen brandished his lunar shadow saber and hacked at the other party's neck at lightning speed. Blood spurted out, but the saber did not manage to chop off the wolf's head. Instead, it left a horrifying wound stuck in the bone of the other party's neck, preventing it from advancing or retreating. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He decisively abandoned his saber and retreated. However, the greedy dream wolf was even faster than Xiao Chen. In the instant that Xiao Chen hesitated, the greedy dream wolf's front claws stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest. The sharp claws pierced through the inner vest on Xiao Chen's chest. Then, the 5 claws stabbed towards Xiao Chen's heart. However, just as the claws were about to reach the heart, they met with a layer of obstruction. It was an inferior-grade secret treasure's defense against internal organs. Bang! Yu Chenxi did not give the greedy dream wolf a chance to exert any more strength. He quickly flew over and punched the wolf's head. A dazzling golden light exploded from the fist wind, and the wolf's head immediately shattered. Yu Chenxi kicked away the greedy dream wolf's corpse. When he saw the horrifying wound on Xiao Chen's chest, he asked anxiously, "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He endured the pain and smiled. "I did not injure my heart or lungs. I won't die. Go and pick your daybreak flower. If you don't, time will pass." Yu Chenxi did not say anything. He pressed on a few acupoints on Xiao Chen's chest. After he carefully examined the injuries, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen left behind a bottle of good quality recuperation medicine and rushed to the daybreak flower. When the daybreak flower's light dimmed, he dug it out, roots included. Bai helped Xiao Chen up. His eyes were bloodshot as he applied the recuperation medicine on Xiao Chen's wounds. When the cooling medicinal liquid dripped onto the wounds, Xiao Chen's pain immediately lessened. Xiao Chen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and took out some bandages. With Bai's help, he started bandaging his wounds. In the past, when Xiao Chen was out on experiential training, Bai had helped him bandage his wounds. Thus, he was quite familiar with it and quickly finished bandaging his wounds. The wounds were really horrifying. When Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt some lingering fear. It could be said that he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it were not for the secret treasure protecting his internal organs, the Wolf King's claws would have pierced through his heart. Xiao Chen struggled to get up and rubbed Bai's head. He smiled and said, "Don't look so red. It's fine now. Help me bring the lunar shadow saber over." Bai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go now." Yu Chenxi, who had just finished picking the daybreak flower, walked over. He thanked Xiao Chen sincerely. "Xiao Chen, thank you. If it were not for you, I would not have been able to obtain the daybreak flower." Xiao Chen looked around and said with a grave expression, "There's no need to say thank you. Let's go quickly. I feel that something is wrong with this Chenren Island." When Yu Chenxi heard this, he felt it was strange. He asked, "What's wrong? I was only gone for 5 minutes." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I was really gone for only 5 minutes? Use your perception and look around." Yu Chenxi closed his eyes and extended his perception. After a while, his expression changed slightly. The entire Chenren Island was silent. Furthermore, when Xiao Chen looked around, he could not see a single person on the island that had been bustling with people the previous night. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Stop thinking about it. Let's go and see if we can break through the huge waves first." 10 minutes later, the 3 of them appeared in front of a huge wave. Yu Chenxi executed the morning sun fist to its limits. Beams of light filled the air. However, the towering waves did not move at all. Instead, they bounced back with a strong force, nearly injuring Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi landed on the surface of the sea. He asked in astonishment, "What's going on? Before I came, I could break through the huge waves with a casual punch." Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "The strength of the huge waves has already returned to normal. It looks like we have been in the illusion for at least 5 days." In a desolate rock pile on Chenren Island, Yu Chenxi had a grave expression as he said, "The greedy dream Wolf King's illusion can indeed change time. I think we have been in the illusion for a long time." Xiao Chen's expression had already calmed down. At this moment, he could already accept this fact. He smiled gently and said, "Stop guessing. Looking at the strength of the huge waves, I can already confirm this. It looks like we will have to stay on this Chenren Island for a period of time. Chapter 390. When Yu Chenxi saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, astonishment flashed on his face.
Xiao Chen, you do not seem worried at all.
Xiao Chen found a rock to lean on and took out a spirit herb for treating injuries from the herb garden from a universe ring. Then, he took out a small knife and skinned it.
He said, "There is no point in worrying.
Even a martial monarch could not break through the huge waves. What can I do? I will just wait for another 2 years. I have enough medial-grade spirit stones to cultivate." To cultivators, the thing they should not be afraid of is loneliness. Some of those sages would be in closed-door cultivation for several years or even decades. So, when you think about it, it is not a big deal. After he skinned the spirit herb, Xiao Chen gently bit off a piece. Instantly, a dense medicinal energy flowed into his body.
He used his essence to guide it, and the medicinal energy quickly flowed into the horrifying wound on his chest.
ZZ! With the nourishment of the medicinal energy, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest gave off a numbing feeling. The festering flesh started wriggling and quickly formed a scar. The medicinal energy continued to permeate into his 2 broken ribs. New bones started to appear at the broken areas. Soon, they would be able to truly fuse back together. A 600-year-old jadeite needle fruit is indeed good stuff, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Just a small bite has such a huge effect. After I eat it, coupled with my physique, I should be able to recover in 1 night.
After taking another bite of the jadeite needle fruit, Xiao Chen looked at Yu Chenxi and said, "Furthermore, I believe that you have a way to inform the Supreme Sky Sect.
You might be able to leave earlier than I expected." Yu Chenxi was mildly startled. Xiao Chen had guessed correctly. He really had a way to inform the Supreme Sky Sect. Hence, she was not too worried. However, when Yu Chenxi saw Xiao Chen's calm and unconcerned expression and how he was even eating and talking to her at the same time, Yu Chenxi felt somewhat displeased. With a flip of his palm, a wound appeared on his palm. A small white bird slowly came out of his palm. Soon, its entire body came out and stood on his palm. The white bird was about the size of a sparrow. Rather than calling it white, it was more like an illusory color. As it stood on his palm, it looked like it had merged with the air. It was faintly discernible and looked very blurry.
Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "What is this?"
Yu Chenxi smiled and said, "This is a hummingbird. Every disciple of the Supreme Sky Sect brings one with them when they go out on experiential training. Its body exists between reality and illusion. No barrier can stop it. With this message, the Supreme Sky Sect will send an expert to bring us out in 3 months at the latest." After Yu Chenxi wrote a piece of paper, she stuffed it into the hummingbird's mouth and tossed it high into the air. In the blink of an eye, the hummingbird flew a few 100 meters.
Before the two's eyes, the hummingbird mysteriously passed through the obstruction of the huge waves and disappeared from their sight.
Xiao Chen looked at the huge waves in the distance and muttered to himself, "Martial monarchs will not be able to break through these huge waves unless a martial sage comes. Even a martial sage will make a move for her." It looks like Yu Chenxi's position in the Supreme Sky Sect is not as simple as an ordinary genius disciple. Yu Chenxi slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Chen.
He said, "No matter what, it is all thanks to you that I managed to obtain the daybreak flower this time.
I, Yu Chenxi, owe you a favor." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. 3 days later, with the help of the jadeite needle fruit, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest had completely healed. This kind of injury, which did not injure his internal organs, heart, or lungs, was no longer a threat to Xiao Chen's current physique. Even without the assistance of spirit herbs, he would recover in less than 10 days. With Bai's help, Xiao Chen removed the bandages. Secret treasures had the ability to recover automatically. The clear wind robes and the inferior-grade inner vest were already as good as new. However, the spiritual energy they contained had decreased, and their lifespan had decreased as well. After tossing away the bandages, Xiao Chen prepared to take inventory of the burial items that the Savannah King had left behind. The burial items of a future Emperor Wu would definitely be good. Coincidentally, Yu Chenxi had decided to absorb the energy of the daybreak flower to comprehend the morning sun incantation. Xiao Chen gave Xiao Chen some private space. There were 8 burial items of various sizes that the Savannah King had left behind. In this fortuitous encounter on Chenren Island,
Hundreds and thousands of cultivators would be very satisfied with just one burial item. If they knew that Xiao Chen had snatched all of them away, what kind of expression would they have? Xiao Chen tossed out the 8 burial items from his spatial ring in one go. He tossed them all to the ground and started to take inventory with an excited expression on his face. Among the 8 burial items, there were 3 secret manuals and 3 secret treasures. There were also 2 things that Xiao Chen could not figure out. Xiao Chen was most interested in secret manuals. He immediately picked up a secret manual and flipped through it. He read softly, Flowing Light Sword Art, a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique for swordsmen. There is a total of 15 layers. After reaching great perfection, it will allow the swordsman's dantian to produce a continuous stream of sword qi. This was a supreme cultivation technique for swordsmen. It could allow a swordsman to produce sword qi in their body. Xiao Chen had never heard of it before. He thought that it should be extraordinary. Furthermore, it was a cultivation technique tailored for swordsmen. Its value was immeasurable. To a swordsman, it was probably even better than an inferior-grade heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was a bladesman. A bladesman and a swordsman were 2 different branches. He could not practice it. If only it were a saber art. Although the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was strong, it was not tailored for bladesmen. It could not produce saber qi in the body. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. He casually handed the Flowing Light Sword Art to Bai. He smiled and said, "Bai, this is for you. When you have nothing to do, take a good look at it." Bai received the Flowing Light Sword Art and smiled gently. "Thank you, elder brother Xiao Chen. Bai is going to become even more powerful." Xiao Chen picked up the second secret manual and flipped through it again. When he saw the words on the cover, he slowly read, Firmament Body Tempering Art, Inferior Grade Heaven Ranked Body Tempering Secret Manual. One's vital qi needs to reach 150,000 kilograms of force in order to cultivate it. This is an ancient sect. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. There was finally a secret manual for him to use. The Dragon and Tiger Body Tempering Art was only a peak earth-ranked body tempering secret technique. After Xiao Chen cultivated Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone, his strength reached 250,000 kilograms of force. There was no longer any possibility of improving it. Coincidentally, the Firmament Body Tempering Art could be used by Xiao Chen. As long as he could cultivate 25,000 kilograms of force, he would be able to cultivate it. With the help of the many body tempering spirit herbs in his ring, this would not be difficult. Xiao Chen sorted out his emotions and continued reading. There were some notes and notes written by the Savannah King at the bottom of the cover. Only now did Xiao Chen discover that the Savannah King was a cultivator who specialized in tempering the physical body and became a martial sage. It turned out that when the Savannah King was young, his cultivation and talent were very poor. His cultivation of essence had been very slow. He barely managed to become an inferior-grade martial saint at the age of 30. Such talent would not even cause a ripple in the Tianwu continent. However, the proud Savannah King was extremely dissatisfied. Later on, the Savannah King had a fortuitous encounter and obtained this Firmament Body Tempering Art. After that, he made up his mind to cripple his cultivation and cultivate his physical body, using strength to prove his Tao. The Firmament Body Tempering Art was a body tempering cultivation technique of a mysterious sect in the ancient era. The outer disciples of that legendary sect could easily achieve more than 50,000 kilograms of force with a punch. The inner disciples could achieve more than 150,000 kilograms of force with a punch. As for the inner disciples, core disciples, and outer elders, they could achieve more than 500,000 kilograms of force with a casual punch. When they kicked out, the horrifying force would allow them to leap a kilometer in an instant. Furthermore, they specialized in vital qi. The sect had many martial techniques that used vital qi. The effects of using vital qi were no weaker than using essence. Xiao Chen closed the secret manual and muttered, "I did not expect there to be such a glorious sect in the past. A casual punch could achieve more than 500,000 kilograms of force. Even a martial monarch would not dare to receive it head-on. It looks like choosing to temper the physical body was the right choice." After putting away the secret manual, Xiao Chen started to look at the third secret manual. He discovered that the third secret manual was a body tempering cultivation technique that the Savannah King left behind. The cultivation experience of a half-step Emperor Wu. This is more precious than any cultivation technique or martial technique. For a long time,
I have not had a true master to guide me. This cultivation experience can be considered as half a master. Xiao Chen could no longer contain his joy. He said this excitedly as he put away the Savannah King's cultivation experience. Then, he continued to look at the remaining burial items. There were 3 extraordinary secret treasures. Among the 3 secret treasures, Xiao Chen casually picked up the jade pendant. He discovered that it was similar to the jade pendant around his neck. It was also a defensive secret treasure. However, its defense was much stronger. Based on the spiritual energy fluctuations, it should be a peak inferior grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen thought for a while before handing the jade pendant to Bai. He already had a similar jade pendant, so there was no need to do so. Xiao Chen picked up the second secret treasure. It was a small sword the size of a palm. The blade was forged from an unknown metal. There were many talisman scripts carved on it. The spiritual energy on the sword was very dense, much denser than that of the jade pendant. The blade was very sharp as well. Xiao Chen checked it and discovered that it was actually an inferior grade medial grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen did not know what use this small sword had. He removed the spiritual sense left behind by the predecessor and branded it with his own mark. Xiao. When Xiao Chen's spiritual sense filled the sword, the small sword in his palm made a cut on his palm with a so sound. Then, it slowly merged into his palm. Xiao Chen did not feel any discomfort. When the sword merged into his palm, it felt like it was part of his flesh and blood, a part of his body. It was just that it had returned to him at this moment. When the sword completely entered his palm, the wound on his palm immediately healed. His skin glowed white. There was nothing wrong with it. However, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a surging and strong energy leaping about in his right palm. This energy did not belong to him, but he could easily control it. With just a thought, Xiao Chen could easily release it. He stood up and looked at a mountain in the distance. Then, Xiao Chen raised 2 fingers on his right hand and pointed forward. Xiao! The small sword in Xiao Chen's palm carried a horrifying energy as it burst out of his fingers and shot towards the mountain a kilometer away. Chapter 391. Boom! 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 The instant the small sword left his body, Xiao Chen heard half of the mountain shatter. From the waist up, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain seemed to have completely shattered. Wang! 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 However, it was not over yet. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared in the remaining half of the mountain. Countless rocks fell down. After a short while, the remaining half of the mountain was completely shattered. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain had actually been blasted to the ground by the small sword. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded as he watched all this. He had not expected the small sword to be so mighty. He muttered, "Is this the might of a medial-grade offensive secret treasure? If caught off guard, it might even be able to kill a half-step martial monarch in an instant." The small sword whistled through the air. It no longer had any luster, looking very illusory. Then, it flew back to Xiao Chen's palm. Strands of weak essence flowed from Xiao Chen's body to his palm, slowly charging this small sword. It looked like it would be impossible for the small sword to recover its previous strength in a short period. However, since it was so mighty, Xiao Chen did not need the small sword to attack continuously. This small sword can be considered my true trump card. I have to give it a name. Let's call it the palm sword. Xiao Chen said softly. He casually chose a more realistic name. The smile on his face did not fade for a long time. The might of the palm sword was simply too great. This was the first time Xiao Chen had the confidence to fight against half-step martial monarchs. He could not help but be happy. There was still one last secret treasure. However, it gave Xiao Chen a headache. It was a heavy black helmet. Clearly, it was a defensive medial-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen weighed the helmet in his hand. When he saw the 2 horns on the helmet, he immediately lost interest. Not to mention its appearance, just the weight of this helmet was more than 100 kilograms. Unless one was a heavy armored knight on the battlefield or a barbarian warrior, no one would have a good impression of this helmet, no matter how strong its defense was. Casually tossing the helmet into the universe ring, Xiao Chen looked at the last 2 items. They were the same. It was a bright pearl. The light from the pearl was neither dim nor dazzling. It was very moderate. Xiao Chen sensed a vast and pure yuan energy that made his heart palpitate. His intuition told him that this was a great Tao. Among the funerary objects of the Savannah King,
These 2 pearls were definitely the most valuable. Even a few secret treasures and secret manuals combined would not be as valuable as these pearls. However, the depressing thing was that Xiao Chen's knowledge was limited. He did not know what it was, so he could only toss it into a corner of his universe ring. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in a secluded corner of the Qianren Island, a peak that was also 3,000 meters tall began to crack. That mountain was so huge that when it shattered, it kept shaking. Even the ground was shaking slightly. Huge waves surged on the surface of the sea around Qianren Island, rolling up and down continuously. Xiao Chen looked over and saw a dazzling golden light in the distance. Countless tyrannical fist winds exploded. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain shrank at a visible rate under the frenzied fist winds. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 10 punches. After 10 punches, the 3,000-meter-tall mountain was mostly shaved off. All that was left was a bare mound. When the light scattered, Yu Chenxi's figure slowly appeared. Then, he landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chen had to use a secret treasure to flatten a mountain. However, Yu Chenxi relied on his tyrannical strength to blast away most of the mountain. This gap was rather large. Furthermore, Yu Chenxi was not the peak genius of this continent. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he was only ranked in the top 50. This made Xiao Chen feel a chill in his heart. If Yu Chenxi was already so strong, how strong would the top 10 geniuses be? Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and entered deep thought. He said softly, "There is still more than a year until the next 5-nation youth competition. I might have time to try it out." Xiao Chen had never doubted his talent. He also did not think that he was weaker than others. All he lacked was time. Compared to those peak geniuses, Xiao Chen had started too late. Even though he was trying so hard to catch up, he still had a large gap in cultivation. After Yu Chenxi obtained the Daybreak Flower, it should not be surprising for her to break through to superior grade Martial King. Furthermore, this Yu Chenxi was younger than Xiao Chen. If she already had such a cultivation, then wouldn't the other geniuses be peak superior grade Martial Kings or half-step Martial Monarchs? I have to advance to Martial King quickly. Xiao Chen felt a sense of urgency in his heart. This fortuitous encounter on Qianren Island is a great opportunity for me to catch up. After giving instructions to Bai, Xiao Chen found a desolate place on the island. He planned to enter closed-door cultivation for real. Xiao Chen took out the spirit herbs that could increase cultivation from the universe ring. He counted them carefully and found a total of 28 stalks. They were all 500-year-old and above spirit herbs. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to consume these spirit herbs. Instead, he continued to consolidate his cultivation as a superior grade martial saint. He nurtured the qi whirlpool in his dantian, building a dam to prevent the flood from happening. After cultivating for 7 days, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had already stabilized his cultivation as a superior grade martial saint. The purple qi whirlpool was also nurtured until it was very resilient. The qi whirlpool should be able to endure it now. It is time to consume these spirit herbs that can increase cultivation. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and chose a 500-year-old snow ginseng from the pile of spirit herbs in front of him. If a 500-year-old snow ginseng could completely absorb its medicinal energy, theoretically, it could increase a cultivator's attack power by 10 years. However, not many people knew the correct way to consume the snow ginseng. It was very difficult to ensure that the medicinal energy would not leak out during the process. Hence, it was difficult to achieve the effect of 10 years of cultivation. Normally, it would be pretty good to have 6 or 7 years of cultivation. 8 years of cultivation would be the peak. 9 years of cultivation would be extremely lucky. However, the Compendium of Cultivation had detailed records of these spirit herbs. Xiao Chen knew how to consume this snow ginseng. Xiao Chen held the snow ginseng in his hand and observed it for a while. Compared to regular ginseng, the snow ginseng was much stronger than ordinary ginseng. Compared to a regular ginseng, the snow ginseng was covered in a layer of frost. When he held it in his hand, he could feel a bone-chilling cold. Furthermore, it was much larger than regular ginseng. Xiao Chen held the snow ginseng with one hand and heated it up slightly. The frost on the surface of the snow ginseng melted into liquid and seeped into the snow ginseng. This frost was the essence of the snow ginseng. Many people did not know this and lost a large portion of the snow ginseng's medicinal energy. Finally,
Xiao Chen infused his essence into the snow ginseng and mixed it with the frost liquid. Xiao Chen's movements were very gentle and careful. As long as he damaged the skin of the snow ginseng, all the medicinal energy would immediately leak out. 10 minutes later, the insides of the snow ginseng had completely melted. It looked like the skin of the snow ginseng was wrapped in clear liquid. It was very plump and soft. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and placed the root of the snow ginseng into his mouth. Then, he used his teeth to bite off a root. Chi! Chi! The snow ginseng filled to the brim with spirit herb liquid found an outlet. Immediately, it gushed into Xiao Chen's mouth like a gushing fountain. The medicinal liquid was cool and crisp. A fragrance assaulted the nose. It was incomparably delicious. Xiao Chen's entire mouth was filled with this fragrance. All the medicinal energy was absorbed by Xiao Chen. Boom! The surging medicinal energy flowed down his throat and quickly poured into Xiao Chen's body. It was like a gushing river, surging through his meridians. Xiao Chen's narrow meridians were filled to the brim with medicinal energy. Every time the medicinal energy flowed, he felt some pain. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured bitterly. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physical body was at small perfection. He had dragon tendons and tiger bones. His meridians were much stronger than those of regular cultivators. If other cultivators consumed this snow ginseng, they would not dare to swallow it all in one go like Xiao Chen. Otherwise, there was a high chance that they would explode. The vast medicinal energy circulated through Xiao Chen's meridians. The energy became increasingly ferocious and surging. Finally, it rushed towards the purple qi whirlpool in his dantian. Bang! Bang! The qi whirlpool was like a dam welcoming a ferocious flood. As the flood crashed into it, loud sounds came from Xiao Chen's body. Under this intense shock, his internal organs trembled. Xiao Chen's complexion paled as he felt intense pain. The vast medicinal energy crashed into the purple qi whirlpool continuously. The resilient qi whirlpool seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Although Xiao Chen had expected the medicinal energy to be vast, when he truly faced it, the medicinal energy of the 500-year-old snow ginseng still surpassed his expectations. The space inside the qi whirlpool was already filled with medicinal energy. Furthermore, there was still a lot of medicinal energy pouring into the meridians outside. The situation was dire. If he could not digest this medicinal energy, the qi whirlpool might burst. Maintaining his calm, Xiao Chen slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The qi whirlpool started spinning slowly under the control of his thoughts. Although the speed was not fast, the qi whirlpool finally moved. Immediately, a large amount of medicinal energy was absorbed by the qi whirlpool, making it even more resilient. Xiao! Xiao! As the qi whirlpool absorbed the medicinal energy, the purple qi whirlpool spun faster. In the end, it was as fast as when Xiao Chen cultivated. Only now did Xiao Chen heave a sigh of relief. His earlier efforts were not in vain. Otherwise, the purple qi whirlpool would have collapsed under the impact of the medicinal energy. As the qi whirlpool spun faster, the absorption of the medicinal energy became faster as well. Xiao Chen could clearly feel his strength increasing continuously. All the pores in Xiao Chen's body opened up, and a huge energy spread throughout his body. Even his blood could not help but surge. A 500-year-old snow ginseng could increase a cultivator's cultivation by 10 years after consuming it. It was impossible to digest all the medicinal energy in one go. In the end, it stabilized. On the contrary, Xiao Chen took the initiative to slow down the rate of absorption. Stability was the most important thing. The faster his cultivation realm rose, the more stable he had to be. After a total of 7 days, Xiao Chen finally completely refined the medicinal energy of the snow ginseng. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and 2 purple lights flashed in them. His pitch-black pupils became even more profound, unfathomable. Chapter 392. Xiao Chen casually tossed aside the snow ginseng skin in his hand, and took out another 500-year-old spirit herb. He muttered, "This is the 100 spirit fruit. Its effects are much weaker than the snow ginseng. It can only increase my cultivation by 5 years. However, 5 years is already pretty good." After consuming the snow ginseng, Xiao Chen's qi whirlpool had grown several times larger. The amount of essence it could contain had increased by 50%. Furthermore, with his previous experience, consuming and digesting the 100 spirit fruit was not as dangerous as before. 2 days later, Xiao Chen completely absorbed it. In the following month, Xiao Chen consumed natural treasures that increased his cultivation. The amount of essence in his body had already increased to a horrifying level. Xiao Chen's current essence was comparable to that of a medial-grade martial king. If he consumed all the spirit herbs, his essence would surpass that of a medial-grade martial king and rival that of a superior-grade martial king. After 1 month, Xiao Chen held the final 500-year-old spirit herb in his hand. He frowned slightly and said softly, "Toward the end, the effects of this spirit herb are getting worse. Originally, this spirit herb could increase my cultivation by 10 years. Now, it can't even reach 5 years." This was a problem of resistance to spirit herbs. Xiao Chen had encountered this before in the underground world. Because he had consumed too many spirit herbs, he had developed a strong resistance. Unless Xiao Chen found spirit herbs older than 1,000 years, it would be difficult for his cultivation to increase explosively. Spirit herbs younger than 1,000 years were no longer of much use to him. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. "I should be satisfied. Now, my total essence is close to that of a superior-grade martial king. Once I advance to martial king, the quality of my essence will increase significantly. At that time, those cultivators who have been martial kings for many years will not have much of an advantage over me." After consuming the final spirit herb, Xiao Chen used only half a day to completely digest the medicinal energy. After another week, with the support of a vast amount of essence, Xiao Chen naturally advanced to peak superior-grade martial saint without any obstructions. As Xiao Chen's cultivation advanced, the number of minor meridians in his body expanded significantly. Now, there were only 2 minor meridians left for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. It was time to break open the other 2 minor meridians and gain the ability to cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. At that time, his cultivation realm and cultivation technique would advance at the same time. When a martial artist was breaking through a major realm, it would take a long time. This was because the advancement of a great realm often required not only the support of sufficient yuan qi, but also a trace of opportunity. Without the right opportunity, one would always be infinitely close to becoming a martial king. Lu Ruyue had once told Xiao Chen all her valuable experiences of advancing to martial king. Thus, Xiao Chen deeply understood the importance of opportunities. Fortunately, he had the heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The advancement of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation could be considered an opportunity. After staying at peak martial saint for 2 days, Xiao Chen made all his preparations. He started to try to open the 2 minor meridians. The pure and vast lightning-attributed essence formed a small cycle in the 9 major meridians in his body. Then, it slowly followed the complicated minor meridians and made a large cycle. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to return this essence to his dantian. He stopped the essence in the middle of a major meridian. There were countless minor meridians around this major meridian, spreading out like tree branches. Xiao Chen found the tightly shut minor meridian and ground the essence into a sharp awl. Then he slowly pierced it in. See! The minor meridian had just opened a little when Xiao Chen felt a heart-wrenching pain. He could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. However, Xiao Chen did not stop. Pain was unavoidable when he forcefully opened a minor meridian. Xiao Chen had already made preparations for this long ago. The minor meridian opened bit by bit. The intense pain caused the veins on Xiao Chen's forehead to bulge. Beads of sweat flowed continuously. After working hard for a night, he finally managed to open 1/10 of this minor meridian. After resting for a while, Xiao Chen continued to work without stopping. Xiao Chen did not have much time. Compared to the other genius cultivators, he had started much later. The difference in their cultivations had already left him far behind. Xiao Chen needed time more than anyone else. The gains from this fortuitous encounter only slightly narrowed the gap between them. After all, those genius cultivators all had the backing of a large sect. They did not lack spirit pills, miraculous medicines, or natural treasures. Even if it was painful, arduous, or dangerous, Xiao Chen had to persevere. He could not afford to slack off. After half a month, with Xiao Chen's hard work, he finally managed to open these 2 minor meridians. The newly formed minor meridians were too weak. They were not suitable for the flow of essence and could not be used for cultivation. However, Xiao Chen had made preparations long ago. Previously,
He had picked several kinds of good spirit herbs for nourishing the meridians in the herb garden. After another 7 days, with the nourishment of the spirit herbs, Xiao Chen's 2 newly formed minor meridians were no different from the other minor meridians. He could now cultivate normally. The moon was as round as a plate, hanging high in the night sky. It shone down a quiet radiance. Xiao Chen slowly got up from the stone block and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Then, he took out a golden spirit core from the universe ring. This golden spirit core the size of a basketball was the one he had killed in Savage Forest. It was the Golden Lion King with the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast. Xiao Chen still felt that he was lacking something to advance to Martial King until he remembered the spirit core of the Golden Lion King. Only now did Xiao Chen realize that he still lacked an extremely strong external force. When he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 6th layer, he would be able to use it together with the essence in his body to break through to Martial King in one go. The golden spirit core that had been lying dormant in Xiao Chen's hand for more than a year was finally going to be put to good use. Advancing from superior grade Martial Saint to Martial King within 3 months was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Most people would not even dare to think about it. However, Xiao Chen wanted to give it a try. When he felt the incomparably pure energy in the golden spirit core, he said indifferently, "I prepared for more than 2 months. I used spirit herbs to increase my strength, suffered a lot, and forcefully opened my minor meridians. All these were for this day." Xiao Chen could only succeed. He could not afford to fail. Compared to those geniuses who had a sect backing them and a peak master, he did not have the capital to fail. Once he failed, he would forever lose the chance to catch up. The moon was round and full. The night was deep and quiet. Xiao Chen found a place with relatively dense spiritual energy in the surroundings. He sat cross-legged on a huge rock. He crossed his hands, and the golden spirit core the size of a basketball floated quietly above his palms. The spiritual energy in the spirit core floated around, but it did not scatter. It was being guided by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and slowly spat out a mouthful of white qi. This qi was like a sword and did not scatter for a long time. Success or failure, it all depended on this moment. When everything was ready, Xiao Chen closed his eyes resolutely. The huge qi whirlpool in his dantian spun quickly. Xiao Chen silently circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. The surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy quickly poured into his body. It flowed through his pores and into his meridians before returning to his dantian. Dida! 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 The lightning-attributed essence liquid quickly formed and dripped into the purple qi whirlpool. The purple qi whirlpool was quickly filled with lightning-attributed energy. This was the first step of cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, condensing qi. It absorbed all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy into the dantian. However, it was not just absorbing it. It also had to be refined continuously, turning the spiritual energy into even purer essence. The purple liquid in the qi whirlpool also spun quickly. Xiao Chen was now using the secret technique of the 6th layer to refine spiritual energy. Hence, the speed was much faster than usual. Qi! Qi! As the cyclone rotated inside and outside at the same time, countless electric currents appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding air, crackling and flashing non-stop. In the dark night, it was like a tiny bolt of lightning flashing by. It illuminated Xiao Chen's face occasionally with a purple light. Boom! Suddenly, the 2 whirlpools stopped spinning at the same time. The purple liquid in the qi whirlpool exploded, and its color became even denser. However, the amount decreased by about half. Originally, the spiritual energy could fill the entire qi whirlpool. Now, only a small portion was left. This was because all the spiritual energy in the surroundings had been converted into essence. The time required for this was twice as fast as before. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer is indeed powerful, Xiao Chen thought joyfully. If this is the case, my cultivation speed will be doubled in the future. However, this was only a small success. Next, he had to complete a minor cycle and a major cycle, completing an internal and external cycle. Only then would he be able to advance the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer to the 6th layer. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and continued to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The dense purple liquid in the qi whirlpool quickly surged out, heading for the 9 major meridians in his body.
The pure and dense essence flowed quickly in the 9 major meridians.
It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins.
Xiao Chen found it hard to control it. What a fast speed! Xiao Chen was startled.
The faster the speed, the higher the efficiency of his cultivation.
This made Xiao Chen feel even more anticipation for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen had to be even more careful. If the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke free of his control, this breakthrough would end in failure. No matter what, the first minor cycle had to be completed successfully. Otherwise, the subsequent major cycles would be even faster.
If he could not even handle a minor cycle, then he would not be able to control a major cycle.
Xiao Chen sank his consciousness into it.
His will was like a rein, firmly controlling this wild horse, not letting it break free of his control.
Under Xiao Chen's control, the minor cycle finally completed a cycle with some difficulty. Boom, boom, boom. When the essence returned to the Qi whirlpool, the Qi whirlpool started to circulate once again. A huge electric whirlpool appeared in the sky above Xiao Chen's head. That electric whirlpool did not circulate for now. It only appeared in the night sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared around it, illuminating the entire Chenren Island's night sky. Yu Chenxi, who was chatting with Bai, noticed the strange changes in the sky. His expression immediately changed. He muttered, "This is a mysterious phenomenon. A mysterious phenomenon will only appear when a heaven-ranked cultivation technique advances. Could it be that Xiao Chen cultivates a heaven-ranked cultivation technique?"